1.
Here we go! Let's go.
She's throwing swings out. Dina running around. She's got to be more gassed than any other.
Oh, that's it.
I also discovered XQC because of you.
I just don't understand all this language. Frog dances at the end, you know, it's like...
Checkmate! 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 Oh! Oh!
This is very smooth baiting technique, by the way. Good job by Sonic.
For sure.
Nicely done.
There we go.
Stalemate, by the way.
I did. That's why.
I've played a long time, ever since I was a kid. I really appreciate the great players. Just like, you know, in basketball, people come to watch the best players in the world.
No! Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh my god, no.
When the pressure's on, you crumble!
He still has really good chances here.
Oh,
She just resigned, Hikaru.
No, it choked its game. No. I can't believe it choked.
But now King...
Oh, you put 92 made one! Oh my god! Let's go! Yes! Yeah! Oh, no! Oh, man.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to SuperPog Champs, the first ever. It's like PogChamps, but the players are actually good. Just kidding. And I'm joined today by our co-host, I guess, Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Amon, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Hey Alex, I'm excited. I've commentated PogChamps before, and I've always said literally the most exciting thing to commentate is low elo chess. And then they went and brought people after they've improved. So I don't know if I'm going to enjoy it as much as usual, but I'm ready for a great time today.
Yes, so we are going to have a lot of players who previously won PogChamps. They are too high rated to play in a future PogChamps, so we had to make a tournament just for them. Let's go into the format so you guys know how this is going to play out. So we're going to have two groups of 6 players. Today we're going to be looking at Group A. They're going to be playing a 2-game match versus the other players. The top 3 are going to advance to the championship bracket, and the bottom 3 will move to the consolation bracket. Today we're going to see who's advancing to the championship bracket in Group A and who's moving to consolation. The time control is going to be 10 minutes with a 5-second bonus per move.
I like that, you know, now that we're not just PogChamps, these are like champions of previous events. I like the slight bit of extra time. I guarantee, Alex, we are going to see nonsense happening in time scrambles, but that 5 seconds allows us all to pretend that this is a very serious chess tournament.
And this is a very serious chess tournament. I see chat already saying, will you interact with chat? Only if you guys ask actually good questions. But
Fair.
You know who's playing in this tournament, Mr. Hamilton?
Well, I know a few names, but I'm sensing that there's one in particular that's on your mind.
My sister, my sweet young sister, who used to be a PogChamps coach, is now becoming a competitor herself. What do you think about that?
I was going to say, did you pull some strings there, Alex, to get her involved? I mean, what's Andrea doing in this event? She has to be a favorite, but I know that she has some history playing at least a few of the competitors in here, so maybe it's not going to be as easy as we think.
I really wish we'd be splitting that $10,000 first prize, but unfortunately, that's not what's happening. But she does have some serious competitors here. One of the ones she is most afraid of is Linda Diaz, who played classical chess from a young age and was actually paired against my sister last year at chess camp and defeated her. So Andrea's feeling a little bit nervous about that.
Ooh, I like that. And if I'm not mistaken, they've been put in the same group to start off. So this is a great bit of foreshadowing you're doing, Alex.
And I think Andrea actually recorded a little interview herself. So maybe we'll go and watch that. I haven't seen it yet. So who knows what we're going to...
So yesterday, I may or may not have been doing some prep, and I search up Masi chess games because I can't find any of his games. And then, when you Google him, the first thing when you search Masi chess rating, I'm not kidding, this is the Google search that comes up. The actor Masi has a Chess.com account and participated in the 2024 Botez chess camp where he beat Andrea. His specific account username is not publicly provided, blah, blah, blah. And then the bullet points is Masi is a 50-year-old actor who plays chess on Chess.com. He participated in 2024 Botez. During the camp, he beat Andrea. That is just the fact that Google is just reciting for no reason. And when I saw this, I was like, he doesn't know it yet, but now he is my greatest foe.
Okay, I guess I was wrong. It's not Linda she fears, it's Masioka. But let's take a quick look at the round one for Group A. So we're going to have Andrea versus Sparg0. Andrea definitely has the rating advantage here. She is around 1900. Sparg0 is around 1400 rapid. But, you know, we've seen some upsets in the past. Up next, we have...
You know, Alex, I was going to ask how many people were at that chess camp of yours? Because I'm hearing a name after name. It sounds busy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall Masioka being there, but anything could have happened,
Right.
you know?
That's fair. That's fair.
And yeah, he is the guy from the Heroes series, for those of you asking in chat. And I've heard he has the ability to stop time, so maybe he could use that in the chess. It'll help him out a little bit. Sparg0, who we're going to meet really soon, was actually a Super Smash Brothers pro. Is that how you say it?
Yes. Oh,
Right.
perfectly done. So that match is going to be very exciting. That's the first one there. This is all part of Group A. Also, Voyboy against SonicFox. Voyboy, someone that I have known, I mean, right, all the way back to Pog 1. I mean, I've been a League of Legends enjoyer myself, so Voyboy, familiar name from that, but also going all the way back to the very first PogChamps. That's your winner right there. And also SonicFox, right? Sonic, I know, is someone who actually hangs out a lot in the Chess Bra stream, so I'm hoping for their success. Like I think that's my sleeper pick.
Yeah, and he is an esports player, which I think they tend to be generally pretty sharp in chess because they're tryhards in the best way possible. He's played Mortal Kombat and Injustice, and he was in the Forbes 30 under 30 list. So, you know, he's a dangerous person to watch out for if you catch my drift.
Yeah, incredible stuff. You know, anyone who makes that list, Alex, right?
Absolutely. And I see that Andrea has actually already been paired against Sparg0, so we could check that out really quick. And the last match that we didn't get to cover yet is Linda versus Masioka. They are pretty close in rating, so that's going to be a tight one as well.
Yeah, that sounds like just a nightmare battle for Andrea to think about. Two of her arch nemeses as we get in. Andrea against Sparg0. You mentioned the ratings coming in, right? 1978, 1512 for Sparg0. So obviously, Andrea feeling pretty confident in most of her matchups, but that question mark that you put on people coming in, we don't know a lot about Sparg0 and what to expect. That could work in his favor.
I mean, it's possible he also beat Andrea at chess camp if you Google it. You never know.
That's correct. That's correct. I'm not ruling it out at this point.
Okay, and we have the full board view as well, where we see all of the matchups. We could take a quick look since they're all still in the opening.
Let's see here. Oh, this is awesome. Everyone's got their cams up as well. You know, quick cam check, Alexandra. If you had to judge skill based on, you know, how people are looking on their cams, who are you going with?
Masi looks locked in already. He has the typical chess player hand on his mouth. Andrea's being really fidgety. She actually looks the most nervous somehow, despite being one of the highest rated. So not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sparg0 is chilling, and you know, I do think that Masioka going for that minimalist look. You know, there's nothing on the screen but raw chess ability.
Yeah, his background is a little bit funny. It looks like he just found a blank wall there. The blinds aren't fully closed, but it's okay. He showed up to play chess, and that's what we're here for.
I respect it. Well, The game that looks like kind of the most action is happening is actually Linda and Masioka. They're moving right now. There's a number of moves underway from both sides and pretty symmetrical here. But one thing that I was going to say, okay, we just had knight h4 played. One thing I was going to say about this position is that this pawn on c6, I really like defending in the center, and I prefer it to this knight being on c3. I don't like the placement of this knight, but I like that Linda is coming up with her own ideas. Knight h4 to try to win that bishop, Alex.
Yeah, and do you think they prepared for each other here? Are there even enough games for them to look it up online?
That's interesting. I feel like at this level, I'm not gonna lie, preparation might actually start to really matter. Of course, you want to prepare yourself. Just make sure you're weeding out those big blunders. Try not to hang full pieces. Anything that would cost you the entire chess game. But I think that prep actually does start to matter. So that's a good question. I don't know if there's enough information on these players out there, but if there is, I bet these two would be the first to find them.
And here we see that Masi recaptured the bishop on g6 with the h pawn. What do you think about him doing that over f takes g6?
Well, f takes g6 does open the rook, and so a lot of viewers might look at that and say, "Well, that's a missed opportunity." But I go with the old chess adage: capture towards the center, and it never fails most of the time.
Most of the time. Yes, there's always an exception to the rule in chess. And now we see Linda has the bishop pair here. She also has the pin on the f6 knight, but she doesn't really have another piece to help put pressure on it. And I'd
Mhm.
say that while the bishop pair is usually an advantage, it is still strategically difficult to squeeze it out.
Yeah, and this is a position where the bishop that Linda has, which is unique, the light squared bishop, is actually facing a lot of light square pawns everywhere. So, it's really difficult to generate any pressure. Whether you put the bishop on d3, f3, you can see it's just going to be kind of butting its head against these really well protected pawns. So, I think very balanced game right now. That's reflected by the eval bar. This is a really close game.
Cool. Well, why don't we go check out my sister's game for now? I guess I shouldn't say my sister, even though she is, because that makes me a biased commentator. Let's go check out some of Sparg0's games.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look. All right,
Mm.
we're jumping in here, and my first thought is that Andrea. I mean, the pieces are really answering the question for us. But what's Andrea up to? That pawn on h4 tells me that there are some big attacking ideas. Alex, is Andrea a big attacker? Is this something that you can count on her for?
So I was surprised, but Andrea was actually pretty nervous going into PogChamps, and she's been studying and reviewing her openings. So I think this is prep that she's going for, actually.
Wow. Wow. And at prep for Spargo, you think, or just generally she's been studying and working on chess?
Generally, she's been studying her openings and working on chess, and she really loves opening theory more than other things. It makes her feel confident. So when she's preparing, that's the number one thing she targets.
Right. And I mean, I guess I'm not happy we see this move for Spargo, but for an instructive moment, I am happy to see this because this is a really tempting move that, it attacks the bishop. You think that this is a great move. There are a couple reasons why I don't like it. First of all, if the bishop just moves away, suddenly that pawn on d6 does not have that support that it once did from that c pawn. And on top of that, Alex, bishop takes c5 is a consideration here. It looks crazy, but there is a pin on the d file. So a couple of tempting options here for Andrea.
Did she take on c5? Yeah, she
Yes, she
did.
did.
Okay, I
Yeah,
couldn't
that
tell if
was
it was
just
you or her.
that's funny. No, that was just good timing. Andrea played bishop takes c5 and taking advantage of the pin. I think that's a really nice move.
Yeah, and it's funny because she looks really nervous as she's doing it. She's higher rated, she's up a pawn, but she looks like she's the one sweating more here. Maybe we take a listen on their stream.
Yeah, let's have a listen in.
I can't hear. Oh, okay. We let's just If you guys can't hear, I could always here. I'll give you the Andrea impersonation. Oh, okay, so I took the pawn here, and I think my position is good. Gremlin.
Well, you heard it straight from Andrea there, folks. Glad we got to listen in on her thoughts there, and that just about sums it up. Bishop takes c5. I guess knight c6. Oh, queen a5. You know what, Alex? I'm just gonna say queen a5 is the right type of move to see. Even though it looks like Andrea's attacking, I gotta give some credit to Sparg0. This is really dangerous looking. I'm just gonna put something on the board for us, Alex. Let's say the bishop captures on d6, right? Grabbing another pawn for free. I'm gonna take this knight. I'm gonna capture in the center, and it's attacking the queen. It's attacking the knight. I mean, it looks terrible because you're losing the knight, but you take on a2 at the end using the power of these two bishops, and you actually deliver an amazing checkmate. So just saying, there's a lot of venom in this position as well.
Yeah, that's a really incredible find by Sparg0. I partly as a chess enthusiast want it to play out because it'd be beautiful, but if he beat my sister, I'd have to show up at his door with a bat. So you never know.
Hey, you win some, you lose some, right?
Yeah,
Queen
exactly.
a5 is very provocative, and immediately you start to realize, oh, as Andrea, maybe bishop d4, something a bit safer, and then comes knight c6. So I just think that even though c5 was a mistake, Sparg0 is reacting really well afterwards, and that's a tough thing to do.
Awesome. Well, why don't we also go take a look at Voyboy's match since it's the one we haven't peeked into yet?
Let's do it. This is our
Voyboy
third
and
match.
SonicFox.
Yes, and SonicFox, they're playing with the white pieces here, and we have a 1900 versus 1769. This is another very close matchup, Alex. And I was going to say, based on the position, it kind of reminded me of the game we just looked at. Very similar.
Yeah, and Voyboy is one of the other players who has been playing chess from a young age, so he has experience beyond just being in touch with his opening theory here, which I think is
Yep.
really important because even if you're rusty, a lot of the chess intuition you bring from a young age still remains with you.
Yeah, exactly right. Queen e2 played here. So attacking the pawn, I will say something that's true in this position that is not true in any of the games that we had looked at so far, Alex, is both kings are not castled. We usually say that's like a safety first kind of move. You want to get castled. Your king in the center does not do a good job, and you want your rooks to be connected. So I suspect very soon, I think both players should castle here, but let's see what happens.
It is awkward to castle here for SonicFox because he has that pawn on h4 without anything protecting it, whereas Black also has his pawn on h5, but the g6
Mhm.
pawn is defending. He has his fianchetto bishop, and he
Right.
also can't castle on the queen side because the columns are just too open for an attack against his king. So this is looking tricky to position his king.
Yeah, and the move g4 is very aggressive. It's given a question mark by the engine, but I think a little bit undeserved there. This is going to be a scary move to react to for Voyboy. The move g4, maybe intends g5. You can also capture, and it's going to really make you think twice about ever castling on the king side.
Yeah. And hey, if he can't castle, he might as well make it so that Voyboy can't castle either. I actually like this
That's right.
plan a lot.
Yep. Yeah, SonicFox is playing very aggressively right now. H5, I would like next, probably. This looks like a nice move to continue to open things up. Alex, this in some ways is one of the wilder games. We might see nobody ever put their king to safety and just complete chaos.
Yeah, I could see the king going somewhere like d2 and just hiding out there.
Mhm.
d5 doesn't seem like a great move because it allows e5, which blocks up both of Black's bishops, actually. Now, the light squared bishop on a6 is behind the light squared pawns, and then the bishop on g7 doesn't have as much power anymore.
Yeah, I agree. Basically this move keeps everything protected. However, it does concede a lot of space, and still this h5 move is going to be really tough to meet.
Yeah. And here is white. Would you queenside castle or play king d2? What do you think would be better?
If I'm being honest, I would probably do neither. I would leave my king and try to do everything else. However, if you force me to choose, I guess I would
Forcing you,
probably
yes.
castle. Yeah, I would castle mainly because I feel like if I move my king, that this pawn is going to get attacked, and I'd rather just have it defended in the first place.
Well, it's interesting here that not castling is actually the best choice for your king. But I see that a few of the other games are getting a little bit crazy. Let's look back into Linda versus Masioka.
Let's take a look. This has changed a lot since we last jumped in, and the rook is on a very unusual square here. The rook has just moved to e8. I see a definite advantage here for Masioka. When you look at this bishop and queen, they're not generating any big checkmate threats against the king. And there is an extra pawn here, if we count them up, in the middle for black.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how we got here, but it is pretty impressive that Masi was able to convert the position so quickly, especially against Linda, who's been playing tournaments since she was a kid.
That's right. And I'm looking at the time, and the time management from Masioka is incredible. This is going to be a
That's
big
because he can
thing to
stop
watch.
time on. Just kidding.
Is that what happened? So last time we were here, I swear it was more even. He must have just stopped his while Linda's has been running the whole time. Clever.
Yes, exactly.
Man,
Um,
what an
but
advantage
okay.
that would be.
So looking at this position, we know he's up. If we're trying to think about it from Melinda's perspective, what are her best chances to try and hold here?
Well, the first thing is, the move f5 looks like it might create some sort of danger, open up the file, but I can't do it
Looks
right
like the
now.
move I would do, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. A move you would do. Well, although it's a great move, probably not ideal here. Please don't do it. The fact that we're talking about it is psyching me out, but let's assume it doesn't get played. I would move the queen in order to play it.
Mhm. Yeah, this feels like one of those times where you want to go for desperados, as in you're doing plans that are not necessarily the best move, but they're really tricky because otherwise you're very likely to lose otherwise.
Yep. Yep, agreed. This pawn is loose and immediately taken. It feels like the second that there's a move available, Masioka capitalizes. I haven't seen any big mistakes from Masioka yet, but let's have a look to see if maybe the king moves, and if Linda gets an idea to go for checkmate, might get checkmated herself. Let's see.
Maybe Masioka didn't just beat Andrea at chess camp, he also beat Linda.
Yeah, this is simulation. This game has already happened. Okay, this is prevented. Rook f1. I really need an escape square from Linda. That would make me feel a lot better about the position. But it's one of those games, Alex, that's just, it's kind of like slow and steady. Masioka is winning a pawn earlier, winning a pawn now. Up 2 pawns, has a safe king. This is a big advantage for black.
And why don't we take a listen into Linda's stream and see how she's holding up here?
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Am I here? Is it just me?
Yeah,
I'm here,
I was wondering that too.
Is this like just wondering if that was just me. Is that what's playing right now?
Cautiously optimistic about the progress made toward ending the war in Ukraine. In a post on social media, President Trump says the initial 28-point plan has
okay, one of our more colorful drop-ins there. So, am I understanding correct, Alex, that this is the background? Like, is that sort of playing like while the chess is going? Because I mean, I could get anything from the weather to the news to the highlights. I mean, interesting idea.
Yep. I wasn't expecting that, I'll be honest. But I guess we'll just focus on the war on the chessboard instead, where we see that Linda has at least made some space for her king, so she's not going to get checkmated, but at the same time, she's also made her king even more weak than it already was.
Yeah, I think overall, I have to say this is the right idea. It's an escape square, which is on the opposite color of black's danger pieces. So I do like it, but I agree. There's really nothing to do. So far, it's been picture perfect for Masioka. I'm desperately trying to come up with an idea, and the best I've got is bringing this queen to that square right here. And that would threaten checkmate. So the moves I'm now considering are queen f1, queen g2, with the idea of checkmate in a couple moves. And I think that's the most dangerous threat I can think of.
Yeah, I like it. And queen f1 looks a little sneaky, or queen g2, because it looks like she's also trying to defend her king. But honestly,
Yeah.
by how well Masi is playing, I don't know if he's going to fall for that. Why don't we check back in and see how Andrea's game is doing as well? And we'll see if
Queen g2
Sparg0 was
played.
able to get the attack. Oh, nice.
I like this move by Linda. Let's jump over, but with a minute left on the clock, Linda making a very big threat, so we'll monitor that. Andrea and Sparg0?
Yes.
Let's jump over, and we can say Andrea has dealt with that initial threat, got the queens traded off, and now is focusing on enjoying that extra pawn that she captured earlier.
And we can listen in to Andrea's stream. Hopefully it is actually her stream
We're
audio.
listening in
we'll
one
find
way
out.
or another.
Yes. Find a good square. I could also just do this. This is kind of nice. And then if you take, yeah, let's do that. I like this. You take, I take. But I do want to push this pawn. I'm not going to overthink.
Andrea in time pressure. Somehow. Always in time pressure.
One of my trademark moves myself.
Right now I just
is
want to get his
say,
bishops.
Let's not overthink
really
while I
cold.
overthink.
Okay, I'm shivering. Yeah.
Yeah, she said she's shivering. Do you think she's nervous or just cold?
All I need to
Maybe
do
you
is
can
not
turn up the
thunder
temperature in there,
before this
Alex.
game ends.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I think she's just
else
nervous.
could he
It's
do?
pretty warm in the house right now. I don't know
There we
why
go.
she's so nervous. She's has a great position.
We're just simplifying.
Yep.
I'm feeling pretty good about the simplification. And he's got a really weak pawn here, which I can finally take now that I'm not pinned. I'm not going to take this bishop. I'm going to double my rooks, take his pawn. Okay, I'm feeling really good and really cold. I turned up the AC too much.
This is a little excessive.
okay.
She has a sweater and a
Take
blanket.
it on. Why won't I take it? It's free.
And she's
I take-
Canadian. This is not acceptable.
Yeah, you take her out of Canada.
don't get back ranked
all of a
maiden and
sudden
you're fine.
it's cold everywhere.
But even that he can't do.
We have to say
right.
though, Alex, the position getting more and more convincing, and she's also gaining that confidence. Maybe more nervous earlier with the queen on the board and some threats, but I think it's definitely improved. And I can also say, maybe let's jump to SonicFox against Voyboy, and also in the other game, Masioka did beat Linda Diaz in that one. It just finished.
Wow. Okay, so we have our first result of the day. This position has gotten really interesting. So Sonic did take your advice. He castled queenside. He's managed to create a pass pawn on the H file. Voyboy is going to have a really hard time castling here. And now his pieces are sort of tied into dealing with the pass pawn threat.
Yeah, one thing that's possible, SonicFox can play queen h5, and it will require, I was going to say queen f7. I really want this knight to improve. Let's just say a bad piece. It can't move anywhere. However, I don't really know how to improve it. If you move this way, you might lose the pawn. So this one is troublesome. I actually think even though the engine is kind of supporting White's position, I actually don't think that Voyboy is in that bad of a spot personally.
Okay, and Sonic continues with queen h5. I was actually curious if there was any plan with trying to go and attack Voyboy's king on the queen side, but it seems like he's trying to go for bishop g5. He's threatening a pin. Maybe a way to develop his knight would be to try to go for something like knight h3, knight f4, now that he's being able to get his bishop on g5 and continue defending h6. It's going to be some difficult repositioning of the pieces.
Agree. And this move, we already know the answer. That blue arrow is From the engine, it means a very important move to find in order to sort of maintain that advantage. And the thing is, bishop g5 does win material here. The queen is going to move to e8, and I still think it's going to be very, very wild after this because the pawn is going to capture on d4. e5 is going to fall as well. The h-pawn is also loose. So the position is great for SonicFox, but they have to make sure that the position doesn't just open up completely.
What do we think about a move like queen g6, queen f2, trying to go for that e6 pawn that is holding together all of black's pawn structure?
I love it. I love it. And maybe one idea is queen g6 with the idea of knight capturing in the middle on d5. You can get really fancy with that loose bishop on the other side. At 1900, and based on the game that I've seen thus far, both of these players are still capable of winning, and everything is going to crumble in the center here. So let's see if they can handle it.
Yeah, and looking at the time situation as well. So Voyboy is under 2 minutes. Sonic is under 3. We're getting into blitz territory here. And from what I see on their ratings, they're certainly a little bit more confident the higher the time control. So I think this will be tricky on both sides.
Yep. I wonder who's going to be more comfortable in that stressful situation. It's not, I think at this point, Alex, it doesn't matter who has the better position, who has more material. It's just who can balance those nerves better.
And they're both pro gamers of some sort. So I feel like they have a lot of experience with this.
I hope so. Yeah, you guys are about to be in for a treat here because a minute and a half apiece. This is definitely a position I would rather play black in. I think I can say that. It looks more fun. It looks like the moves are easier to play. And although that pawn is just one square from being a queen, it just can't make it there.
It's interesting because black does have a lot less space than white, but it's true white's plan is more complicated here, and white is about to lose a lot of their pawns in the center of the board. Knight e2 played. He's looking to take on d4 with the knight, which would activate his knight, put pressure on e6, look towards the black king a little bit. Oh,
Yep.
c3. Interesting. So he's attacking the knight on e2, even though it's defended. He is just starting to put pressure on the white king, which even if it's not the most accurate move with the engine, I think putting pressure on your opponent when they have a minute on the clock is actually very clever because it's much harder to defend than to attack.
Agreed completely. Queen to a5 with the bishop ready to jump in, with the pawn hanging on a2. I think this is about to get really scary for SonicFox. The computer is still, for some reason, screaming, "Oh, no problem. We're completely fine here." Alex, that's not my feeling at all. We're going to need to see some really accurate moves from SonicFox.
Yep, and he's already in the tank. He's under a minute. If he takes on c3, he's completely opening it up. But if he pushes, now the a3 square is vulnerable because then queen can jump into b2 and checkmate, which is exactly what Voyboy goes for.
Yep. Queen a3. You almost need to go, because remember, knight d3 is not good enough. This queen check is just one check on e8. So you can delay things, but you can't actually stop it. Knight d3 is no good. You actually have to play rook d2, or I don't think you can keep playing here.
Yeah, he's forced to sack the rook here. Oh, sorry. I thought that Sonic got out of his chair and slammed it, but it was actually just my sister on another screen. Yeah, I think he's realizing that he's going to have to sack his rook here.
I will say, Andrea did win. So if there was any chair slamming, it wasn't because of a loss. Andrea did win that first game.
Yes, she did. Okay, knight takes c3. Well, now he's going to have to sack his knight and the rook because the only way to defend is still rook d2. Are there any perpetuals Sonic can go for? Not that we see. That again, queen e8 is just one check, but he has no time, so he's just going to give check and, feel a little bit better for trying. Oh, queen c1.
Yep, a couple different ways to do it. I think we're going to see checkmate in one. Yes, we do. Voyboy comes away with the win. As I was maybe predicting, Alex, that was a tough position to play. Really, really hard-fought game by both.
Yeah. Great comeback from Voyboy after being in a really tight position with not a lot of space. And good job for Sonic for finding that initial G4 move and attacking on the queen side.
Yeah, completely agree. This is just one of those games that I think because of the time pressure, it turned bad. But it was a really nice game by Sonic. And Voyboy getting to show his resourcefulness at the end of the game. And I think whoever can handle time pressure in this event, Alex, is going to be probably one of the favorites to win.
Absolutely. And now we're moving on to round 2. So the score so far, Andrea 1-0 versus Sparg0, Voyboy 1-0 versus Sonic, and Masi 1-0 versus Linda. Let's see if any of them can even out the score here. Masi has another attack against Linda. Why don't we start there since it seems to be the least even position so far?
Yeah, let's start with this one also because the players are generally rematching, pretty much whenever their game ends. So because this one finished game 1 so early, game 2 is already underway. And a reminder that if the players go 1.5-1/2 or win both of the games, so basically unless they split the first 2 games 1-1, it is going to be a match victory. So this is a game that Linda has to win, Alex, in order to tie things up and force tiebreaks.
And it's going to be a tricky game to win. She is already the one defending here. Masi just pushed h4. His pawn is starting to inch closer to the black king. That being said, if Linda's able to keep up with her defense, she is starting the queenside attack as well. It's just really hard to break through because if she pushes b3, white can play a3 and block it up. If she pushes a3, white can play b3 and block it up. So there's no clear pawn break on her side of the board.
Yeah, great point. And I'll also just reading some notes here that Masi is, receiving lessons from a national master, also Danny Renge, international master. I mean, looking like from the chess I've seen so far, Masi is easily one of the front runners in this event based on the skill that I've seen.
Yeah, I guess Andrea was rightfully so calling her arch nemesis or her foe. Let's take a listen into Linda's stream. Maybe I think we're gonna hear her this time.
Loki. Oh my god. They could just draw me if they wanted to right now. Which would be so annoying. Girl.
So even though white is better here,
because
a draw actually wins the match.
Like, girl, why?
Right. Knight h6.
Oh my god.
And then knight f2, and he just locks in.
I'm crashing out.
That is a really sneaky
I'm
idea.
crashing out.
Not a crash out. Oh no.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
She's taking.
Not fine.
Wow, Masi just clutched. He's here to win. He didn't have to risk it. It makes sense. He might as well just get the dub, even if he's better.
Completely agree. This is a really professional decision we just saw because I was actually just explaining or reminding everyone on the format, and we got to see it in action right there. So really well done and taking the match victory in this first matchup. Masi. Let's jump to another game. Andrea versus Sparg0.
This looks very similar to their first game.
Yeah, except I think it's Andrea's turn here. So what? I'm just going to jump back a couple of moves because there have been some mistakes made. This is an opening that chess players will find familiar. This dragon, sort of an accelerated dragon, and knight g4 hitting the bishop. And unfortunately, h3 from Sparg0 is going to be a double question mark, which means a big mistake. And it's because that knight in the middle can be taken. There is sufficient defenders. Wow, that's a big mistake early on.
Yeah, Andrea's now up a full piece. This is going to be really hard for Sparg0 to recover, but I guess he should keep fighting because you never know what's going to happen.
Yep, absolutely. Especially because this is now a must-win game, so you definitely have to keep playing it on. But Andrea, I think if there were any nerves early on, she's not feeling them anymore. She knows she's completely winning at this point, so big advantage for Andrea in this game and obviously in the match.
And we have a surprise for viewers. We are going to be joined by a special guest bringing in Rain Wilson. He played in a previous PogChamps, and did you have a good time back then, Rain?
I did, Alex. I did have a great time. I love being part of the Pog community.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have you back. And I'm sure a lot of you know Rain in the chat already, but he's an actor, a writer, a philanthropist, and a budding chess player.
Wait a minute. Budding? Seriously?
Budding. You know, you're getting there.
Budding. Come on. I'm fully competent. I was a fourth board in 1983 on the Shorecrest High School chess team.
You know, you were too strong to play in this tournament, so.
I don't know about that, but I do know Masi. I've known Masi Oka for a very long time. That guy is rad. He's rad.
Why is he so good at chess?
He's so good. He's so good. Yeah.
Yeah, he already won his first match. He's the first match winner of today.
He's going all the way, all the way.
Do you know how long he's been playing for?
I think he was at Yale, and I think he played a lot then and in high school and in juniors and stuff like that. But he's also a great actor, great producer, great guy, and so glad that he's in the Chess.com PogChamps world.
And speaking of important things in the world, we are also doing PogChamps to help raise money for Lide, which Rain co-founded. Rain, do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, thanks so much. You know, Chess.com has done several events for Lide Haiti. It's for women and girls education in rural Haiti, way out in the hinterlands. And there's literacy and arts education for these young girls. And we do healthcare and food. And we've added chess. Thanks to Chess.com, we've had boards. The girls love to play chess. They're way out in the middle of nowhere, sitting in the dirt. Sometimes they don't even own a pair of shoes. And they're playing chess on a chessboard. And I'm telling you, some of them are pretty darn good. We even found some decent chess teachers in one of the towns that we work in Gonaive. And, you know, chess is just a valuable part of an education. And people can donate here. Viewers can donate. I know Chess.com is doing a nice matching donation as well. And we're really excited to kind of be the official nonprofit of PogChamps.
Yeah, and I see that we already have 20% of the donation so far.
Whoa, nice. Nice. And I founded it with my wife, Holiday Reinhorn, and we are matching any and all donations that are coming in during this giving season up to $150,000. So we're putting our money where our mouth is.
Wow, that's amazing.
Really generous, yeah.
Yeah, extremely generous.
Looking at some of the results from the program so far from 2024 to 2025, and there's some really cool stats here. 90% of the girls reported increased confidence and self-esteem. 83% of girls advanced at least 1x literacy levels. There's been over 50,000 community meals, over 600 health consultations. And the average consecutive years of the participation is almost 6 years, which is huge.
Yeah. And we're working with 800 or 900 girls in about 8 or 9 different locations, giving them scholarships, tutoring. We have health clinics come out and visit them, because in a place like Haiti that's been so hard hit, it's so important to educate the whole girl and take care of the whole girl. You can't just, unfortunately, give them a scholarship or some books or some programs. You have to, and you also have to build community, make the community stronger so that they prioritize the education of women and girls.
And I see that Chess.com just donated $10,000. Thank you,
Oh,
Chess.com. I guess
thank
that's
you,
why we're
Chess.com.
20% of the way there. That makes sense.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure maybe we can get a QR code. I don't see it there right now, but you can just go to leadayhaiti.org, and there's lots of ways to give. You can give with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, stocks, and regular old donations. Every little bit helps, even if you just want to put in $10, or $5 a month or something like that. It goes a long, long way. It only costs $600 a year to educate a girl for a full year of school, and that includes tuition, books, and uniforms.
No, that's awesome. I'm definitely going to make a donation as well. And chat, you could just do command Lide, and then we have the link in our chat.
Sweet.
Yeah, and Rain, I also wanted to ask about your involvement in Lide. I've seen some photos of you actually on the ground there, but obviously, have you gotten to experience it yourself, kind of the change and the difference that you've been able to help make?
Oh, for sure. I started going down to Haiti before the earthquake in 2009, and then there was that terrible earthquake in 2010. Like 300,000 people died, and my wife and I started doing some tutoring arts programs, fell in love with the country, and started this program along with a bunch of Haitian friends. And the difference has been incredible. And for those who know or don't, the situation in Haiti is really bad. The government is very dysfunctional. The president was assassinated 3 years ago. Gangs run big parts of the country, especially in the capital city. So we're really up against it. It's so hard to get an education, to start a business. So our dear Haitian friends need all the help that they can get. And this program really, truly makes a difference in the lives of these girls.
Amazing.
Well, we are going to be helping raise funds for the entirety of PogChamps. And maybe we can come up with something fun to put on the line if we hit the $50,000 goal. Chat, if you guys have any ideas, let us know just to make it a little bit more fun.
Chat always has too many ideas. That's my experience. But I'm curious to see what they come up with. I definitely think we can hit it.
Maybe I need to get a SuperPog Champs tattoo if we hit a certain amount.
Ooh.
That would be interesting for sure.
I'm just floating it out there. I don't know what that amount is. It could be $1 million. I don't know.
Yeah.
Chat asked if you'll tattoo your butt.
Yeah, of course. It's a delicious buttock, and it would be honored to have a SuperPog Champs on it.
Well, there you go.
And maybe on my other cheek, if we hit another amount, it can be whoever wins.
Clip it and ship it, as they say. Exactly right.
And Amon, you haven't done a dance in a while. Maybe if we hit 50,000, we get another Amon Hambleton dance special.
Yeah, I'm always up for it, Alex. My joints don't work the way they did 10 years ago, but for a milestone like that, celebrations will certainly be in order. So happy to play my part.
Rain, that might be confusing to you, but we used to do a lot of chess matches and the loser would have to do an embarrassing dance. So I think maybe it's time we bring those back, but for a better purpose.
Exactly.
I love it. I love it. Maybe I need to design a special Dwight Schrute a 3D printed chessboard and maybe raffle some of those off. I'm getting all kinds of ideas. It's a little late in the day for me to be coming up with these ideas, but we'll figure something out, something else. I'm going to be around all week, checking in and saying hi and checking in on the competition.
Well, before you go, what do you think so far of the game we're currently looking at between Voyboy and Sonic?
I'm going to be really honest with you. It's really hard for me to see on my screen. It's so small. That's what she said.
I know. I was squinting too.
I can't see. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Who's white? Who's got that passed pawn?
That's Voyboy.
Even when the board is so small, Rain he's zooming in on the right aspects of the board.
Yeah.
That pass pawn I think looks dangerous. I
Pass
agree.
pawn is very dangerous. It's all of a sudden worth a couple of pieces right where it is. Although it's going to be hard to pass it further. It opens things up for white. So I'm going white.
There you go. And I guess we also have the game that your sister Andrea is playing, Alex, but she's doing quite well in that one over here.
Yeah. Andrea is still up a full piece, or yeah, she's up a full piece, and she's the one attacking here. I think this is.
She has the largest water jug I've ever seen. That's why is she drinking out of a 1 gallon?
Are you sure about
that?
She's
okay.
She's streaming somewhere else too. Who's she talking to?
I think she actually, is she streaming, Alex, or is she just live for the show here?
Yeah, she's streaming her from her room, which for some reason has like a really eerie red glow. You can see it from outside of our house too, and it looks like we're out here making suspicious sacrifices or something. It is 11:40 a.m. and it is sunny in LA. You just can't tell that from her lair.
That's
She
fair.
definitely has people tied up in her closet right now. No question.
Yeah, can confirm.
The Botez sisters
she's also got
are
Sparg0
famous
tied
for
up
suspicious
here.
sex.
Thank you, Aman. Appreciate it.
Yeah, just bringing some light there. But she's definitely I guess the one I would expect to be the strongest. And I think what's exciting about this event is you're kind of testing Andrea against the mettle, the talent of all of the previous kind of Pog champions and celebrities from previous years. So I really like that part of the format.
True, and if somebody does end up beating Andrea, that'll be a massive upset, but she might retire. She said she's going to retire from chess if she loses to Tyler 1.
Wow, that's big words.
Yeah. Rain, do you think Sparg0 has any chance to recover here?
Just keep looking for a blunder, play smart, mix things up, use your clock, and just hope for a blunder. It's stranger things have happened. There could be a Botez sacrifice going on.
Unfortunately, there's no more queens on the board.
No more queens. The queens just left the board. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I think maybe we should go and check back in on Voyboy and Sonic just because that match is a little bit closer. Not that he can't come back, but...
Yep. I agree. Jumping back here, we still have that pass pawn, but let's see if it's being corralled momentarily, because I think, for example, if the queen drops back, then black could actually win that pawn. If black can win that pass pawn, it probably will be a better position, but I like the optimism that Rain is showing, liking white's position, because I do think that white's position is more dangerous.
And also, Voyboy could just draw this game and win the match.
Correct. That is correct.
Rain, when you were playing PogChamps, did you ever just want to secure the match victory?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. 100%. I had no idea. It was the first time I'd ever played chess, like, online with like lots of people watching. You get so self-conscious if people are ever watching and people are just making weird blunders. It's because it's a very strange kind of pressure that I had never experienced before. I didn't think I would be nervous, but all of a sudden there's 10,000 people watching and you're like, what do I do? What do I do?
You would think you're used to that with how many people have watched your movies.
100%. And I'm used to doing theater in front of people, but it's a different thing. You get nervous. It's like playing any sport in front of a bunch of people watching. You play tennis is one thing, but then tennis in front of a crowd is very, very different.
And what would you do to deal with the nerves?
Drop a bunch of pieces and then go, can I swear on there?
Yes.
And then go, shit, and then try and get back in the game.
Sounds like what all chess players do. Welcome to the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you know.
What's Voyboy going to do here?
Well, my thought was queen to e5 right in the middle of the board to support the idea of maybe a back rank checkmate. That looked really dangerous. And it also contributes to helping that pawn by trading away more and more pieces. This queen move into the center is a good one, but probably not as dangerous.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it is difficult though. I do think that the rook kind of needs to capture that pawn. It's getting a bit too dangerous, I think. Another thing, and just a great piece of advice, is always make sure your king has a safety square. So black right now could just move one of the pawns up in front of the king. I think that would be nice and safe.
Actually, white's king is not looking super safe here either. He does have space with g3, but the queen is completely taking care of that. So
Yeah,
somehow,
100%.
you know, if the rook was to get a back rank check, it would be mate. And I see Andrea won her game, so she won 2-0 against Sparg0. So this is the last match from the first three.
Yeah, let's pay attention here. The time is ticking down. Now, there is 5-second increment. So the time goes up by 5 seconds every move. So it is possible, even with really low time, to keep on fighting and surviving. But it gets really nervous when the time gets low. Rain, how about you when you were in PogChamps? When the time was low, did you thrive, or was that usually panic mode?
A little of both. You know, the clock getting down really makes you focus, and but the blunders come fast and furious. I think he's got to take the pawn now, right?
Agree. Good call. Yep, rook takes
I mean,
pawn
there's
here.
no other. His clock's going down. I don't know what he's waiting for.
Sometimes it's that decision paralysis.
This is what I'm talking about. People right now are like, just take it, and he just wasted 20 seconds. But the nerves are astonishing.
Do you find you're a stronger player, Rain, when you're spectating a game? Because that's usually how I feel when I'm not playing and I'm relaxed watching it.
Super easy when you're on the other side. Absolutely. All right, what's going to happen here?
Well, now that Sonic took with the queen, he's not controlling the h1 to a8 diagonal. So the white king can actually escape from check. The pawn structure is even. If they do trade off queens, there is the famous chess saying of every rook endgame is a draw, but I don't think that's the case when you have 1 minute and time pressure going on.
Yeah, I think Voyboy's got to use his clock a little better and just keep up his time advantage.
There is a move queen to a1, which is probably the best move right now, and I expect should be played. It will trade the queens by force because it will be a check as well. And I think that is going to save SonicFox from maybe a more dangerous outcome here. And if we get into that rook endgame where the queens are exchanged, we're really going to get to see who understands those endgames better. But no, queen c8.
Oh, that's a weird move.
Keeping the queens on. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's very risky.
Now he can push this pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, now black is the one going in on the defensive here. Queen d6 can also come in the future, or a move like rook d6. Start pushing the pawn, looking towards something like rook d8 supported by the pawn.
Yeah, and this king is trying to participate as a defender, but with the queens on the board, I think that king is going to find itself out of place. Let's see. I think just continuing to push that pawn is simple and good.
Yeah, when you are trying to defend against a passed pawn, it's always best to do it from behind. So if you had your rook on c1, for example, so this is not the ideal position for the black queen. Yeah, we can't play rook a1 because of the free rook. Thanks, Simon.
Oh, you know, just an arrow for everyone, but especially for you, Alexandra.
Yes. Oh, and now he's saying, maybe I should have traded queens, but it's a little too late.
guess there is a way that things can still go wrong, which is if the queen moves and then black gets a check down there, and then the queen maybe joins with another check. But that move, unfortunately, the king is going to be on the run, and there is a checkmating sequence here that Voyboy can find with 30 seconds. He's definitely on the right path here.
Well, can he take that pawn on the G rank?
100%. Yep.
Yep.
But wouldn't you take it with the rook and not the queen?
So taking it with the queen ensures that, you know, all of the moves come with check. Taking it with the rook is actually what just happened. And this is what I was talking about. This is a huge mistake. Now,
Ooh.
pieces can all activate. Check, check, check. This is quite scary.
And even though the black king looks like he is in a really scary spot, there's actually no immediate check that white can give to black, because if he goes queen h4 or queen f4, then he's not protecting his rook on g7 anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now the white king is on the run too. And they both have under 20 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Queen h5 trades the queens, but there was a better move there. I don't blame Sonic for doing that because it looked so scary. Now there's no checkmate, and we are in a rook endgame. I think anything can still happen, but advantage Voyboy.
Rain, do you have any predictions here?
Well, I think you've got to. It's about the clock and then trying to pass that pawn. You got to. His king is in terrible shape over there on the H file, and needs to get in the center. There we go. Now he's bringing it out. Up. He's a little stuck. Yeah. Oh, he's got another pass. That's good. Push your king. There you go. I think Voyboy definitely has the advantage, in my mind.
Yeah.
But what do I know?
Agreed.
I'm just a dumb actor.
Not at all. You've
Thank you
actually been calling most of the moves correctly here so far. So give yourself some credit, Rain.
Yes. So Voyboy has 2 passers now, but his rook is defending the one on c7 a little bit awkwardly, so he can never push it to c8.
Yeah. Yeah, the white rook is tied down laterally to the defense. Basically here, one thing that has to be understood is that the king can move about freely, the white king. And so really, I think the king should move closer to the rook in order to challenge it on the c-file, and then f3, g4, and h5 so that you can really get that pawn going. Because the black rook can never move away from the c-file, so you use that to your advantage as white and just start pushing every single pawn you have.
And he has to be careful here, because if he just pushes h5, eagerly trying to get the passed pawn out, king g5, and he doesn't have a good way to protect it.
Exactly. Yep. So this is still a very tricky endgame. I think the ingredients are the white king over closer to the rook on the d file, and then f3, g4, and h5. So let's see if Voyboy can sort of uncover this mystery of how to win this position.
But just a reminder, he doesn't need to win the position. If he draws, he's already won. So maybe he could even just go for something that simplifies and take the draw.
That's a good point. I wonder if he is aware of that. Although, as we say that, f3 has been played, so finding the right ideas. This is impressive.
Wow,
We're seeing some
he found your
legitimate
plan.
technique. Yeah, this is really, really well done.
I'm surprised by how well they're playing in time pressure. They were both under 20 seconds and now over 30 seconds, over 50. Very good time management. And they didn't blunder either.
Yeah, this is remarkable.
Rain, do you like endgames?
No, I don't.
Good
I
answer.
like the honesty.
I hate endgames. I'm it's the weakest part of me. I know that you really in your training should be working on endgames like every single time, and everyone just works on openings. And I'm kind of the same way because endgame is so it makes my head hurt, you know. Open files and ranks and knights versus bishops and All right.
And let's not forget the obvious. If you study endgames all the time, you're not going to be good enough to make it there. So I've never understood why people study endgames either.
Here we go. The end is in sight. Here we go, folks.
Wow.
Get on
Voy
the other
has
side of
taken
that
his remaining pawn.
Yep. Got to
This
tuck
is
that back
really
there.
good technique. Rain is calling for the moves, and I'm assuming king h5 will be the final touch. And the king can tuck itself one square further, but at this point, there's one more trick to watch out for, which is queening the pawn, rook h2 check. So really clever idea by Sonic. King f5. There's one more trick. King f5. It would have been checkmate threatened by black.
Ah.
Oh man, right when you think it's over. Not quite.
I wonder if black, I guess stalemate tricks are not even enough here. Wait, rook h2, did he just lose his rook? But it doesn't really matter because there's c8. Oh, it's protected. The board is small, Amon.
Sorry, Alex. Rain already took that excuse, so you're gonna have to find another one.
Yep, it's fair enough.
No, this was really, really well done. Like I can't say enough good things about Voyboy's technique here. You know, it has PogChamps in the title, this event. So you think you might just be watching, not the highest quality, but we got the highest quality from this game, from both of these players.
It looks from SonicFox's face, they're starting to accept what's happening here.
Yep, and this will be checkmate in just
Remember,
one
he's got
more
another
move.
Yep.
Nice. Wow, and that's a victory. 2-0 for Voyboy over SonicFox as players share some smiles after that one. Good spirits despite the loss is SonicFox. And Alex,
great game.
A nice set of games. Yeah, Rain, you got some good ones while you were here.
Well done. Well, thanks, guys. I got to take off. Thank you for having me. And
thank
I'll
you
be
so
back
much
on
for
later
being
this
here.
week.
Sounds good. We'll see you Thursday.
Thanks, everyone, for your support of Lide Haiti. And thanks, Chess.com, for having me on. And much love to you guys.
Amazing. Thanks, Rain, for joining.
Peace. All right. Bye.
All right. Wow, there we go, Alex. What a nice treat. We had some exciting games, but coupled with hearing about Lide Haiti and Rain's involvement there, and I guess just really what they've been able to do since the last time I know they did an event with Chess.com. So it's great to have him back.
Yeah, no, it seems like a really wonderful organization, and I love that Rain is working on it together with his wife. It's so wholesome.
Exactly. Yeah. Nothing but good vibes about that. So I was glad to hear a little bit more about it from Rain himself, but also talk chess. I mean, he was really, really sharp on the commentary. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at the cross table. So we saw that, and Andrea got 2-0, so her total points are 3. You might be asking, how does the math here? Well, it's just the special PogChamps rating system where if you win without going to tie breaks, you get a total of 3 points. And that's basically what all of the match winners today did, since none of them had to go to tie breaks.
Yep. If you are able to win with no need for tie breaks, you get the full credit, 3 points, and unfortunately 0 for everyone else. But if tie breaks, if you go to tie breaks, then you at least get 1 point, even if you lose. So there is big value, Alex, in tying that match up. Even if you go on to lose it, you do collect a point. So it could really matter for the overall standings at the end of the round.
Yes, and conversely, for people like Masi, who was up, going for a draw is totally fine because you still get the 3 points.
Yep, exactly. That was really, really clever, actually. And we have other games on, whereas I think I was just seeing Andrea reviewing. So some serious gamesmanship as the next round is about to get underway. maybe looking at some of the games already played, or perhaps taking a look at games of a future opponent.
Yeah, again, Andrea is really trying here, and looking at the games coming up, it's actually going to be really interesting to see Linda Diaz versus Voyboy. Again, they've both played chess since they were kids. They're similar rating. And then we have Andrea versus SonicFox. I think Andrea is a favorite rating-wise, but Sonic showed a really strong showing.
Yeah, I'm remembering the ratings, and Sonic was 1900. So at least on the ratings posted here, Andrea only barely a favorite on paper, although certainly more experienced. And what we saw from Sonic just in the time scramble, Alex, is mildly concerning. Played an amazing game, but that is feeling like maybe an area that they can work on going forward.
Yes, and we also have Masi versus Sparg0. Masi is a heavy rating favorite, but you don't want to underestimate the underdogs either way. Sparg0 is honestly put into a really tough group here, and even just SuperPog champ overall, it's hard to compete if you're 1400 rated, but you know what? That doesn't mean that he won't be able to get an upset.
I would keep a close eye on Linda and on Masi. It's not illegal to listen to music. I just do not want to get distracted. And I guess I could leave it for you guys. How bad is the silence, guys?
Wow, Andrea's really locked in. No music. She always listens to music.
I'm going to leave the silence for now. Bye, everyone. They're starting the games. Oh, let me fix my
Have you ever heard Andrea be silent for more than 5 minutes, Aman?
No, let alone her environment.
Fuck.
Like,
Okay,
she's
bye, everyone. Bye, 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 bye.
Barely speaking, the music's not on. Talk about locked in.
Bye, chat. Okay, you like the silence. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Layout looks good. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm playing the one who I think just lost to Voyboy, but that doesn't mean we're not going to take him super duper seriously because he's warmed up now. Thanatos Carnate. I don't know what type of username is. I'm playing SonicFox right now.
And I think,
all right,
Alex, I was trying to pay attention to the ratings. I think they are actually live and updating because I was trying to track the ratings, but I think that Sonic just went down by, 100, and it feels like Andrea went up by a bunch as well. So it feels like we are actually live tracking these ratings as the event goes on.
Got it. So then that must mean that his rating was provisional. Although if I'm looking at Sonic, so he's played almost 5,000 games overall. So it shouldn't be provisional, but who knows? Maybe it's when you haven't played in a while, even if you've played a lot overall.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, let's see here. And we also have the sort of the overview of all of the games in action at the moment. I think Andrea and Sonic are the only ones that are actually live. So we can stick with this for now. Sonic, I'm going to say, is doing something a little bit unusual, which is only moving pawns in the opening. You're kind of taught, hey, develop your pieces when you're in the opening phase of the game. So Andrea can probably be happy with this, but I will just rescue Sonic and remind everyone that what we're seeing here is actually theory. So nothing too unusual from SonicFox thus far.
Yeah, and Andrea plays the Jobava London, and the idea with that is putting pressure on the c7 square with your bishop and knight. So what he's playing seems to be like an anti-Jobava, which he must have certainly have prep for against Andrea.
I guess if you're saying that Andrea, plays this pretty often, that puts her maybe at that disadvantage of being predictable, right? When it comes to a tournament like this, they know she's playing, easy to prepare perhaps.
I will say Andrea loves her openings, but they are predictable, and she refuses to play other things because she just studies it so hard and thinks she'll outplay her opponents in it, even if they prep.
We love that confidence.
Yes. And okay, so looking over here, I like that Sonic was able to recapture with the bishop because he's developing at the same time as recapturing. The one thing that's going to be a little bit awkward in his position is the light squared bishop on c8 since it's blocked by his pawns. But other than that, his development seems very natural.
Yeah, I think, I was going to say knight to f3 looks normal. the bishop usually goes out to d3, even though it looks like kind of a, not a mistake, but it almost looks like a concession to play pawn takes c5. It's part of the Jobava London. You play bishop d3, castle usually, and then e4 is an important break that you want to achieve. So I'm waiting to see if Andrea is going to do that while Sonic gets developed with knight f6, knight c6, and castle, I presume.
And Aman, are you personally a Jobava lover or a Jobava hater?
I'll go on record, Alex. I am a Jobava London hater. That's right.
Wow.
I prefer to play London with c3. So it's not the London I hate, it's this particular way of playing it.
Damn, that's cold. Just kidding. I forced you to answer. Chat, what about you guys? London lovers or London haters? We could just do general one. Fair Physics says, never loved you more, Aman.
You don't even need to go specific with the chat. You don't have to say, is this a variation of the London bothersome? Like, just the London will be enough.
It's true. It's a very polarizing opening, that's for sure. And okay, let's take a look into Voyboy and Linda, because that game is already heated up. I think Linda's about to win a piece, if I see it correctly in the mini board.
100% correct. And a kind of a moment of reflection here for Voyboy. This is like a it's like a cold shower right here, because this for regular tournament players or online players, I will say I think this is a trap that is pretty well known, but I can imagine maybe some of the players in this event not as familiar. So I'm just going to back up to show the exact trick here. And as you pointed out, Alex, the pawn gets attacked, and then Linda does not defend it, just goes bishop e2. And it's almost like, okay, thanks for the pawn. Like, guess you're not paying attention. And then queen a4, a check, and a double attack on that knight. And Voyboy is down a piece, not even seconds into this game.
We're showing a beautiful opening trap, and chat is still debating the London. I guess I should have known that when I asked them. 1d4 equals disgusting. Okay, chat is getting really emotional. But yeah, I think Voyboy obviously immediately realized that he blundered. It is really hard to try to come back when you blunder so quickly in the opening, because you're just sort of sitting there brooding about your mistake, or at least I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're not supposed to, but I do that as well. Terrible habit. But bishop b5 is not the move you want to see. Let's imagine that you take and the queen takes back. This is a check, and unless you want to move your king straight up, Alex, you're gonna also have to trade the queens. There's so many trades happening that Linda is doing a really good job, not just winning the piece, but afterwards as well. Really well played.
Yeah. No, I agree. Hopefully, even if, Voyboy can't recover this first match, he could at least get into a better mental state for the rematch. But you can never give up. You don't know what's going to happen. Anyone can blunder. Let's take a look at Masioka and Sparg0.
Yeah, this is the third matchup that we have not been to yet. And those trades are happening in Linda's game. Masioka with the white pieces currently against Sparg0. This is the first game. First thing that stands out to me, Alex, is 10 minutes on the clock for Masioka. Remember, there's 5 seconds per move gained. But if he's over 10 minutes, that means he's been moving pretty much instantly so far. That says something about his confidence.
Or back to our initial theory that he can manipulate time.
He's not even freezing it at this point. It's just gaining. It's going up. It's ticking the wrong direction.
Yeah, he's evolved. He doesn't even need to just freeze anymore.
Okay, I'm scared to see what's going to happen in round 4 or 5.
No, but I still love his background. I feel like, I'm meeting with my principal and he's about to give me bad news and then beat me at chess. Something about that office is a little intimidating. But looking at the board here, so we have an isolated pawn on d5, which is a little bit annoying if you get into the endgame and you have to defend it. But in the opening, it helps you control space. So this position is still pretty level.
Yeah, definitely what we would call a very small advantage, but noticeable. It's something that won't go away. one thing about this pawn, Alexandra pointed it out as a weakness, which is absolutely correct. And what you do against it is usually, instead of attacking it, control the square in front of it so that it can't move anywhere. And only once you've sort of secured and locked it down, then you start to attack it later on in the game. And what I'm seeing from Masioka is complete understanding of that technique, bringing the bishop, the knight, the queen is there as well, all controlling d4 along with this pawn. And that is exactly what you want to do against an isolated pawn. So strategically, really well done so far.
Sparg0 is actually considering sacrificing on h3. I think we should take a listen into his stream and see if he's going to do anything spicy.
I love it. And honestly, that's what you should be thinking about. I don't know if it's worth it, but it's a big consideration.
Yeah, he was at least pointing the arrow towards it before we came. And
no, I like it. I like it.
It might not be enough pieces to back up his attack here, but it would be scary to defend against as white. This is the kind of thing where if I can sack and blitz, I know it's wrong, but I can't help not sacrifice because it looks so fun to play.
I don't know if this is correct. Should I do it? Should I? I don't want to. I'm scared of risking it. But all right,
you should do it.
Like if I sack, then here, then here.
For our entertainment.
Then what? Then probably here. Then here. Then here.
You ever heard of the expression, Alexandra? Sack first, think later.
It sounds like my play, Amon. I don't know if I've heard it, but I embody it.
I was gonna say it might be your quote, actually.
Yeah, no, I believe that.
Yeah, I don't think I should do it.
So there's something in this
but
position
I'm tempted.
which he needs to watch out for, which is bishop b5. And I'm concerned that by not doing this sacrifice, he's just going to walk into bishop b5.
Here, yeah.
Oh.
I'm way too scared to do it. But no!
Yeah, you just called that Amon. Masi didn't even hesitate. He didn't flinch. Insta move.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right, I think we can come back to the commentary board here. So Masi is now up an exchange.
Yep,
and he's also up half the time almost.
Yeah, 9, almost 10 minutes against 5. At this point, you want to trade as many pieces as possible. So maybe queen f3, bishop f4 for white. And obviously as black, pretty much the opposite applies. You don't want to trade at all. Knight e4, maybe queen out to h4. Try to generate some attack with these bishops, but I find myself only becoming interested in the same things that I wish we did a couple moves ago. So I will say he was onto something. Maybe he could have trusted his instinct there. Sparg0, hopefully he does that more in his future matches because that bishop h3 could have been really interesting.
Yep, and I'm taking a look at the other games. Linda's holding against Voyboy up a piece. Andrea's game with Sonic seems a little bit more level than any of the other games, so maybe we should take a look there.
Let's jump to Andrea's game. It looks like some of the ideas that we talked about previously came to life. Andrea did play e4, and there was some exchanges there, it looks like. So that's the break you're supposed to go for. But honestly, everything has been completely fine here for SonicFox. I think they can be happy. Like, yeah, b4 a little bit early, I want to say. I thought maybe rook to d1 so that b4 would be a threat to play bishop d6. But I think b4 feels a tiny bit early.
The c pawn feels a bit awkward now. It is technically a backwards pawn, but you could push c4 and trade it off, so not quite.
Yeah, but it almost means that the follow-up should be maybe to play c4, because if not, what you're saying is exactly right. That pawn could just be backwards and could be a big problem.
Yep, and if she does go for c4, She's going to have a 2v1 on the queen side. And usually when you have that, you want to trade one of the pawns and go for a passer. But she doesn't go for this plan. Instead, she plays rook a d1. She just goes for the open file. What do you think Sonic's plan should be here?
Well, at the moment, I think we probably just need to react just because there's a one-move threat on the board, bishop to d6. Otherwise, trades. I would love to trade. So rooks, maybe bring the other rook over. I would love to exchange these bishops. It's not a good way for me to move my knight, but perhaps the knight could drop back and maybe recapture the rook in a weird way just to trade these bishops, because otherwise, I don't really know how you improve the position past that. And c4 is a great move by Andrea, keeping up the position. I think this is kind of an opening success from Andrea. Her theory is working out in this case.
Yeah, and I think it's tricky to play as black when most of your plan is reacting to what your opponent is doing. But sometimes that's the best way to continue, even if it's psychologically challenging.
Agreed. Yeah, pawn
and
to c4
I like
is a
that
really
we
nice
have
move.
the opposite aesthetics. Andrea in the dark, Sonic in the light.
Yeah, it's
Must
really
be some metaphor.
It's got that angelic, demonic type of feel to it.
They're both getting in time pressure too. Andrea's up on the clock, but just barely, 40 seconds or so. Let's listen in and see what Andrea's saying.
If I win all my games today, my one wish for the Chess.com team is that my sister brings me a snacky. That would be really nice. That would be really sweet.
Okay, Andrea,
if
I'll
Alex
bring you
brought
a
me a
snack to
snacky
you
at
in
some
your game.
point, if I'm doing well, like a little, a little pat on the back, maybe like a, well, I guess she doesn't really know how, there's not much things she could make.
Excuse me?
But, if you're listening at any point, sweet sister, just know that
Did you
I
just
would
get
like a
exposed,
snacky.
Alex?
I
Did
a
you
snacky for your little
cook
ship.
anything?
Okay.
Well, neither can
He's
she.
getting low on time. Okay.
It's not exactly a cooking household here.
I mean, why wouldn't I take?
But I'll
don't
bring
think
her a
this is gonna
snack
change
if we
anything.
have a
Oh.
break. Unless she loses, then no food allowed.
If he takes here,
Got it. We starve for
I
success.
mean, my queen is literally
Yeah.
hanging, so we have to do this. This is tricky. Oh, he had some tricks. Okay. But I guess I don't want to.
So I'm curious, Alex, do you think she's been saying this for the last hour, asking
be
for a snack?
interesting.
Or was it just luck that we tuned in at
I
that
think
moment?
I'd rather
She
keep
could
my
just be
queen,
repeating
but all my
over and over.
pawns will be on black.
I have a feeling
I
we
also
have
could
that
take, but this
sister
rook is gonna be
telepathy
open.
connection.
We'll go with that.
I think she felt it.
I could keep the bishops on the board. But his bishop's pretty strong. I don't know. I know my pawns are on black, but is it bad in this case? Because I feel like, oh, but if you get this, but you can't. I do this, you do this, I do this, you do this. I just take. If you take check, I take. I don't know. I got to pass pawn. You're supposed to push them. And if you do this, I will take.
I agree, by the way. I think this is good reasoning by Andrea that we're listening to.
Like, supposedly for
Yeah, I
endgames,
think she was
this isn't great,
overthinking a little
but
bit.
I think it's fine in this position.
Yeah, her pawn chain looks wonderful.
Yep.
He's got some threats, but
So there's a
everything's
couple
fine.
threats in this position. First of all, c5 is great. Bishop to d6 is a really, really nice move next. It's supported by that pawn. Also, the move pawn to c6. The bishop would have to move, and then you can play pawn to c7, uncovering a nice double attack on both rooks. So there are massive threats in this position. SonicFox needs to play a very accurate and safe move here. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but bishop takes and then maybe even retreating the bishop back might be what you have to do.
And even if black retreats, how does Andrea move forward with this passed pawn? It's not that obvious how she can convert the advantage.
Yeah, there's a few ways that I can think of. One of them might be to lead in with the queen, like bring the queen in. So then you kind of tie a rook down to that A pawn. You could also brute force it. You could just push that pawn forward, c6, c7, supported by the bishop, because the pawn has a hard time moving to e5.
Queen c6, blocking your pass pawn with the queen is very much a grandmaster level move, but I think c6, c7 is something which most of the people watching here would just go for.
See, that's what I provide. That's the versatility of Amon Hambleton commentary. I can provide the correct idea and provide a familiar idea.
And that's why you're irreplaceable. And we have a question from Amethyst. Who's SonicFox? Sounds like a Smash Ultimate player name. He is the Smash Ultimate player, the pro you're thinking of. Sorry, they are. But they're also a chess player.
Yeah, a pretty darn good one, by the way. The 1800 rating is also after a loss in the event, so it was even higher coming in. Being at a 1900 level in chess, like I have so much respect for people that are able to maintain that level when you think they just haven't dedicated nearly as much time to that as their main game or whatever they normally stream or do.
Wow, apparently they're one of the best fighting game players of all time. That's crazy. Not Smash. Sorry, Mortal Kombat. That was my bad. I got it wrong.
We also had a Smash player in this group, so it's understandable.
All right. Are any of the other games worth taking a peek at? Has anything changed? We'll just look a little bit overall. As you can see, Linda's maintaining her advantage from the opening. She is getting into a little bit of time pressure. Masi still has a dominant position, and he's up on the clock. So I think it makes sense to hang around Andrea's game for a little longer.
Yeah, the move is good. The one game that I'm keeping an eye on is Linda and Voyboy. Even though there's an extra piece, I feel like there's been an extra piece for such a long time. Remember, it was like move 3. So I kind of want to take a look at that game. I don't know if we can even drop in on maybe Voyboy. I don't know if he's streaming right now, but it just looks like something that is taking a long time to convert, and I don't know if it means that. Oh, and look at this.
Okay, Amon, you were spot on with this. That commentary experience. Oh my god. Voyboy is having a deep exhale, and Linda looks confused. Wait, let's listen into Linda and see if she realized it was 3-move repetition.
She's realizing now.
Guys, I don't think I want to play chess anymore after this. For real. Sorry. Love you guys. I love chess so much, but this is like really hard. This reminds me.
But if you did want to play chess,
days playing
you
chess.
do it on Chess.com.
Yep.
Okay. What do I feel comfortable playing? Let's just do that.
That's tough.
Yeah, we're not getting too many of those spots because they're right into the next game, right?
I'm not gonna forget to Fianchetto the bishop. Not again.
I do appreciate that Linda is just back to business. Like, obviously the game's starting, you kind of have to be, but I've seen a lot of players, because would be me as well, like something so crazy happens in the previous game and you're still talking about it while you're playing the opening, so you're not even focused on your next game. It was a really unfortunate draw. For those that didn't catch it, the same position happened 3 times, which results in a draw. And the reason it was so dramatic is because Voyboy was down an entire piece when that happened. So he was fist bumping as if he had just won the game.
Yeah, and I think we could all relate to the love-hate relationship you have with chess. When you draw a position that you're winning from the opening, it is really challenging. We've all been there. But you know what? The losses feel bad, but so do the wins when you get something unexpected. Voyboy must be feeling so relieved right now.
Let's jump to Andrea and Sonic. I don't know if we can even listen in on Sonic at the moment. It would be so interesting because there's 10 seconds left, and I'm just like, what could possibly be going through their head?
Sonic seems completely locked in, which makes sense. That's how you have to be when you have 10 seconds. He's moving quickly, as we saw before. He's good in time pressure. Andrea, she thinks she's good in time pressure. She's good with increment, but she does certainly struggle a little bit in time pressure.
Yep. Rook F3 is a really nice move. The thing is, Andrea is letting the time kind of even out. So this is no longer just time advantage. It's going to be mutual time pressure.
Her position is easier to play, though. She's doubled her rooks on the open file. Bishop b2, putting pressure on a3. Somehow Sonic is moving faster than Andrea. That's a little concerning.
Will she spot the tactic? I think bishop e5 is a winning tactic here, uncovering threats on d8. The queen is hitting the rook on a8 with check. The bishop would be hitting the queen. It'd be kind of like a triple attack. And oh, it's going to be a win on time.
Wow. Oh, Andrea, let's listen in on Andrea. She doesn't even look happy about it.
No, she wanted to play that out properly.
I feel bad. I want to analyze this, but I don't have time. I have like no time. Help me analyze. I can't analyze. I can't analyze my games. Okay, I'm on to the next. Okay, bye, chat.
Also,
that was
notice that her account name is Super Secret 12345. This was supposed to be her secret account.
Hi, everyone. Usually I would give a really beautiful victory speech, and I would turn everyone on and say hello and wave like the Queen of England if she's still alive or anything. But the game started right away, so I think Queen of England is still alive. Lizzie, wait, no.
They always have one of those.
Sorry, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Okay,
yeah,
we're
I don't
just
think
gonna
the
move
Queen
on.
is alive
so
anymore.
I just need to get a draw, but I'm going to try to win every game. Okay, I think this is the same-ish, sometimes called the sandwich.
Who's throwing things?
I've got theory. I need to think.
You can't underestimate Andrea. You know, she's playing for a snack here, right? Everything's on the line for her.
Think. Okay,
that's
so
true. She might have the biggest prize of them all.
It's just like my regular stuff, or it's this.
Okay, we're back to a view of all of the games here. You can see that Andrea, Masi, and well, they're leading their matches, and then Voyboy and Linda with that draw, which means it's kind of a winner take all in Voyboy and Linda right now. I'm just on that position at the moment, and I kind of like what Linda has done early on. I'm getting the feeling that, I don't know if this is true, by the way, but it just feels like Linda's quite confident in her openings. We saw a great opening, winning a piece in the last game. I like her position once again with the black pieces here.
Yep, hopefully she's recovered mentally, but her opening looks good. Voyboy is fidgeting a little bit more than usual. I think he's actually in a really good mood. It looks like he's bopping to the music.
Alexandra, would you be in a good mood if your opponent 3-time repeated the position for a draw when you were down a piece? I mean, come on.
I would be ecstatic. I think it feels way better to get a draw from a losing position than to win a game or draw a game that was drawish or you're winning straight up. It's the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, it comes at the expense of someone else. So quite the opposite feeling is probably felt by Linda right now. But like I said, does not seem to be affecting the next game. Really like the position. Although that last move, not my favorite. I was expecting that we might see maybe knight going to that square on g6, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn in the center. But instead, pawn g6, which is not bad. But personally, I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, she might have to reposition her knight to f5 instead. Or maybe something like c5, knight c6. It looks like a funky looking French for sure.
Yep. Yeah, this bishop on c8, not too happy, especially with all those pawns kind of on the same color, but it can definitely find its place on b7 or maybe get traded on a6 with some support from the other pieces. So let's wait and see how Voyboy develops, because this knight is dying to come out.
And I'll be right back, Amon.
All right, fine. Alex is stranding me live on air. Just me, PogChamps, and the chat. Incredible. Can you believe this? Didn't even didn't even wait until maybe we were off cam. Didn't even, what the?
What's up, Amon?
Hey, Bennett,
How
my
you
man,
doing?
what's going on?
Dude, what are we doing?
What are we doing? Oh, hell yeah. Well, we're just going to slot you in. Absolutely. We're commentating PogChamps right now. You down?
Dude, I'm so down to commentate PogChamps. This is chess, right?
This is chess, so that's a good clarification.
Nice.
All right. I don't know your chess level, but I'm just going to throw you in the deep end
Like
here.
2,500.
Okay. Okay, 2,500.
Around there.
That's okay. That's almost better than me. All right. Do you prefer white or black? That'll help me. That'll help us out here.
Ooh. And like what like chess, right?
Let's just start with chess context, maybe.
Cool. Let's go black. Let's go black.
Okay. Okay, that checks out. I'm starting to believe the 2,500. Now, if you were to move a piece here for black, which piece would you be
which
thinking
game
of
are we
moving?
which game are we looking at? I see like 10 games on my screen.
Okay, you really are a chess player. You're following them all. Got it.
Yeah, I'm looking
at Voyboy versus Linda Diaz.
Okay. You want me to tell you what like I would do to win the game right now?
You know, just a couple thoughts. Don't have to really spoil it.
Okay. So let me think, because because
there are so many.
Yeah, exactly. I probably would have did what she just did right there.
That is good. That is a good move.
Right? I actually would have. I was about to say that right when she did it. So now it looks like I'm copying her, but I actually was about to say that.
But you know what? I know that you were thinking it, so you don't have to justify
I was thinking the exact
me.
same thing.
Yeah. Obviously, for the chat listening, I do think that's fair. Knight to f5, as indicated. Okay,
Yep.
let's jump around then, because you've got all the games up. Let's actually bring up Andrea's game against SonicFox.
Yeah.
So we got SonicFox white pieces, Andrea black pieces.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about Andrea's position here? Kind of under attack at the moment.
It looks a little scary. But what I would do is I would move. Oh, she just did what I would have done. Move the knight down to that.
You were going to say knight
spot.
back.
Yeah, so defend that spot that's getting attacked by the two of the other guys' spots, and then now she's still under attack, but she's looking at a better position right now.
I feel like the chat's actually following along really well. With the commentary here, I've never seen them so engaged. Writing so many comments.
Yeah, no, I think they're impressed with how good I am at this game. I feel like you and Alex weren't providing enough, but that's why I'm here.
It's good of you to step in. And I'm just receiving word you declined your invitation to the PogChamps event. Is that right?
Yes, because it was like it's like I want somebody else to win. It's like
right.
I feel like it would be messed up if I came in and just took everybody's money. You know what I mean?
I hear you. And you know what? I just wanted to take this moment to say that's very noble of you, and thank you for giving way to others to, shine their light.
Right? It's for charity, dude. I'm not going to take the show.
Yep. Completely agree.
That's why we're both not playing in this tournament, Amon.
Precisely. Yeah. After you declined, they reached out to me, and I had to decline as well in solidarity.
Yep. Mm-hmm. What's okay? We're still looking at Andrea's game right now?
We're still looking at Andrea's game, but I'm about to go around the horn here and bring us to our final game, Masi Oka against Sparg0.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'm looking at it.
Yep.
Okay, wait. I would say, it's pretty even right now.
That's a good call out. Some would pick white, some would pick black, but I think the fair call is that it actually is just dead even at the moment.
Wow. What would you do in this position, Amon? How would you poop all over this guy?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. I would take in the center with the rook and I would hope for a mistake from my opponent. That's the best way to play chess. Hope chess. You just hope for a mistake. And if it doesn't happen, I don't actually have a plan then, but okay, here we go. Stage 1.
You're so smart. Look at you. Predicting everything.
Now, I'm not so sure about the hope chess, though, because I'm suspecting that the rook is also going to capture in the center, and, you know, that now I'm leaning on you, because my tricks ran out.
Yeah, so now what I would do is white is win the game.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to reveal how you're going to do that, obviously. You know, it is pretty obvious.
Yeah, no, it's super obvious. I see it right now. I see I think if I'm looking at it, the way I would play it would be checkmate in like 15 moves right now. I don't know how far ahead you're looking right now, but
that checks out.
Yeah, about 15 moves. I see it all right now.
And maybe, yeah, at this point we could just ask the chat, you know, do you guys see it? Because we could just sort of give it to them as sort of a puzzle.
Yeah, it's okay if you guys don't see it, by the way. I feel like only people at our level usually could see it. But so don't feel bad for yourself either.
Few of them don't see it. Few of them do, though. Credit to them. That's impressive.
Yeah. They're trying. They're doing their best.
Botez Live sees it. Hang on a sec. Botez Live is in the chat playing Guess the Move.
Oh, crap.
While I'm over here. What?
What are you doing? Hello?
Nothing.
I knew I recognized that username.
Okay, bye, bot. Sorry.
I hope you enjoyed the little takeover.
Honestly, I couldn't tell the difference.
Honestly, it may have been even stronger level of chess.
I thought it was great. It was important that we first clarified that we were commentating chess. But once we got past that, I feel like it just flowed, you know?
A hurdle that could have stopped anybody, truly.
Well, we came to some conclusions that this position is equal, that Linda and Voyboy was trending in Linda's direction, and that Andrea and SonicFox, that Andrea was, you know, not in the best of spots under attack. So those were our conclusions, Alex. What do you think?
Uh-oh, I was considering getting Andrea some snacks, but now I don't know. I'm taking a look at her position as well.
Is that what you were doing? You know, preparing the snacks just in case?
Just in case. I had to get them ready, you know?
Okay, understandable. I was going to say, like, how are you going to leave me hanging like that? But if you're getting the snacks ready, I feel like I have to respect that.
Thank you. And, okay, so I'm taking a look at all of these games, and this is the first time so far during this broadcast that all of the games are this level. And by level, I mean even-ish. Any chance, any side can win. Linda and Voyboy are tied, so if this ends up going to a draw, which it probably won't because it's less likely even in this current situation, it will be interesting to see them fight it out. Sparg0 really needs a victory, I think, just to feel like the underdog has a chance. And Andrea is surprisingly not in a great position, even though she's the favorite.
Yep. I think at this point, the king is in trouble. What I would be looking to do here is, first of all, always a good idea, follow that blue arrow. Bishop takes the knight. And then I would probably take in the center and just bring everything I have to that F file, newly opened F file. That looks really troublesome for Andrea to deal with.
And how did Andrea's king end up on h7 like this? Was it theory, or did her king side just collapse a little bit?
Honestly, it felt like a little bit of both. Like, definitely initial theory, but you know, there's this thing in chess. Even if the theory says, "Oh, this is good," at the end of the day, white is still attacking the king, which is always easier to play. And I think Sonic just has done a better job right now understanding the plans. And look at this, playing exactly what I think is best. Rook f2 and rook f1. Those are my thoughts, and tough spot for Andrea.
And he has almost twice her time as well, which is pretty incredible on his end.
Yeah, it really is. The time pressure, I think, is truly, we know that Andrea is more experienced, a better player than most people in this event. But what I want to say is that I think her experience shines in low time situations. That's something where she's just been there, done that so many times that she's not freaking out and panicking the way others are. We all, panic in time pressure, but I think she can hold it together better than most.
Andrea cannot underestimate Sonic. He's been following Eric Rosen for at least 5 years, so that's a great comment.
This move is a nice double attack. There's just a move that's like a double defense, Queen E7. You don't hear about that tactic too often, but I will say this should be almost a winning move, but there is a way to defend both at once with Queen F8 or Queen E7.
Let's listen in on Andrea because she's saying her thoughts out loud here.
Do it. Oh, you can't do that. I'm going to fork you. Ooh. So actually, let's leave the queen there and hope. Wait, you've got check. This check is fine. Oh,
I don't think that she sees the knights hanging. She doesn't see it. If she plays Queen E7,
Okay,
it's just luck, I think.
No
way.
What am I doing?
Oh no. She needs to see that knight is hanging. Because she would never consider Rook F4.
Yes. Now she's preoccupied with the Queen F5 check threat.
But there isn't. Like this, maybe. But then this
no.
pawn's hanging. Everything's hanging.
Except the knight. Hello.
Oh man, I don't know if those snacks are gonna happen.
You got them ready for nothing.
I know. What was that about?
Am I really?
She's also under 2 minutes now.
Okay. I'm flagging.
It would be funny if she realizes she's flagging and goes back to her initial plan and saves her knight.
No. Okay, it's this and this.
Oh no, two horrible moves.
This. I feel like I'm more careful. I'm gonna flag if I don't make a decision soon. That's not good. It's not good. That's not good. None of this is good. Check. Okay, we give the pawn, and then maybe we just hope that we get attack.
Oh no, she's right that it's not good, but she doesn't understand how not good it is.
This is gonna be a cold shower.
Okay, oh boy.
I'm sacking the pawn.
Oh no.
You're sacking the knight, actually.
Wait, why is Sonic not insta-taking?
With hope that I've counterplay. It's way too dangerous in here.
Sonic.
Well, this is fun. There's some anticipation.
Surely. With 5 minutes.
Fuck!
You good, Amon?
What was that? Oh my
yeah, no,
goodness.
I lost some.
Okay, don't panic. I blundered so badly. I'm so screwed now.
Chat,
I just lost an entire night. How do you even recover?
Is it safe? I don't have my headphones on right now.
Yeah, I mean, I had this little bar and I'm an experienced Andrea listener, so I turned it down. It's safe, Amon.
That's the first time I've ever taken my headphones off during commentary. That was insane what we just listened to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I already have some pretty serious hearing loss just from living with Andrea. No cap. Sonic looks really happy, though. That's wholesome. I've never seen him smile like this before.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Sonic was kind of in a, I think they were smiling after some of the losses, which makes this even more wholesome because, the sportsmanship was shown in losses and now in a good position. Let's see if Sonic can put away this victory with a full extra night and 5 extra minutes.
And I think we have another result as well. It looks that Linda has won against Voyboy. So she was able to recover from that initial draw.
And that is a really nice victory. Credit to Bennett for the prediction there on black being better. So that's one in the books. We are
Nothing gets
watching.
by him.
Yep, I tell you. What's the other one? Oh yeah, Sparg0 and Masi is also another one that I do want to drop in on just briefly. What's happening over here? Because we know that Sparg0 needs that victory in order to force tiebreaks, and you know it's not exactly happening here. But Masi has to play a couple really good moves. I feel like this is an end game that I'm hearing Rain's voice echoing. Like, I don't really like end games. I'm like, yeah, well, that's pretty fair. We got one of those right here.
Yeah, this is a tricky looking endgame. So white is up a pawn temporarily. Now that pawn got taken. So now it is equal. But the white king is a little bit more developed than the black king, which is really important because you want to develop your piece in the endgame. As Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan said, the value of a king in the endgame is 4 points. So you want to activate it.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna bring us back to what we know and love. An attacking position with an extra knight on the board. Here we go. That endgame, by the way, does look like it's going to be a draw, in my professional opinion, which will mean that Masi wins that match.
All right, just to be a contrarian. Oh, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a draw. At least I'm looking at Sparg0, who was hovering, and he was considering making a move that would have dropped a bishop, but he didn't do it, so that's good.
Okay, we love that. That's thank you for keeping us updated. And in this one, Sonic Rook G1 check would have been checkmate in a couple moves, but tons of respect for this forced sequence to trade all of the pieces off the board. Let's see the final conversion.
Do you think Andrea has any chance of recovering here? Is Sonic frozen, or is he just smiling as he plays, mouth open?
I think smiling, actually. Not frozen, apparently. Having so much fun with this extra knight.
Aw, that's kind of wholesome. I mean, rip Andrea, that feels really sad, but at least there's a smile on his face.
Okay, I'm going to take the other side of this. Now, if Sonic were to lose from here, that would be really bad, because I was...
Wait,
they were celebrating, and there you go. Resignation. Now it's fully earned. Look at that.
Wow. Well, this means that they're going to go to the tie break. Let's look at that format. So the player with the higher accuracy is going to get white, and then the players will swap colors and continue until there is a decisive result. The time control is 5 minutes with a 3-second bonus. And look, Bennett brought Andrea some snacks. That's really nice. He might need to give her some chess advice too.
Hey, I'm gonna draw. It's fine. This is just part of my strategy to play some blitz. I need to review this. Thanks for the snacks.
Of course, good luck.
Thanks, babe. That sucks. I need to go over my same-ish theory. I'm gonna just send this game to my coach really quick.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm
guessing
sure
Alex
that if I get this line
Benzea is
again,
helping her with this.
Don't
international master from
lose.
Romania. But let's check in on Sparg0 and Masi. They're the last game still playing.
Let me put my headphones on.
And I'm holding out hope here because we're in a king and pawn endgame, and I like the positioning of white's king. So I think there's hope. Not a lot of it, but there's hope. King and pawn endgames are so difficult, but if Masi maybe plays like h5, I can definitely see some ways that black loses that, because the white king will arrive here on e6 or maybe e5. White basically looks like likely to win material. I'll put it that way. Might not win the game, but likely to win material unless Masi plays this perfectly.
And it would be good for Sparg0's morale. Even if it's a draw, that's still good. You're getting a draw against somebody 400 points higher rated. But if you lose a position where you're even and then you need to go into your third match with 0 points, it's very psychologically difficult. So I got to root for the underdog a little bit here.
Oh no, backwards is never the answer. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Okay. We need a crash course on king and pawn endgames because I think Sparg0 is probably going to push this pawn. It does not lose the game entirely, but it definitely is well on its way to. There are just so many little concepts here that I'm worried Sparg0 is not aware of. First of all, never go backwards in king and pawn endgames. And black is going to do this. And you definitely want to take, first of all. You don't want to play this because then you will lose all of your pawns. And the final thing is that after these pawns exchange, we don't see that.
Yeah, the problem is you can defend against just a king and 1 pawn, and that's still a draw, but you can't defend against 2 pawns. This kind of takes us full picture.
Oh.
I feel so bad. And
oh my god, I choked so bad.
He knows it.
Aww.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Okay, there's still stalemate.
Oh, no.
Maybe. Yeah. King h3, king h3. Oh, try for
good
stalemate.
game.
h2 is the target square for black.
Oh. Oh no.
Wait. Yeah.
What if I trade here?
So maybe endgames are important, Amon.
I'm gonna see if he learns right now. If he has the engine.
I can see the analysis.
Oh, I guess.
Oh my god.
I guess that makes sense. That's too bad, actually, because I feel like the engine would have been really useful there, just to at least highlight that. So, Masi does win the match, but we've talked about how endgames are a little boring, but it's true that we did just see an endgame decide everything there, and that's tough because he actually had the upper hand in that endgame and ended up losing it.
Yep. But now we're on to the tie breaks. Andrea versus SonicFox. Andrea had the higher accuracy, so she gets the white pieces, but she's already used up almost half of her time here, which is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, SonicFox is... Well, first of all, I don't love SonicFox's position. I will say that. I'm a bit concerned about the king. Even something as simple, Alex, as queen d2 and bishop takes h6. I know it seems direct, but I actually think it works. The knights are cycling over. Andrea is launching a big attack here, and I'm very scared for SonicFox.
I do think, however, it's really hard to sacrifice when you don't have a lot of time because you can't calculate it. So I don't know, even if it's correct, if Andrea will be able to go for something like that here.
Yeah, we actually saw Andrea use a ton of time in the previous game and not play the best move. That's something that happens often to chess players. Spend so much time thinking that you're obviously overthinking and missing the obvious.
Yeah. Okay, knight d4 here. So she's just repositioning her pieces a little bit.
Yep.
Sonic again has that bad light squared bishop on b7. Ooh, and he's now being defensive and passive. I think he's trying to put pressure on e5, but it's over defended.
Yeah, it's really well protected. What I like here is knight takes knight, the other knight into d4 with a tempo on the bishop, and then the queen out to g4 or h5 with a huge attack thereafter. So I think this queen joining the king side, that's honestly the end of the game if it happens.
Yep. She goes instead for a4. Do you think Andrea is maybe tunneling on a queenside attack here?
I think Andrea's playing moves that are kind of generally good. Like a4 is a good move. It's something you do against this structure often. It helps open the rook. So it's such a classically good move. And I feel that Andrea's playing the position a bit more from a macro perspective, just thinking generally good things, instead of a micro perspective, calculating specifically strong ideas. And maybe that's because she's lower on time. She just wants to play moves that she knows are good.
Sonic now taking his time as well. He's got 1:40, getting closer to Andrea. His position is certainly harder to play here. He doesn't have that many options, because if he doesn't take the pawn back on a4, how many more developing moves does he have? Maybe he can move the queen up to e7, try to bring the rooks on the open c file now.
Yeah, a move that maybe Sonic is not going to play, but certainly on my mind, is f6. Looks weakening, but there is a little bit of a pin to that bishop on f4. So Andrea could not take it that easily. So maybe that's something to consider. I'm dying for Andrea to play queen d2 and bishop takes on h6. But this is, again, a completely fine move. Rook c1.
Yep. It's attacking the bishop on c6. It's bringing the rook to the open file. And queen d2, even if she's not trying to sack, is really a natural move to just start connecting her rooks.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. A lot of backwards mobility of the black pieces here.
Bishop b1 is a must-play move. Oh no, I really dislike that move. Bishop b1 followed by queen c2 would have hit the bishop and delivered a checkmate. I think that was a big miss. And for Andrea, I'm going to say I think that's one she has to play.
Yeah, I think she has just been tunneling on the queen side here. I think that's what we saw with a4 and her not even considering it. And in blitz, when you have a plan, it's really hard to switch it up.
Yep. Well, maybe we can listen in to Andrea and see whether is it a panic or not.
Is this a threat? Yes.
How's she feeling?
Rook, rook, rook. This comes here, I could double or pin you, but that might be dangerous. This is scary as hell. Bang, I'm so scared. Chess is so scary.
Andrea's definitely feeling the pressure of the event.
No, it's not fun anymore. He's got 30 seconds though, okay. Oh god, I don't know what I'm gonna do with the black pieces. I got destroyed. There's a crazy line that I don't know how to play. I don't know how to play it.
Time getting super low here.
I forget he flagged last game.
Yeah, the time pressure is now going to be a big weapon for Andrea.
Think.
Andrea can win here by bringing some pieces to the C file, right? Those knight and bishop, they're lined up on the C file. She's so locked in. It's incredible that someone this quiet can make some of those sounds I was listening to earlier.
Well, let's hope there's no more blunders, because there goes the rest of our hearing.
It's kind of amazing.
Line and just wing it out. I'm still thinking about
turns people into fans because they just don't want to hear her after she blunders.
Exactly,
so
you have to root for her.
Yeah, exactly.
So she has a pass pawn, the B pawn. Her pieces are a little bit on the wrong side of the board. She is still up quite a bit of time over Sonic.
First to be a little more tricky. Well,
but Sonic honestly improved his position a lot.
I agree. I would recommend escape square for Andrea, like something safe.
What, you think she could fall for a back rank? Is that what you're saying?
Even if she wouldn't fall for it, oh, that's a piece, right? Yeah.
Wow. Oh no.
That's an important one.
I think I just go bang. I mean, I just retreat or bring this.
Tyler 1 is playing in tomorrow's group, Kens.
So I could just move my king. You have this. If I do this, you do this.
Yeah, for those wondering about T1 or maybe other participants, there's a whole other group that we won't get to any of that action today, but tomorrow will be all about it.
Yep, today we're just looking at Group A, and we'll see who makes the championship bracket and the consolation bracket. And then tomorrow we'll be doing that for Group B.
Yeah, and important to remember that even players that are in the consolation bracket, as the name suggests, no one's getting eliminated today, right? So you'll see everyone that plays today, you'll see them play again.
Sonic letting his clock run down to 3 seconds. They're down a piece though, but as long as you're not flagging, you still have a chance.
There we go. That's the move I've been looking for. It wins a piece. That knight has been trapped for a few moves, and Sonic is kind of giggling because like there's just nowhere to put it. Like it was lost at that point, and yeah, this is looking better and better for Andrea to win and take the overall victory in this match.
I like that Sonic is still smiling though. Kind of wholesome.
Yeah.
Now we have a checkmate. Oh, I thought it was checkmate. We have a check incoming mate.
It actually was checkmate, but a nice defensive move. Rook takes g4 played, and that is such a powerful move that it should win material. Maybe Sonic is even going to resign the game here because there's no way to save everything. And it is going to be a win.
Andrea wins. I wish we could hear Sonic's mic. That would be awesome to hear what he's saying right now. He's still in high spirits. But let's take a look at the cross table because we're about to go into the third matchup of today. We got Masi leading the pack with a perfect score of 6 points, meaning that he's won both of his 2 matches without having to go to tiebreak. Andrea with 5 points because she had to go to tiebreak. Linda's won one of her matches, so she has 3 points, same as Voyboy. Sonic was able to make it to the tiebreak, so he got 1 point. And Sparg0, the underdog of the group, the lowest rated, is still struggling, but he was very close to scoring a draw against the top performer so far.
Exactly. That alone is making me think Sparg0 can perform and pull off these upsets against some of the others because Masi has been dominant so far. And let's not forget that one game, I think Sparg0 was legitimately very, very, well, he had already earned a draw, to be honest, and it was a question of whether he might be able to win. So definitely don't expect that to remain at 0 for the remainder.
And in other good news, we've raised an additional $500 since the $10,000 donation from Chess.com for Lead Haiti. We did see one of the co-founders, Rain, come on earlier to tell chat a little bit about them. But for those of you who are new, it started as a short-term project to provide healing for girls who survived the 2010 earthquake in Haiti. But since it did so well, they wanted to help to continue helping some of those girls with a lot of things like basic health, chess, literacy, community meals, and all of that kind of stuff. So if you want to help support a good cause, command Elite. Rain and his wife will be personally matching 100% of donations. And on that note, we will be back in 4 minutes.
So yesterday, I may or may not have been doing some prep, and I search up Masi chess games because I can't find any of his games. And then, when you Google him, the first thing when you search Masi chess rating, I'm not kidding, this is the Google search that comes up. The actor Masi has a Chess.com account and participated in the 2024 Botez chess camp where he beat Andrea. His specific account username is not publicly provided, blah, blah, blah. And then the bullet points is Masi is a 50-year-old actor who plays chess on Chess.com. He participated in 2024 Botez. During the camp, he beat Andrea. That is just the fact that Google is just reciting for no reason. And when I saw this, I was like, he doesn't know it yet, but now he is my greatest foe.
Et non pas monsieur Jenna Alexi. Moi j'ai 16 ans. Année passée, madame nan te travaille avec vous. Pas tellement pour nous parce que c'est la première fois que je rejette ça parce que c'est madame nan qui te montre ni. C'est à cause de madame nan je prendre ça je suis sûr. Il fait m'apprendre, il fait me focus n'importe jeu que me pas connaître doit focus, me doit toujours timide pour m'apprendre doit focus malgré me pas connaître là c'est la première fois, il doit toujours essayer. On ka jouer et puis madame n'a pas patience avec nous tout pour ka montrer nous. On pas attendre que nous t'a gain Jenny, l'entend jouer Jenny nous aime bien, on te saisi. Mais ça que samedi me dit ta souhaité retourner commencer avec échec là pour nous ka plus fort quand ça tout on ka participer dans n'importe quoi. Visez Manaika, on a 14 ans. Comment c'est jouer jeu échec? Bah du combien de temps bien parce que jusqu'à présent m'a joué sexe tablette. Moi t'as l'aimé pour me venir qui jouer et en plus pour m'a jouer avec l'autre monde qui plus fort passer. Et m'a dit au plus toujours continuer avec échec là et puis t'as plus aider Timonio pour plus faire concours avec l'autre participant pour on te plus élevé dans l'échec.
And we're back. We're about to go into the third round matchups. We got Sparg0 versus SonicFox, Linda versus Andrea, Voyboy versus Masi Oka. Aman, which one do you think is going to be the closest between these?
Well, if we're talking about the closest, I'm kind of hoping that Masioka gets a run for his money here with Voyboy, who's kind of fresh off that encouraging result, down a piece, fighting back to a draw. He did end up losing that match to Linda, but I'm kind of excited for that one. But maybe just in terms of intrigue, Linda Diaz against Andrea, I feel like this is kind of what you foreshadowed at the beginning of the show.
Yes, we know that Andrea fears Linda a little bit because the last and only time they ever played in classical chess, Linda defeated Andrea. Sonic versus Sparg0 is also going to be very interesting because they've both been having a little bit of a hard time with getting points in the first two rounds, and not because they haven't been playing well. It's just a really tough bracket.
Exactly right. So there's definitely something on every board. The game that I'm kind of started off here with is SonicFox against Sparg0, what you were just talking about. We've seen flashes from Sparg0, definitely showing a higher level than I think that 1500 number that we keep seeing. And the opening that Sonic is playing here is one we heard Andrea talking about in her match, which is the same-ish. So we might see Sonic really go kind of all in on an attack here. I'm curious to see if that's the way they're going to play.
I love the same-ish. I play it myself. I love the line where you're just pushing that H-pawn towards Black's king. It's challenging to defend against if you're not familiar with it. And the same-ish is not the most popular way to play against the King's Indian, so newer players sometimes haven't seen it before.
Agreed. Yeah, and it's really dangerous. Like, if you just kind of play moves that look good without really thinking about what white is up to, all of a sudden G4, H4, H5 happens. You start to feel like you're playing against like a coffee house player. Like, what the heck? Like, chess can't be this easy. You just like throw your pawns at me and mate me. But in this opening, sometimes it is.
And it doesn't look like we're going into that variation. So we're going into the advanced version of the same-ish, where Sparg0 is instantly trying to put pressure on the d5 square. That is how black wants to play it in this position. It'll also give him more space to develop his pieces. And even though it looks like white has more space, there isn't a way that white can instantly punish black for it. And it's also difficult for white to castle later in this position because he already has the pawn on h4 now.
Yep. Knight to h5. Idea, maybe knight to g3. Hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. But kind of a nice reaction to this move is sometimes knight to e2. It watches over maybe the two squares that the knight was targeting. If black is playing with those typical plans, f5 is the logical follow-up when you're talking about the King's Indian. So kind of curious, are we going to see like g4 full commit or something a little bit more measured, knight e2 first?
Right. And knight e2, it does seem a little bit awkward because you're blocking your bishop on f1. But, you know, if you push the g-pawn later, then your bishop can come to g2.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think that's the big decision here for Sonic. Maybe we can take a look at some of the rest of the games, see the opening phase and how things are starting out. I was looking at Andrea and Linda, and I was actually going to ask you whether this was at all related to the game that they played at your camp. Like, was it the same colors, potentially the same opening?
I appreciate you assuming I have any recollection of what happened there in a game that isn't my own. I just remember the result, that's all. So, sorry, I can't help you there. Chat, if we have any people who like Googling things, now's the time.
We got a lot of those.
Yes. Chat knows everything, so I'm sure they can figure it out. But okay, yeah, let's take a listen on Andrea's stream because she's actually talking about her plan here.
Perfect.
I attack the queen now? Yeah. And then everything's defended. Now everything's fine. And then this is defended, and then I castle, and now she's underdeveloped. Okay. That was scary, though. Okay. So queen has to go back. I don't care. I'm going to castle. Okay, I feel okay now. I'm no longer having heart palpitations, and I deserve an apple.
The snacks are getting Andrea through one way or another.
So now she just has to develop normally. Maybe she's going to go for it. I really have to win this game because the other games are going to be scary. This is...
And we could take a listen on Linda as well, because she's also talking about her game. Let's see how she feels about the position.
I'm gonna... Bishop e7 is the only real move here, I think. Knight c5. Bishop e7. Bishop e7. Bishop e7.
Even a blunder would sound good.
Did anyone see Sinners?
Yeah.
Sinners reference.
I did see Sinners. It was a great movie. Did you see it, Amon?
Get my king to safety, and then
I haven't had a chance yet.
A5.
Recommend?
A4.
It was good until the horror movie part, which I thought was a little ridiculous,
Okay,
but
fine.
I still
All right,
enjoyed
I'm
it.
out. I'm out. I heard horror.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that's fair. She does seem very relaxed, unlike Andrea.
Like I have to castle, I feel.
She's in much better spirits than the hating chess just last round.
That's right. A bit more polarizing on the other end of the mic.
We're both like, we both. Sorry, it's just cracking me up a little, and I'm not sorry because it's my stream.
Fair enough.
But this is cracking me up. Like, what are we doing for real?
She's making me hungry with all the ASMR. Yeah.
Aside from
That's an
eating
honest
saltines.
comment. I think we've all gotten to a middle game and said those exact words. Now, what are we doing?
Okay. So, this is like a typical... I think she like doesn't know what to do, so she's like, okay, I'll connect the rooks. Should I connect my rooks? Maybe I could play a5, bishop a6.
I like a5, bishop a6 as an idea.
Are you afraid at all about the bishops pointing towards your king?
Most definitely. Yeah. In fact, I'm quite nervous in this position about an idea of even like the rook lifting up to e3 and going to either g3 or h3. That looks pretty scary. And in response to bishop a6, I would love to just retreat my bishop rather than exchange it, because I think it's posing so many problems against the king.
Yeah. Well, let's check back into this game a little bit later. It looks like Masioka already has a good position against Voyboy, at least according to the engine, though from a human point of view, I don't think it's as bad as it looks.
Yeah, I think the reason that it's kind of so bad is we're always taught, and hopefully we remember, to bring pieces closer to the center of the board. And this knight has developed to the side of the board, and now it's under attack with nowhere to go except f5. Now, the result of bringing the knight to f5 is probably going to be, maybe after some exchanges, some doubled pawns, and that's also going to further expose Black's king. So I think that's kind of what we're dealing with right now, which is why the engine is loving White's position, even though the material is equal.
Yeah, the engine makes it feel like Black is just completely lost here. In reality, he will likely have a worse pawn structure and it'll be more difficult for him to defend, but anything can still happen. That being said, Masioka continues to be a master of time. He has almost 10 minutes still.
Yeah, I didn't realize how accurate what you said was going to be, truly foretelling what we've seen so far. Masioka has been pretty much over 9 minutes. Every time I feel like I've checked in on the game at all. 4 minutes for Voyboy, meaning you got a tough position. It's only going to consume more of your time to try to solve the problems that are being posed. So I really have to hand it to Masioka. Not only is he showing some really good level with his chess moves, but doing it quickly as well. So the clock is also a weapon.
And Voyboy in a tough spot. He's thinking about what to do. That being said, I don't think he really has an option other than knight f5. I guess he could have taken on f3 first with the bishop. Yep. But from what we've seen, Voyboy has been doing pretty well in time pressure, so I'm not too worried about that from his point of view.
Yeah, knight takes on f5. Gotta be with the bishop, I would assume. And I'm suspecting that the bishop will capture. I really don't see why not. And then this is a big moment because you have a couple options. You could try to push this pawn to maybe get there before Black plays, or bishop h6 in order to set up number one, queen g5, winning immediately. Or if the bishop exchanges, then suddenly the knight comes in and the rook lifts up and over. So let's see how this continues. But Voyboy playing the right move, e6, connecting everything and stopping queen g5.
Yeah, I wonder if Masi could bring more pieces to the attack here, but it seems like he's just keeping the tension. It's very uncomfortable for Black's king, and he's just slowly improving the position of his pieces. He's getting the open b file.
Yep. Yeah, one move that I really like is, maybe just queen to f4, because the threat is queen g3. That will win the entire game. And Black does not want to capture because the queen shows up. Similarly, White does not want to capture because the king moves up. So since nobody wants to capture, I want to play queen f4 and try to go for mate.
Right, and if Black takes on h6, queen takes h6, then White also has knight g5 incoming. So f6, Voyboy is clearly feeling the tension here, and that's what pushed him to make this move. which the computer does not like, probably because it's creating a weakness on e6. So even though he's surviving the attack, he is surviving it in exchange for weakening his pawn structure, even though there was no immediate threat.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm like, the engine right now is at about +5.5. That's more than a rook advantage, and the material is dead even. That's how good White's position is, just strategically, tactically. Like, it's incredible for the computer to love the position so much when we're looking at it and it's like, well, the material's even. Like, White's better, but is it really that much? The answer is yes.
Yeah, and wow, Masioka is low-key really intimidating right now. He's the only one in this group with a perfect score. And again, he did also beat Andrea in chess camp, according to the internet storytellers.
Well, whether it happened or not, I'm willing to believe it at this rate, because what we've seen so far has been nothing short of impressive. Couple moves that might be considered here. Rook down to b7 to sort of add more pressure laterally. Pawn takes on f6 to uncover the pressure on e6. What I might do is like take on f6, trade the bishop, and if the queen were to recapture, rook b6 suddenly, brings every piece into action.
And that's exactly what he's doing. I like that he makes his plan and then moves it kind of instantly. If Voyboy moves his king back, then the queen is coming in to h6, so he has to block here with rook f7, which is what he's doing. And if the rook can either take on f7 or it could bring another defender with rook eb1. I think White is doing pretty well in both scenarios, actually. Why does Masi look like he's shook right now?
I don't know why, because he's actually done it perfectly. Rook b7, rook takes rook, queen h6 is 100% correct. And now the pawn is hanging with check. If you go back to defend it, you've got another pawn hanging. Not to mention, if you try to take on e5, the knight swings in with check. This is close to lost.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't. Again, it looks like Masi should be playing the black pieces and Voyboy with the white pieces just from their expression. But I agree. It's starting to look really bad for black. Why don't we take a look in on Sonic and Sparg0, as Sparg0 is starting to get into some time pressure?
Let's have a look. This one looks really good for Masioka. Sparg0, a minute and 30 seconds, but it's all about whether this knight can stay here. I suspect we might see the move g3, because otherwise that knight is blocking all of the action. And after the knight takes the bishop here, you don't need to actually take it back. Wow, Sparg0 was evaluating queen h6, probably thought it was checkmate, said, I can't move my knight.
Wow, commentator's curse. We came here just as there's a blunder. I do like that Sparg0 was at least trying to defend what seemed like the most important threat. Unfortunately, it is going to be very hard for him to come back from this.
Yeah, so the funny thing is, like, the position we just saw was double the evaluation, and here, Sonic has an extra piece. In the other position, material was equal. So that just shows you the difference in the advantages that we just seen. Castles for Sonic looks really nice. Queenside castle. Rook f1 is fine, but you know what? After pawn to g5, Alexandra, I actually think that Sparg0 has some chances putting this knight on a really nice central square.
Okay, I like it. I guess maybe I wrote it off a little bit too soon. He is going to get 1 minute on the clock, but you can always come back. We've seen quite a few blunders today. Anybody can do them.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, the real problem here is, like, yes, White cannot castle, but it was not worth losing that pawn just to do that. And I assume that it's going to be taken, and it is. Even though another check can be found, White's king is moving to safety.
And he doesn't go for the trade. Usually you don't want to trade off if you're down material. So that is good intuition. Sonic can block. Nicely done. They're offering the trade here.
Really well done. Because if you're not accepting the trade there, you're probably not going to do it now.
Queen e5. Okay, nice. It seems like he is familiar with his principle.
Yeah, he knows he's down material. He doesn't have a bishop. Have to keep some chances on the board. As white, I would just want to play king c2, finally get this rook into the game, maybe even swing the rook back to the h-file, and remember that queen h6 threat? All of a sudden, I have it again.
Yeah, and I was just taking a quick peek at the other games. It seems like the game between Andrea and Linda still has some tension, and Masi is just continuing to keep his advantage and keep Voyboy's king on the run.
Yeah, just dominating at this point. It's very close to just a checkmate on that board. The closest game actually is Andrea and Linda right now. The girls are still battling it out. It's very, very close to equal. And I have to say, little by little, Linda is clawing some control of this game. I really like Black's position here.
Yeah, Linda has 2 minutes. Andrea has 3 minutes. Andrea has a backwards pawn on c3. Interesting. So now Andrea's pawn structure just got a little bit uglier because now she has 2 isolated pawns on c3 and a2. And her pawn on e5 is a little bit overextended.
Yeah, I think if I'm Andrea here, I want to play c4 immediately. If I achieve c4, I get a trade of pawns, maybe the position is not so bad. Otherwise, I tend to agree with you. If Black has time to bring the rooks to the c-file, knight b6, knight c4, Linda is just going to have a much better endgame.
Yeah, but I guess Linda's rooks are more awkwardly positioned now. The rook on e7, it needs to get back to an open file, but she's going to have to move the knight out of the way. And the rook on a6 has a same problem here.
Exactly. It feels like you almost have to take. What I would be considering here is maybe pawn moving forward, like potentially to d4, knight c5, and sort of bring the rook to the d file. The other thing is Black really needs to make an escape square for the king.
Yeah, and so does white at some point. We're going to need escape squares from both sides here. Andrea considering what to take back on c4 with. If she takes with the rook, it's easier for her to double up. If she takes with the knight, maybe she could put her knight on d6, which is a nice outpost.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Knight d6.
I would take your advice now and play something like h6.
Exactly. This is the exact moment where both sides should probably do that. I also like f4 because it's an escape square, but it also supports the pawn, so it kind of takes care of 2 things at once. There we go.
Okay, nice.
That's 1. Good call. And will we get the matching escape square? Nice.
Good to know they're both listening.
Yeah, they must be. They must be.
Of course. And now Linda's not singing. Andrea's not talking to herself. They're both completely locked in. It's the end game. Time is low. They're evenly matched. Who knows what's going to happen here?
There's a threat on the board. The nice thing is, even if you miss the threat and play knight d6, there's rook c8 to bail you out. But obviously, rook d1 is a very good move. I think I want to gain control back of the last rank. So g5 is played, which undermines some of the pawn center. I have to say this move is probably not that bad, but the reason the computer is not loving this is this one right here. The knight just doesn't have good squares.
Ooh, and now if Andrea trades the knight, her rooks can get doubled on the back rank pretty quickly after she takes the pawn on g5, or she can just not take the knight and let it stay awkwardly on b7 without good squares to go to.
Mm-hmm. Agree. It all looks pretty good. There's also an idea of maybe bringing like the knight into e8 and up to f6. One thing I do like, which is really simple, is the idea of just activating all the pieces. So bringing the rook in, bringing the knight in, but instead a trade is going to help Linda a lot. So that is a big mistake from Andrea.
Oof. Andrea not realizing the mistake. I think she's just trying to not get too much into time pressure.
I do this, you take, I play check. It's not good. I do have to defend. I mean, your king literally escapes, unfortunately.
I've seen a lot of traumatic times where I'm watching Andrea's endgames and they don't go as expected. She's definitely stronger in the openings, but hopefully that won't be one of those times.
What about this?
An idea for white, which is really tough to commit to, is to play g4. Really strange move, but the point is to control the squares that Andrea is worried.
But that could be terrible, terrible. Then I do this.
She's getting there.
Run,
She's
check,
getting
run,
there.
check. You go as soon as you
She
go
sees
there.
g4
is really cool because she's blocking all of Black's escape squares.
It's my only hope.
I know that she's seeing it now.
I don't know if
Nice
this
move.
works. It looks like a fortress, but I don't freaking know, man.
I don't know that it
I think
works
this works.
for like
I think this is
checkmate,
winning.
but it's a very good move.
I mean, I'm taking this pawn. I'm not taking an pasta. And I'm not taking like this.
Is that what the
But you
kids
block
say
with
now?
this rook.
Yes.
Pasta?
You're
And I
catching
take
on
the
quick, come on.
take. What if I do...
I'm just reading the chat. I also respect the username. Not Linda Diaz, but Winda Diaz. Very nice.
Yeah. It's
I don't
clever.
think it worked.
Do you think a draw is more likely here or that one of them throws?
One of them throws. And
course.
that's not because one of them is likely to throw like more than the other. It's more that there's actually still a decent amount going on in this. There's a pass pawn for black. There's the black king like kind of half escaping, half being caught. And then there's white's king that might actually turn out to be the weakest of all.
Right. Her king is just very far behind in terms of activity. Andrea's under 30 seconds. Somehow Linda's almost back to 2 minutes.
It's too dangerous.
Andrea, stop
Maybe-
talking. You have 20 seconds. Lock in.
What happens if we listen to, we can switch to Linda's POV, right? Is she also just silent or stressing?
She's talking a little bit, but she seems a lot more calm.
Got it. Yeah. This is this is the side where the action is going to happen. Look at this.
Yes.
Because she's the one that has the pass pawn, like the only one with an actual pass pawn. I do feel that Linda is like maybe slightly preferred in this endgame.
She's moving so fast.
Yeah.
Okay, she's
like this
threatening
idea.
rook d2. Uh-oh. Don't.
It's a tough position. This isn't like, oh, it's obvious, but she's panicking. It's not obvious at all.
No, it's definitely not obvious, and it's even more pressure when you're playing with just 10 seconds on the clock.
It's tough because the king keeps going back to the first rank, which is never a good feeling. But it's hard to hard to recommend something else. At this point, a pawn is being lost. Linda is going to win that A pawn one way or another. Can Andrea defend?
Fuck.
Just activate the king at least.
I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I just threw. I'm so bad at endgames.
It was a tough position to defend.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see though. Rook endgames have that, you know, kind of always a draw feeling for a reason.
Yeah, and now she's pushing Linda's king back, so...
Correct.
So fast.
I
mean,
honestly have no idea what's going to happen here.
I think it's a draw. Like, I mean, just technically speaking, I still think black has amazing chances to win, but I actually think this might be a draw.
There's not much I could do here.
So
what I would want to do is play rook
My
a5.
king is like too far. I'm going to lose another pawn.
Right, Andrea needs
I
to
could defend the
trade
pawn,
her
but
g-pawn for the e-pawn, and then keep her rook behind the pass pawn.
I don't have much I could do.
I think that's a really good move. I think that's really good.
Take, check. You're going to play
Now
check.
you can sort of wait with the king.
G5.
Take,
Nice.
I go back. You play check. I go there. I don't know.
Ooh, I don't know that I like this. I think this might be losing now.
Oh
King is
no, well, I
trapped.
guess I fell for that too then. Oh yeah, because rook b1 is coming.
Yep.
Yeah, that's... Wow. Brutal.
Oh,
I've got no moves to stop that. Ah, that's so painful. And you're just going to bring your king closer. I don't have any moves. I can't even stalemate myself. What a throw. Chess sucks.
a lot of those today.
Give me the dub, girl, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in a winning game and lift away.
Very different vibes.
Girl, please.
Yeah. Girl,
have 3
please. Kind of accurate.
3 minutes to win this game. Do you think I can do it, chat? I think she's just playing for funsies at this point.
Oh.
I'm like too competitive for my own good. Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, in this position, king c2,
Let's play
rook
again.
takes rook is a stalemate.
Let's play again. Let's play again. Dope. W's in the
Obviously.
chat. W's in the chat.
She wouldn't fall for it, I think, but I think that it's weird that Andrea played on except for the last move where she actually had a stalemate trick. But anyway, a really
I think
well-deserved victory by Linda.
When you know you've lost, but you can't mentally accept it yet, so you're still just on the board, not ready to resign, you know?
Yeah. Obviously, with 3 minutes on the clock, singing like that, vibing, I don't think Linda was going to make that mistake. But I just feel like if you're going to play on, you may as well really commit to it.
No, that's fair. And speaking of playing on, the only game left from the first round is Sonic versus Sparg0. Sonic is up 3 pawns. He just promoted to queen. I think they're about to checkmate here.
Yeah, let's wait and see, though. There are some mistakes that can be made. Don't bring the king. Take your time. Also, if you push the pawn one more, that's also a stalemate.
True, there's a lot of stalemate tricks here, actually.
I'm just saying, this is what I mean. If you're going to play on, commit. Go all the way. Why not?
Sparg0 hanging on for his dear life here.
Yeah, you can see Sonic is like speaking out loud, like, you know, just trying to talk themselves through. Let's not stalemate, you know?
Yeah. I think Sonic is too strong to fall for a stalemate, which is why they're being so careful here.
Yeah. Sparg0 playing the trickiest moves.
Checkmate in 2. Let's see if... Nice.
Does
GG.
find it. Yeah, look at that. Wow, SonicFox takes the first game over Sparg0, and remember there is another one still to be played there. So now all of our matches will be in game number 2. And in terms of results that are necessary, I guess Andrea has to win Voyboy has to win, and now we know that Sparg0 also has to win as well if they want to force tiebreaks. We've only seen one tiebreaker so far today, Alex.
Yep, and maybe we'll see a second. Let's take a look at Voyboy versus Masi. It's still very early on, but this is the only game so far where I've seen the engine have a slight preference for someone other than Masi in his games.
Yeah, agreed. And I like the idea that Voyboy just went for h3 to play g4 to hit the knight. And guess what? The only place you can retreat is f6. So now we're going to need to see some desperation type of move, whether it's queen e7, rook e6. Oh, hang on a sec. Really got me thinking about g4. The engine is highlighting bishop c5, saying, hang on, if the rook moves, rook takes f7 is killer. But I wouldn't be surprised if g4 was on Voyboy's mind here.
Yeah, this is Masioka's first big mistake, but Voyboy takes on d5 instead. But Masi has been playing so quickly that he just recaptured. Maybe he could have taken a little bit of time to think there, and now the same tricks are still applying.
Exactly. Now, the purpose of d5 by Masioka has to be understood. Pawn to d4, forking the pieces. But the issue with what's happened is now that there's no e-pawn, this f-pawn can simply move to f5. The knight can then retreat back behind the shelter of this pawn and then can move to like the e4 square. So that's what Masioka is going to try to achieve here. And if successful, unfortunately, those rooks are not going to be that good on the open file anymore.
Yep, but you can tell by the clock, this is the first time where Masi is a little bit lower, that he has maybe been struggling with this game more so than the ones so far.
Yep. Yeah, completely agree. And again, if you see those blue arrows, those are not mine. The orange arrows are mine, which means the blue arrow is a computer one. It means that the player has to play that move in order to maintain the advantage. It's critical that they find it. In this case, for example, bishop c5 was the blue arrow, not found by Voyboy, and that means pawn to d4 relinquishes a lot of the advantage back to Masioka.
Yep. Well, taking a look, let's maybe check into Andrea versus Linda. That game is starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, okay, hang on a sec. Just gonna jump back a few moves because I noticed the game was very, very similar to something that I feel we've seen before. Andrea playing knight g4, it worked against Sparg0. Let's catch up now. Bishop to d4, and now bishop to h6. Andrea missed a killer shot here. And the reason that this move is so good, well, first of all, it looks like you win the queen no matter what. Bringing the bishop back is exactly what Andrea was trying to do in the first place, win that bishop, and in this case, double the pawns. And if a move like f4 was played, you have a really nice idea. e5, which hits the bishop, takes advantage of the pin. So maybe playing a little bit too fast, didn't think of that one, and instead, she decided to make a very understandable move, but not the best. Bishop takes d4.
Yeah, and now the queens are being traded off, so the A file is open. It's currently defended by the knight on c3. And without the bishop on g7, you just don't see as many attacking chances towards white's king. I don't know about the plan of trading off pieces because it seems like it's harder to get a win, and Andrea is in a need-to-win situation to have a chance at coming back from this match.
Agreed. Yeah, really putting a lot of pressure on herself here. b5 is a really nice move. I like that. b4 is a massive threat. a3 is sufficient because if you play b4 thinking that you're delivering back rank checkmate, remember, knights move backwards, so knight b1 would take care of things. But yeah, like a3, I'm assuming white's going to play f3 or h3 soon.
So if you were playing in Andrea's shoes, you need a win. What would you do in terms of plan?
Well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get an imbalance. I feel that I already have it with my pawn structure, right? It's not like symmetrical. So what I would want to do is find a minor piece imbalance. If I could trade the knight for the bishop or the bishop for the knight, I'd be happy to. My preference is probably bishop for knight, just because I think most of us find knights a bit easier to use in general. So I would probably take that. But basically, any imbalances that I can find, I would like to take. So minor pieces, pawn structure, anything like that.
Cool. Well, I guess we'll come back and check in with how this game is going. Let's take a look at Sparg0 versus Sonic.
Yeah, let's jump over. This is a wild position already, and one of the best that we've seen Sparg0 in probably in any game so far. So a big opportunity, especially after this last move, f5. It defends the bishop. Sonic is looking to protect, but one thing it does is it means there's no castling on the king side, probably for a very long time.
Yeah, and the bishop on g4, it's not trapped quite yet. I don't know if it might be trapped, but a move like knight g5 looks intimidating because at first you think, oh, he's blundering his rook on d1. But maybe bishop f7 is a little scary to deal with. I guess you could just play king d7. If he goes to f8, then you're forking the king and the queen. So maybe he doesn't do it right away, but at least knight g5 in the future looks like a scary threat to deal with.
Yeah, I can put this idea on the board. These are the kind of things that you start calculating as we actually see a move. Knight g5, it's like, you lose that. And in this case, if the king would go here, you kind of just repeat. But if the king goes to f8, the idea is you actually win a lot of material there. So probably what's going to happen is we see rook e1 played, a great move from Sparg0. So spotting Alex's idea and realizing, well, it's not necessary to give up the rook. Let's play rook e1. And now knight to g5 is an incredibly strong move. So that's something that Sonic has to deal with.
Yeah, man, that horsey has some good moves coming. Chat, nobody says it as poetically as you guys. Thank you, Castle Fear, for that contribution.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Some very good moves coming and in agreement, which is why the bishop took the knight, and we're jumping in to check on Sparg0. Let's hear what he's thinking and how much he's loving this position.
Okay, so his knight was traded off, so he won't have that knight g5 idea anymore, but Black's king still can't castle.
That's important. Yeah, knight to d2. Like, I think you just want to develop here as white. You don't need to be a hero. Just pieces out, no blunders. Black's position is tough.
Yep, sometimes even when you're the one who has the attack, you don't need to just go for sharp moves right away. Just improving the position of your pieces can be enough here. Seems like he's really enjoying the anime music.
Honestly, he might just be enjoying the position because I'm sensing like the type of focus from Sparg0 right now, which is almost like hey man, you've got a good position here. You know it. You kind of got him on the ropes. Let's make sure to find those important moves that keep him there. Like don't let him loose, because I think he really is recognizing he's got a great chance to win and claim his first win in the event.
Yeah, and I know Voyboy was trying to do that as well, but I've been taking a look at his game, and it seems like his winning chances are slipping out a little bit. He had a good position versus Masi earlier, and it feels like Masi is slowly improving his position.
Yeah, I agree with you. One of the things that Masi has done, which you may have thought like, oh, it's just happening kind of subconsciously, but it's probably a very conscious choice. The pawns have ended up on light squares. Doesn't seem like much, but with dark squared bishops, it means that the bishop has all the scope, whereas white's bishop ends up running into some of those pawns. So I really like what we've seen here, and I think it's contributed to black's position just improving quite a bit since we last looked.
Yeah, and his intuition to put the knight on e4 on an outpost in the center is very strong. I think Voyboy's response as well to trade off the knights and not let him hold it there is equally good. And this position looks really even since they both have a bishop and it's closed off. But I would say that Black's king is actually a little bit safer with the 3 pawns instead of the 2 that White has.
Yeah, and Voyboy is really solid. He can play c3. Matter of fact, he should play c3. Rook to f2, which is going to be necessary to stop rook e2 in a move. There it is. And after rook f2, it's like nothing is really wrong with the position, but I don't really see what you do to make progress. And remember, it's also the case that Voyboy needs to win. So maybe they agree to a draw. I could see that in the future here, Masi securing another match victory.
Yep, and we know that last time Masi saw the draw opportunity and he was up a point, he took it. So I don't see why it wouldn't be the same this time. Taking a look, maybe we go back to the 3-board view for now.
Yeah, as we find out which game kind of has the most intrigue at the moment, but I am sort of predicting that Masi is just not going to lose that position, which will be enough to secure the match. And then, of course, we were taking a look at Sparg0, one of his best positions so far. Still, nothing completely winning. And then, of course, Andrea, who needs to win with the black pieces. I feel like that one is definitely one of the closest positions that we have at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at Linda versus Andrea. Andrea just moved her bishop back to c8 after f5 from Linda. She didn't want to take on g5. Maybe she's just trying to keep her pieces on the board to keep it a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, we talked about, what has to happen. I think that Andrea has done a very reasonable job keeping things imbalanced. The pawn structure remains imbalanced. Of course, all minor pieces are still on the board. Moves I would like to see, rook f b8, king g7 maybe. Also, one thing I start to consider is against a light squared bishop, no matter if I have bishop against bishop or knight against bishop in the future, it's not good for White's pawns to all be on light squares. So I might start thinking about g5 and king to g7, king to f6. Start to put all your pieces on dark squares.
And the computer does like Linda's position here, but what about you? Do you have a preference for who you side would be easier to play?
I have a feeling, because I'm staring at the same blue arrow as the rest of our chat here, I have a feeling that this blue arrow represents that slight advantage, and then any move except it, honestly, Andrea's position might be preferred. So if we don't see f6 from Linda, which by the way is a very sort of deep, difficult move to understand, if we don't see it, I actually do like Andrea's position, and I think we should be seeing king g7, rook b8. I'm looking at this knight on the side of the board, and I do not like it. It has nowhere to go. The knight on c5 is amazing, so I like Andrea's position.
I wonder if Andrea sees the f6 threat, though, because if she doesn't, it's still going to be hanging there for a while. If Linda would have played f6 and Andrea took with the e-pawn, then the d6 pawn would be hanging. And if she didn't, then she would have to push the pawn forward, and then d6 would be a backwards pawn. So she is going to have to take care of that threat one way or another. And Amon's plan, actually, of king g7 does do that, perhaps with an unlikely defending piece. Oh, but she sees it. Okay.
I actually think she might not have seen f6, but she saw the move behind rook e1, which was e5. So she wanted to prevent e5, but she actually prevented both of them. So it really worked out. This was a really strong move.
Yeah, and it's, I guess, also doing the same thing of keeping the white pawns on light squares to try and block up Linda's bishop here.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Well, maybe we can listen in with Andrea and see if she's coming up with the right plans here.
This defense is not so easy. Bang, 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 bang. I see what you want to do. Maybe I should have probably just defended this. I should have probably pushed g5 and just... No. Well... Okay. I take, you take. She takes with this rook. I attack. You, okay, I see. I think I want to keep this bishop because our pawns are all on white. But then her knight gets activated. But then I check. You can't activate your knight. She wants to check me. If I do this, you check me, I come here. And if you do this, I'm defended. Or should we just trade and try to win pawns?
This is an interesting moment because I can relate to the difficult decision. Andrea is highlighting she doesn't want to trade those bishops. She's correct because of the way the pawns are.
No, because you do knight here, but then I do this. Then I.
But she's also correct that by trading and bringing the rook up, you can win material.
It works. Bang, 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 bang.
Do you calculate in bings, Alexandra?
Bang, you're bang.
No, but Andrea does, and she wasn't doing it earlier, and maybe that's why she had trouble with the first game.
Bang, bang.
That explains everything.
Fuck it.
She's doing a lot of arrow action. I love you do all the arrows, you say fuck it, and you do the move you thought of initially.
Bang.
Yeah. It sounds like
okay, I think that line was winning,
out.
but I would like to double check it later. Okay, I think I'm okay now. Now we're surviving. This is defended. She wants to open up here. I don't want to let her knight, so I think we should just push. Simple. Yeah. Okay, this is great. Now my...
All right, her confidence is coming back here. Linda has... Oh, okay, she has 2 minutes. She's actually doing pretty well with the time pressure. I would check in on Linda, see if she has any thoughts here as well. She seems locked in for now, but we never know when the singing will come.
Well, we know that Linda has a good position when that happens. At least that's... I feel like that's how it's been so far.
But that was pretty bad because I just didn't see it, and that is what's bad about it.
Oh, Voyboy and Masioka. Voyboy has 20 seconds if we want to catch the end of that.
Yeah, we can jump there. It looks like Masioka is sort of putting the finishing touches on yet another nice game. So tough to play against that style.
Yeah. He's starting to look like the favorite here. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. There's no question that Masioka is, by the way, he's probably going to cross 2,000 with this victory here. Voyboy playing on to the bitter end, but this might be the bitter end as we are looking at the position. It is going to be 2-0 for Masioka, and I agree with you completely. Definitely the front runner in Group A, possibly in the entire event.
I love that his reaction to winning, he doesn't smile, he's taking it in very stoically. Just acceptance of the facts.
A true chess player.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's, I guess, check back in on Sparg0 and SonicFox. This is a cool view. We have both of their positions.
You gave him a new name, Sparg0.
Oh, did I say Sparg0? I'm so sorry, Sparg0.
Oh, you know,
I'm just trying to make up that he gets his dub.
Yep. You know, you got to change something, right? Maybe it's a couple of the letters around, whatever works.
There's a poker player named Spraggy, so they're just very similar.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I love this two-board view that we have here. We just get to track absolutely everything. And what's catching my attention is, you know, Andrea's just going for a nice, easy plan, also has more time, really tough position for Linda. And the culprit is that knight on A3 on the side of the board. It's been a problem the entire time. And Alex, there's a huge tactic available. Rook takes A3.
That's
huge tactic.
Beautiful. Okay, nice. B takes A3. Rook takes B1. King takes. And then you have a nice fork to finish it off.
Wow.
Andrea's looking towards other plans right now, though. She's drawing arrows towards C5. Let's see if she gets spotted.
She's thinking of good moves, but you have to see it or you don't.
I don't know if that's bad or not.
You really stumble across.
True.
It's a really tough one.
I'm gonna just stick with this. It's safer. That doesn't work.
That's true. Yep, that's very fair. Time evening up, though. She spent just about a minute on that move.
And she keeps coming back to the same ideas.
And let you
I think she's just having a hard time figuring out what her plan is here.
Yep.
And the pressure is on her to win. All Linda needs to do is try to defend here, which is also extremely hard. But at least Linda knows that if she gets a draw, she's the winner of the match.
And if Linda loses, she's got another
always
chance.
Have to defend this. Okay, it's literally just my king versus this rook.
So Andrea just said something
no
important.
I don't know how you get out of this.
The knight and the rook on the queen side for white
Maybe just king
are 100%
here.
stuck.
No, I need to bring my king out. I think. I don't know. I'm going to do it. I'm gonna bring the king.
This looks really good.
Continues to be really impressive. If we remember the last game, she was very fast in the end games, and she seemed to be, slightly stronger at end games.
Yep. This is the live position, and I was just noticing that king d6, it looks like, oh, I'm just moving my king, but knight d2 is an extremely crafty move with, again, an insane trick of rook takes a3 and then bringing that knight back to c4. We'll see once again if Andrea spots this big tactical sequence, but knight d2 is the way to start.
I think she might play knight d2 even without spotting it. It seems like okay, maybe not. She just nodded. No. Oh, there you go. Oh, no, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. And it's a credit to Linda because the moves that, let's say, she's quote-unquote blundering, those are really difficult and complicated tactics. So she's actually defending as well as she really can.
Yeah, she had to push c4 so that her rook would have space if attacked by the knight, which she saw extremely quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Linda actually recently beat Andrea in Puzzle Rush, and it was getting to Andrea's head. So just trying to say Linda's tactics are very sharp.
And
Sparg0 might flag. He's under 7 seconds. If we could maybe take a look at his game too.
Let's jump over. It's time scrambles absolutely everywhere. SonicFox with the black pieces is starting to slowly take control. That king rescued itself to safety on the other side of the board. On the queen side, 8 seconds for Sparg0. And this knight is going to win material once it finds time to do it. The queen's under attack first.
Yeah. Now the rooks are forked as well, and even if the queen moves, you can't move away both rooks at once. But Sonic is also under time pressure.
Yep. We know this has not been maybe the bright spot. Rook to e6 is a way to save everything. That was a tough move to play.
Yeah, but even being down in exchange, you still have chances to recover, especially in a time scramble.
Agreed. Pressure on this bishop. You have to lend some support. Goes with the rook. I'm curious, though, what happens after one of these knight moves, adding even more pressure.
Yeah, there's no way to continue defending the bishop if Sonic spots it, which they did night before.
Really good move. Really good move. I can't think of any tricks here. Yeah, you have to just lose that piece. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Playing on just a couple seconds and in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think we should maybe go back to Linda and Andrea now that Sparg0's down a piece.
Yeah, down a rook here looks to be it, as Andrea about to win material. If not, the game. I think I see a checkmate.
Is Andrea going to tie it up and send it to tiebreakers? I'm going to knock on wood.
She saw the mate.
Holy moly.
She saw the
Maybe
mate.
turn down your
Thank God.
headphones.
Okay, they're off.
Just in case.
Oh God, chess is so hard. I hate this game. This is why I retired from this
Okay,
stupid
my headphones
game.
are actually not on,
It's raising
and
all
I
my
can still
cholesterol
hear it.
levels. This is not good for your vitals.
Yeah, I turned it
Let me
down.
put chat on. Oh my God. Hi
Okay, I'm
guys.
back.
Great.
That was a really good
Heart
call.
attack. I'm gonna have a heart attack at the ripe age of 23. Oh God.
Andrea is yelling again, yes.
Good game, good game.
All right, so we are going to go into the tie breaks. Make sure to be careful with your headphones for this one, just in case. The player with the higher accuracy score is going to get white. If it's a draw, they just keep swapping colors and go until there's a decisive result. The time control is 5 minutes with a 3-second bonus. It will be Andrea versus Linda. Chat, who do you think is going to win? Spam your predictions.
Yeah, it's been so close.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're gonna have basically a 10-minute break here.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been so close between these two.
Crazy.
It was a nice win by Linda and then a nice win by Andrea. Very, very tense. This is like one of those ones that's truly just too close to call. The color might actually play a role here, so I'm curious to see who gets the white pieces, and it looks like she's reviewing here ahead of the next game.
And
I'm gonna do it. Do I know how? No.
Oh.
Oh,
Wait,
that's a good start.
Yeah, they're already playing. Okay.
No idea.
I don't think
But
so,
guess
right?
what?
She's
just
reviewing.
gonna play something.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I'd probably not. I mean,
But honestly, if they started a
cooling
game,
right now.
if they started a game, it might look like this. So I understand.
Yeah, no, I think
Just
they're
in
going to
case
play the
Linda
same
tuned in
theory
right
as
now.
the first time.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if Andrea would spot the opening track.
81-35.
Wait, she can see me. Sorry.
Versus Linda.
Be respectful.
80.65.
Be respectful, guys.
So less than a 1% difference, which means Andrea is going to have the white pieces in the tiebreak game.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so we just heard, I don't know if you guys also heard that,
Cool.
but Andrea is going to have the white pieces.
right.
Her accuracy was up just by less than 1%. She was 81.35% accuracy, and Linda was
Wow.
80.65%.
That's crazy. So close. And I actually think like the girls are so evenly matched. The games are exciting that the color might actually make a difference, because the funny thing is that I noticed Andrea gets the white pieces, which is interesting because wouldn't you maybe want to choose the color? Like did Andrea kind of want the white pieces? You know what I'm saying?
Andrea usually does want the white pieces, so she's going to feel more confident with it. But I agree. I think when you're not at Grandmaster level, you don't know which side you're more comfortable with.
Yeah, not to mention both of the girls, I think, won with black in this match. So I just thought it was funny that she's kind of like, she had the higher accuracy. Oh, you get white. It's like, well, wait a minute. I wish I played less accurate.
Yeah. Well, you get to see another Jobava attempt, Aman, so
Aye,
you can
aye,
be
aye.
excited about that.
Let's see here. I think the move, as far as I know, is Queen D3. So I think Andrea has already made a mistake here. You mentioned that she likes her opening theory. I think Queen D3 is the move. I wonder if she's already a bit surprised here, or maybe this is also a different playable line.
Well, I see that she's starting to calculate, but as I say in this household, theory doesn't matter. If it feels good, play it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I think this, she did respond immediately. That's one thing. The knight came to E2. She didn't panic, didn't spend a ton of time.
Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, the time control is correct now. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's now shorter, right? That's what the tiebreak is. So instead of that, wait. Are you correct? You're correct, right?
With what?
Because you're correct about so many things. Aren't
Yeah.
It says on the screen right now, time control 3 plus 5. And were you saying that you thought it was 5 plus 3 and it wasn't? And so I was saying you were correct that it wasn't, if that's what you meant.
Yeah, to be honest, I was just reading chat, so that's how I got to that conclusion.
Oh, that's the problem.
Because it is supposed to be 3 plus 5.
Got it. Yeah, that would be more what we have here. I'm trying to see the okay, so what? Takes on F4. This is starting to look pretty comfortable for black. I know it seems weird to say, but I just like the bishop pair.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable take. Andrea doesn't really have attack chances if black castles, or does she, since black actually has no minor pieces near her kingside?
Yeah, it's one of those positions that if I was playing it, I would probably play very modestly. Knight d7, knight f6, like I would go really slow because I don't see the rush to castle. So yeah, I'd be a little spooked.
And so far, Linda's taking her sweet time. She's got a minute on the clock, but at least from what we've seen, she does tend to play really quickly in the end. Maybe she just hasn't adjusted to the time control yet.
Yeah, this is too much time spent, that's for sure.
And thank you, SonicFox, for subscribing, and congratulations.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Sonic. All right, e5. Now that is a very strange move. Okay, what is the idea? Obviously, pawn takes. I'm just concerned that Linda is almost trying to play pawn to d4 there. I hope that's not the plan.
I was wondering if we could listen in on her stream before we miss her explanation.
Let's jump.
It might be too late, but we'll try.
Yeah, it's like... we'll go now.
Oh my god.
There we go.
That was such a bad move. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Just in time, actually.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's good that Linda recognized that it was a poor move. Like, sometimes what happens is you make a mistake, but you kind of commit to it, whereas admitting it's a mistake and just playing the best move in the position and kind of going off course is the correct way to go. So it's a good thing that she did that.
Yeah, it's always better late than never to recover from your mistakes. Queen g5 is a cool move. She's attacking e5 and she's putting some pressure over the g2 pawn and the king. She can't play bishop h3 right away, but it could be a plan in the future.
Yep. Yep, exactly right. Andrea has a big lead in development, castled, all good things so far. So rightfully, trying to open the position, right?
Yeah, so she pushes c4. She's trying to at least trade off one of her doubled pawns. Wow, the computer absolutely hated that move. And I'm sure you know why, Mr. Hamilton.
Well, let me tell you, the ability to remove the knight and then play this move, f4, just means that now that one pawn advantage is such a secure one pawn. Moves like rook b1, bishop b5, c4, queen g4, these moves are all amazing. Rook f3 to h3 also traps the black queen. So just in that one move, everything has come to life for Andrea.
And it's crazy because it doesn't seem like this insane blunder. You're just developing your piece, but it's very much about being strategically lost and not having enough time to defend against all these threats.
Yep, bishop b5. Ooh, I was going to say, I don't know about knight d7 because if c4, Andrea is playing everything. Tempo, tempo, tempo. Linda, with 45 seconds, is in my opinion, big trouble here.
I think Andrea's snacks are finally kicking in, so this is what happens, folks, when you feed your gremlin.
Linda needs to find a way to get castled. I know it's a tough ask. You know, Oh, after queen takes d5, I don't think we're ever castling. I know it didn't look like a good move, but I honestly think maybe black should have castled on that last turn. This is very hard to play. e6,
Right.
rook d1 are all winning.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I think Linda's strength was not properly represented in this game.
Yeah, it was just, takes the knight is good, but e7 might be one of those moves that hurts a little bit more.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin here. Oh, and Andrea plays it, no mercy. Maybe we could listen in on Andrea.
Yep, I think this is it.
Queen, and then you should resign. Because, okay. Take with check. Sure. Queen takes, you can't. King takes. Probably king takes. Or do I take? It doesn't really matter. Or do I take, you take? Okay, she blundered the knight. She could have saved her knight, but... Aw, she resigned. I did it! Okay, don't celebrate too much because they see me on Zoom, everyone. Act real professional and put on your headphones. GG's.
Okay, great game, ladies.
I love that the coaches us conjoined.
Oh!
She just heard herself in an echo. That's always funny.
That's really funny.
That was a really tough game for Linda because the other two, I think, represented the real level and discrepancy between them in that match, which was almost nothing. But then that final game, what can you say? Andrea just kind of got the position that she was comfortable with from an opening that she was comfortable with, maybe happy to get the white pieces. But then we looked to that e5 move. Linda played e5, immediately regretted it. Honestly, that was kind of the difference here. So something to improve on for Linda, just that one move.
And let's take a look at the cross table so we see where everyone is standing after this match. So we have Masi, again, undefeated, perfect score. Andrea just won the tie breaks, so she doesn't get the same amount of points for winning her match, but she's in second place with 7. SonicFox just defeated Sparg0, so he is tied for third with Linda. Sonic versus Linda is going to be a really exciting match, and we have that coming up next. Andrea versus Masi also will be fun to see. And Voyboy, I think he's been struggling a little bit and not representing his strength properly, but we're going to see him go up against Sparg0. Sparg0 is trying to get his first upset. We'll see what happens. Aman, any predictions going in?
Well, just remember that the group you're seeing on your screen is going to get divided into, the upper and lower parts of this bracket. So right in the middle there between third and fourth place, that is what really matters, because it does feel like Masi and Andrea are kind of secure in those top 2 spots, but there is a raging battle between Sonic, Linda, and Voyboy for that third position. You're either up in the winner's bracket or in the consolation. So I think that battle for third is one to watch.
And that's why you're a pro commentator. Great point, Aman. So, yep, we have only 3 players moving on to the championship bracket from the 6 players we have on the screen. And tomorrow you'll see Group B for those of you who've been asking in the chat about other players. When is Tyler 1 coming on? He's coming on tomorrow. Don't worry. It'll be really exciting.
Right. And I also just saw that apparently Sparg0's power went out. So he will be now playing from his phone. And you know what? Some of us play better from the phone. I'm not going to lie. Pretty nice app, Chess.com. I've heard some people exclusively play on the phone. So we'll see if that helps.
That's true. All right. Well, I think we're going to be starting soon. We could go over to the scene with everybody preparing. Why is Andrea always trying to study before her games? She's really going hardcore here.
Hey, I like it. You gotta take it seriously. I feel like we kind of see her doing it, but I wonder if the other competitors are as well. We just might not be seeing it. I do think it's healthy to, if you're not gonna research your opponent, that's a bit too deep. You can just review the game that was just played, and even, just going to one critical moment and be like, oh, I knew that move was bad. that can help you, especially Alex, because in this format, you kind of tend to play some of your openings over and over again.
Yeah, I was looking up people as you were saying that to see if anybody else is studying. I think Linda's just enjoying her snacks, which is valid as well. And I was looking over Sparg0, but like you said, his power is out. So I don't have that much intel for you.
Yeah, yeah, we'll just have to kind of guess, assume, extrapolate into the next round. I'm trying to remember, what are our matchups for this one? Obviously, we know a few players that need to play each other, but there are still a couple more rounds. So in round 4, what do we have to look forward to here? Masi and Andrea, okay, they are playing in this next game. That is going to decide first place in the group, pretty much.
Wow. That is the matchup that I am very excited to see. We've been talking about how Masi is a favorite, but I publicly said that I would bet on Andrea to win the entire event. So I'm going to need my little sister to step up and show us what she's got here.
Yeah, are you still taking that on? Still offering, Alex, after what you've seen?
You want to do a little friendly side bet? I'm down.
I think there's been a clear front runner here, and always happy to take a little friendly action. I think that there's a real challenger. And by the way, this isn't just for the winner of the next match, right? This is overall, because they might play here, there might be a winner and a loser, but eventually they'll need to play again.
What if we do a nice little bet and the loser donates to the charity, to Lide?
Yeah, that sounds like a perfect idea. I am down, and I am betting against Andrea. I'm betting against the Botezes.
Okay, how much do you want to put on the line, Mr. Hambleton?
Well, I sense that however confident you were, you may be less confident now. If I'm reading the room, I'm sensing that you're feeling Andrea doesn't quite have it like she did. So I will let you pick the number, and I will represent any amount up to $500.
All right, let's go to a quick Masi interview while I deliberate these odds.
Fair.
No, I think Andrea, because she has so much tournament experience, and she's been doing it for a long time, and she streams on it as well. So I would think she's the heavy favorite. No. Well, it all, to be honest with you, it depends on the game. I mean, if it's just like random games like a blitz game or a bullet frame, my risk tolerance is pretty high. I would say like an 8 or 9. But when I think like in a tournament case, I might be more of a 4 or a 5.
All right, Aman, since it's for a good cause, I'm down to bet $500 on this.
Okay, virtual handshake, Alex. Done. After I'm feeling very confident after seeing that interview. He seems humble, doesn't recognize the talent that he has. So
all right, hang on, I need to go talk to Andrea real quick.
Hang on, whoa, come back. What? Okay, hold on a second. Is this allowed? That was part of the bet.
Oh shit.
Now okay, we got to drop in on Andrea. There we go.
OBSP.
Perfect. Let's listen in here.
I would have never guessed his username. I tried to find his chess.com and I couldn't.
I need to listen in.
I wonder if he
make sure I'm privy to this conversation.
$500 on this game, don't lose.
Okay, that doesn't make me feel any better. That doesn't make me feel. Oh God, we're going A6 line. Okay.
Okay, hang on. She just said she has 500 on this game.
Oh yeah, baby! Right, I like this line. I like what I see. This is my favorite line in the Jobava, but it's not going to be winning. It just means I'm not losing out of the opening, and that for me is a good sign. She's not ready
Alex,
for my
you made it worse. No, she's used to it. We've been living in the house together.
You put some pressure on. That's good.
Okay. I'm a little bit out of breath.
She's going to be playing better now?
Honestly, I think I may have made it worse.
She said you made it worse, but I don't know how true that was.
No, I think it's probably not going to make a difference. But I like that they both fear each other the most.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a great game. No matter what, it's 2029. So as I predicted, Masi's rating did creep over 2000, and Andrea pretty much at the exact same rating. So super close. One thing I'm keeping an eye on is, of course, Jobava London. We've been talking about it. Andrea has been playing it with some success so far. One thing about this position, I usually see, I was going to say the move G6. If you have an opportunity, you go forward. I don't know why Masioka did not play G6 himself. This is one of those positions where, if we're being honest, how much pressure has Masioka been under? I'm not sure that any position out of the opening has been much worse than this.
Other than maybe his position with Voyboy when he blundered. But I guess that was more...
Yeah, more of a middle game, but I agree. That one was quite bad if Voyboy had found that sequence. That's a good point.
Okay, so now he has a decision. Does he take back with the king or with the queen? He doesn't want to ruin his castling.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Now, if we're thinking about how both sides are going to develop, I expect the knight on c6. I expect the bishop probably on e7, and I do expect the king to castle queenside here. The real question is, where's black's king castling? Are you going queenside? Because kingside, I'm not sure looks much better.
I have so much adrenaline on this game now that I'm trying to listen. My heart is palpitating.
I'm glad. Okay. So I'll tell you my plan. My plan is that if I win, then I'll claim the bet as a win, and if I lose, I'll remind you of what our actual agreement was, which wasn't just this one game, at least to my understanding. It was overall.
Overall.
But of course I was just going to, like, you kind of gave me a free roll there, but I'll let you in on my secret. That's what I was going to do. I was like, well, if I lose it, then I'll remind you it was overall, but if I win it, I might just cash out.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'm down to keep it for overall, and again, I think it's a win-win because we're supporting the charity either way.
It's 500 to the charity no matter what. And now the only funny thing is Andrea thinks that it's on this game.
Great. Well,
she'll be playing her heart out.
I don't know if it helps. Like, sometimes when she's in time pressure, I just yell speed, speed, speed at her, and it usually doesn't help. So we'll see how it goes. But maybe we take a look at some of the other games as well, as exciting as this is.
Yeah, now that the 500 on one game has worn off, let's have a look around. One game that I really want to take a look at is Voyboy and Sparg0. And the reason is that, of course, Sparg0 still looking for that first result, but I'm also looking at this game and thinking, pretty nice position for Sparg0. The one thing that's going to happen, though, is Voyboy is going to play f4. That's a guarantee. It's his plan here, and Sparg0 needs to react in the center. So what move should be played? I believe d5. I think it's super important to open up the center of the board, because if you don't, f4 is going to happen, maybe f5. I start to get a little nervous.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it's not intuitive to see these moves like d5 because you think you're breaking up your nice pawn chain. But you're right. How do you now respond to the f4 pressure? If he takes on f4, what do you think Voyboy should recapture with?
It's a good question. I think the safest and maybe the scariest for black is the pawn, just because f5 continues to be a threat. Now, bishop takes is pretty tempting. Even though g5 is there, it's very weakening, and there's going to be a loose knight behind it. But I think overall, pawn takes on f4 is to be expected, and most likely what Voyboy is going to do.
And at least Sparg0 can capture the knight on b3 here, so his bishop isn't completely lost. And it would at least double Voyboy's pawns, which hey, it's a little something, even if he's losing the bishop pair.
That's right. One thing to watch out for in these positions is rook takes f6. Seems weird to mention it now, but even if we imagine, let's say like rook e8, I'll just put this move on the board. Pawn takes on e5, pawn takes, rook takes on f6. Just the direct sacrifice, even if you're not gaining something as a result, bishop h6 is there, queen h5 is there, the other rook slides to f1. It's a really quick and dangerous attack and a very thematic idea.
And this, kids, is what you'll see if you too spend your time becoming a grandmaster. I'd say it's not too late, but it probably is too late.
Yeah, but for most of us, yeah, it might just be too late. But that's okay, because who would have thought you could get the same value by just tuning into PogChamps?
Yeah, exactly, chat. Although I know chat's elo is even higher than ours, but so far the prediction has been correct. Voyboy has recaptured with the G pawn. Let's see how Sparg0 deals with the f5 threat.
Yep, f5 is not winning. I would say it's dangerous. Bishop can capture the knight. It's actually really weird that this knight is here. It should be probably on c3 is what it feels like, but it's on b3. So the bishop has sort of an escape square. F5, bishop takes knight.
Cool. Well, why don't we take a look at Linda and Sonic, since we haven't seen their game just yet.
Okay. All right, what do we have here? Even material? No, down a pawn, actually. Even though the evaluation is about equal, the material is not. So black is actually up a pawn here. I see maybe e6 as an idea, rook d7, queen e4. These are all the moves that come to mind initially.
It's interesting that the computer didn't like queen a5 because it seemed like such a natural move. You're attacking the pawn on a2, and ooh, okay, we have another move that the computer didn't like here. And is it just because it's a free pawn on a2? Is there something even worse here?
Honestly, I think the answer is yes, even though that's pretty crazy. Also because the queen can slide back beautifully to e6, so just kind of a risk-free pawn to capture. And once you do, the pawn's actually quite dangerous.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I guess black just doesn't have that many threats now. One passed pawn already, and once you trade off one more pawn on the queen side, you have two connected passed pawns, which is really hard to deal with, on top of the fact that white's pawn on e5 is also isolated.
Yeah, it certainly is. I like the move e6, which is why queen a2 I think is so good, because it stops the threat, and it's a free pawn as well. So if I'm thinking about this queen and I'm actually trying to place it on the best square, it's honestly e6. So the quickest way for me to get there is to take this pawn. So that's why I think the computer is loving this so much.
Yeah, that makes sense. Taking a little look around, seeing what's happening on the other boards as well. Maybe we go back to the 3-cam view really quick. Okay. Wait, did Sparg0 get a better position? Because that would be a pretty big change. It looks like he's better. Let's tune into the Sparg0 versus Voyboy.
Yeah, the one thing that he did, which I give him a lot of credit for, is he recognized the sort of the danger of f5, and he brought his bishop outside in front of those pawns, bishop g4, then to h3, then brought the rook to the middle of the board. And now, finally, I've been waiting for this move, opens the center. That's why the computer is evaluating the position as if black is up a piece and the material is equal. That's how good this move d5 is. Opening things up, you got all these pieces just on the side of the board. The knights are all over the place. The king is wide open and the pieces are not developed.
Wow, the computer evals be seeming quite a bit crazy for what it is. A full piece is a lot, but let's try to think of what white can even do here. So he can't push e5, that's a free pawn. if he takes on d5, queen takes completely opens up the queen on his king. So he sort of has to leave the pawn on e4. But then his plan is just a little bit awkward because the pawn is already attacked 3 times. So you're just going to lose another pawn, which is probably what Voyboy is figuring out right now because he's sitting and tanking.
Yep. Yeah.
Tanking as in thinking for a long time, not tanking his position.
That's right. That's right. Hopefully not the latter. Taking on d5, the queen captures. If you bring the queen out and offer a trade, it looks like it holds everything together, but there is a sneaky rook e2, and I'll just put that on the board just now. You feel like you've got everything under control, but rook e2 cannot be captured, even though it looks free, because of the pin and the pressure on the king from black's queen. And that means that you'll be able to pick up this pawn, and possibly even worse than that. So this would be a very good continuation for Sparg0, and that's why this d5 move is ultra powerful.
Yeah, and just a reminder, the people whose results matter the most in this round are Voyboy, Linda, and Sonic. They are the ones in the middle of the pack, and only the top 3 will make it to the championship bracket.
Yep. And another reminder, of course, Sparg0 had his power go out, and so that's why cam is not up. It was up earlier for all of the other games and matches that he was playing, and I suppose if everything sort of comes back, maybe he'll rejoin, but at this point, I suspect he'll probably be playing these final 2 rounds on mobile, which is what he's doing right now.
Although if he has better results on mobile, I personally would get superstitious and I'd have my cam on, but I'd play on my phone in the future.
I agree. Yeah, I wouldn't be back. And matter of fact, when you've got my games for the next day, I might not even log on. Power's still out, by the way.
Okay, let's go back to the bird's eye view. Check on some of the other positions in the meantime. Maybe
Yeah,
we
we've
go.
got I think we were probably going to head to the same place. I just think there's so much different about the position in Andrea and Masi since the last time we looked at it. Things have got really closed up in that one, which you might think, oh, like it's all closed up, maybe going towards a draw. Now, this last move, queen to f5, I think gives an opportunity to Andrea, and that opportunity for me is bishop e7. I know it doesn't look like much, but I actually think if you look at Andrea's position, what can you do? Maybe you could target the G file, so doubling like that. But what I actually want to do is I want to position this bishop somewhere in here. It's going to guard the b4 move, and it uncovers a threat on g7 and allows me to maybe play rook g5 and rook g1. So I was thinking of bishop e7, but otherwise, if Andrea doesn't find something, and I think that's a really good move. Love this one from Andrea here.
Yeah, as you were explaining the plan, she was drawing out the arrows. Masi still up on time, though. He has double Andrea's time, and he moves quickly as if he had anticipated this very move. Rook f7 instantly. Andrea's bishop is under attack, and she has to decide between d6 and c5. Which spot do you think is better?
I don't care for c5 as much just because knight d7's with the tempo. And if we look at bishop d6, there's nothing that can really attack it. So I would default to d6, but probably neither one is a big mistake. Like you go bishop c5, knight d7, and then bishop d6. I don't think it's really a big deal.
I see Andrea also considering rook g5 first.
Ooh, I think that might be a pretty big blunder after queen h3. And then there's 2 pieces hanging.
Well, luckily she's moved her arrows onto brighter pastures. Maybe we take a look at her camera real quick.
The last time we were here, she debated between
play the end game.
A couple of very good moves and a couple of very bad ones. So hopefully she's picking the right ones here. Bishop e7 was really good by her, but just needs to keep that bishop alive in there.
I don't think this was my best move, to be honest. I think I should just admit it was not.
Oh, no.
And I don't know if this is a good
It was so good. It was the best move. It was amazing.
Oh, no.
No, Andrea, it was. Listen to me.
I don't like it.
No,
Okay.
it was. I like it. And that's final.
Well,
that was a bad
oh
move.
no,
Okay,
she's
okay,
losing
okay, stop
confidence in
panicking.
her position
Fuck.
here.
I threw my chance. Okay.
You didn't. You played the best move of the position.
And it's still fine.
Yeah, she's self-sabotaging. You gotta let her know, Alex, that she.
Oh, I will. We're gonna have a
man.
friendly sister chat.
Yeah,
Alex is
friendly.
gonna cost Alex 500. No, don't say that.
But then
Okay,
you just
so-
do this.
So the bishop is
Oh,
sort
no,
of.
she's
This was
getting
just not a
low.
good move. You literally just do this, then I
Yeah.
go back. You take, I take. Yeah, I
So
should have left my bishop
Masioka-
there. Ah!
Okay, now she
I'm
realizes
panicking
now.
so bad. I'm really throwing. Okay, I need to stop talking badly. So this might come. Because my chess made no sense. And then I would just defend. And then I need to double up. That's all I need to do. I need to stop playing weird chess. Okay.
All right. I think she is her own worst enemy there.
A little bit. That's okay. I definitely have done the exact same thing many occasions. In our other 2 games, by the way, I have to at least shout out this move here. Rook to f3. Just what a computer move, right? Queen attacked, rook takes f3 before we move on. What an idea. And if you block with the knight,
wow.
remember, that was pinned. That's just crazy.
Wait, did he play it?
No, I'm just highlighting that it was possible
No.
because I saw
I think he just played it.
he played it. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I had
God,
to refresh my board. There's no way. What a move. I'm glad we stayed here for that because I was just gonna like let people know, hey, this is a cool move you'll never see. He just played it.
Oh
Insane.
boy. I mean, really nice move is what I mean.
Live reaction from Andrea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, let's see if Andrea figures it out.
Wait. I take, you take a rook. Okay, you win a pawn, I guess. This is my only chance. I sack here. Wait, what if I do this? No, because then I get just a bishop.
Okay.
Wait, did he
Dust
blunder?
has
I don't know how to
settled.
count, dude.
She's correct. It's only a pawn. It's obviously very significant, but it is only a pawn. Only a pawn. Amazing move. Masioka, finding moves like that feels like a different level. Amazing, amazing move. I promise you guys, I was mentioning it as like, here's a cool move for your enjoyment, and he actually just played it on the board. So pretty cool moment there.
I am enjoying the chat comments from Tierzu. Did we forget Hiro Nakamura can see the future? I mean, clearly I did when I made that bet, but he is continuing to prove strong here.
And what about these other games? So Voyboy and Sparg0 I wanted to jump to because Sparg0 is looking better and better. And I'm just going to say, you know, mobile buff, it's been a difference because what a great game. As soon as Sparg0 opened the middle of the board, look at the domination here. Voyboy still has not developed a bishop.
Yeah, wow. Sparg0 is holding this position because we've seen him get it in better positions previously. He must be really hungry to finally get that win. He's threatening the pawn on h2 that's defended by 2 pieces now. You can't see it, but you will soon. Aha, there you go.
There we go. Yeah, I like the move knight d5. It hits the bishop, it guards the c7 pawn, it centralizes the knight. That looks like a win-win. This looks like a maybe just a win, not a win-win. Just half as good. It's on the side of the board. I don't like it as much.
And Voyboy is defending as best as he can here. His king is on h3, but he's defending the checkmate. He's still playing pretty quickly with the time pressure. Even though Sparg0 is the one who has all of the attack right now, it's not obvious how he should continue.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good try because Rookie 3, it almost makes me think Sparg0 is just a genius because this is a simple fork. And the real question is, after knight d2, does Sparg0 understand that the rook can capture that knight due to the pin? That's the real question. Because if so, I mean, this is a free piece. There's nothing else to say here.
No, that's true. I guess it was clear how he should continue, and perhaps Masioka is rubbing off on him and he too sees into the future. But I think it would be, even if Sparg0 is not going to be able to make the championship bracket, it would be nice to get out of such a tough section with at least a dub.
Yeah, and let's not forget, if Sparg0 beats Voyboy, not just here, but in the match, he gets 3 points. And if he wins his last match, he's up to 6 points. That might be even enough for the top half of the bracket. So I think anything is still possible.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, I'm taking a look, seeing if we needed to go back to any of the other games. Andrea does have 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, let's jump over there. It does
look
like
savable.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same, that the technique from Masioka is just reigning supreme. That dark squared bishop can come all the way down to c1, and in this case, it's been prevented, but realistically, the bishop should capture, and this is 100% a victory because the king cannot take that pawn, or the other one will become a queen.
Yep, and the black king can just go gobble up all of the pawns on the queen side. Since white's king is going to be stuck, Andrea resigned. Maybe we go into her camera real quick, see what she says, and then go back to the other games.
Yeah, Linda and Sonic are, I think, in their next game of the round.
I don't know what
Cool,
that
let's
game
go
is.
there.
I'm not going to look at chat.
Oh, wow.
Is this not...
Sparg0 won. Congrats.
I can't see.
Amazing. Amazing. That's exactly what it was building up to be. Definitely very, very deserved. And a really earned win. That wasn't like opponent blundered. No, like so many things had to happen there. Really good opening, navigated a tough position, opened the center, found some tactics, and then closed it out at the very end. That's a complete game from Sparg0, who's making a last-minute comeback.
Yeah, very nicely done. And we're coming back in here. Linda versus Sonic. Linda won the first game. They're both in the middle of the pack, trying to make it into the championship bracket. And so far, we have a pretty regular looking opening here. You have that French bishop on c8, which is hiding behind its own pawn chain. You have the black side of the pieces putting pressure on the d4 central square. Ooh, that's a pawn blunder.
Yeah, it's easy when you're just doing these captures to think in your head, oh, I capture, they capture, I capture, they capture, and you're just thinking only that. But oops, dropping the other pawn in the center is a big mistake. SonicFox should take a moment and capture that pawn. And I say take a moment because 10 minutes is on the clock for SonicFox. This is some Masioka type of speed.
True. And okay, so now Linda is down a pawn, but Sonic does have the 2 doubled pawns on the b file, which might be a little bit of a weakness later on. So I wouldn't say it's worth a full pawn, even though the computer seems to disagree pretty strongly.
Yeah, I think the pawns themselves are actually quite weak, but one of the things that's present here is an open position and a bishop on the board, and 2 central pawns compared to none for white. Like, I do think if Linda maybe had an e pawn here, maybe instead of the a pawn, that would make a big difference for the evaluation. But just the way the pawns are spread out, black has the whole center. It's definitely a big advantage, but not to say that it's over, of course.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair analysis, and we have the second match started between Masioka and Andrea. Or we could stay here now that we see fives and push. Okay, no, we're coming back here.
Yep. Jump over just to see the start here.
Yep.
Masioka, Andrea. So Masi has the white pieces here, and I'm looking at the opening. It seems very familiar. I'm just going to jump all the way back super briefly. Okay, it looks like it was a kind of a Sicilian of sorts. And now here we are, knight d4, looking for exchanges. I think Andrea has played the beginning of this game quite well. But the one thing that I feel is standing out from my experience watching these games so far in PogChamps, Masioka, how many times has he really been in a position where he can lose? Like, not just slightly worse, but how many times has he been in a spot where you think, okay, he's really going to lose here? And it's been few and far between.
And he once again has almost 10 minutes on the clock. He blitzed out his opening so quickly. He must be brushed up on his opening theory. Sicilian is pretty dense.
Like yeah, it feels like it. And even if not, it seems that Masi kind of has this ability to play a decent move most of the time. Maybe not always the best move, but always a kind of equal move, a solid move, a safe move, and that's a really great skill to have.
Yep. And Andrea's queen is under attack now. I always feel a little bit uncomfortable when that happens. But she's debating where to put it. Does she want a queen trade here? She is in a must-win situation, so perhaps keeping the queens on the board will help it be a little bit more complicated, but queen d8 does get her rook on the open file, which is nice.
That's true. Yeah, here I might be thinking about something like queen a6 or queen c7. I'd like to play rook d8. I'd also be looking at knight d5 or knight g4 if I can arrange it. But yeah, queen c7 makes perfect sense.
Cool. Well, why don't we take a look into Voyboy and Sparg0?
All right, we are over here. Sparg0 with the white pieces. Remember, he won that game with black. And in this position, Voyboy has one pawn on d5. We can tell that there used to be a pawn there. But the king is still in the center of the board. And this position is one I think that Sparg0 can generate a lot of pressure if you play it the right way. For example, rook e1 and bishop h6. Also bishop b5 with a pin. This could get really scary.
And we're seeing a little bit of a trend from Voyboy keeping his king in the middle of the board. I wonder why that keeps happening.
Yeah, I was going to say, not a great trend. You know, it's not that I can say it's always bad, but, you know, chess principles are there for a reason, and we are generally taught it's a good idea to get castled, get your king to safety, get out of the center, because the center is where we always are taught to bring our pieces. So if all the pieces come to the center, it's not where you want your king, because it's probably where all the action is.
Well, you know, I don't blame him. I don't like castling either, but it is tricky. Now the queen on h6 is keeping his king from being able to castle. And it's not just uncomfortable right now, but it sort of makes it harder for him to come up with a plan, because how is he going to bring over his rook from h8 to help with his own kingside attack?
Agreed completely. I am very nervous for Voyboy if Sparg0 just plays kind of the routine developing moves. Queen c7, queen g7 I like. Hit the rook. Probably has to move to f8. And then rook he1 looks tremendous.
Yeah, no, that's a nice plan. Although we did see somewhat of a similar game where his king was in trouble and he was able to push his pawns up and open the position when he was playing against SonicFox, and that seemed to work out for him. So I'm guessing he's going for a kind of similar plan here where he just wants to put pressure and be the one attacking.
Yep. a4 is played by Voyboy. Like, I understand the move. You want to generate some threats, but I think the reality is white should be making more threats quicker.
And now rook f8 is played, which means that black will never be able to castle kingside.
That's right. Rook on h1 is the only white piece not participating, which is why I'm so desperate to play rook he1. Just, it's not even like I'm threatening something specific. It's just, I feel like I'm not maximizing unless it's in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's pretty valid here. They are similarly close on the clock. Sparg0 has been playing quickly the entire game, but he's actually starting to think here. I do agree that putting a rook on e1 is the most natural looking move. Although I would also be tempted to just gobble up pawn on h7 and have a nice snack.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's obviously not a terrible move, but that's a good example of a pawn that just is not important for white's position. I would go rook e1. Bishop b5, I think, is another very decent alternative. But definitely queen h7. No, it's not a mistake if you do it. So I fully understand that.
Also, we have a result. Linda just defeated SonicFox. She won the match with 2-0. Maybe we go take a quick look and see what happened there.
Interesting. So that means that they finished their second game extremely quickly. Let
Maybe
me
a
take a
blunder
look
of
here.
sorts?
Yeah, let me have a look. So yeah, it was
W Linda. Yes, Linda's back
2-0.
at it.
And finished with a nice pin here. Just briefly looking here because we saw the position, I think, around here. And honestly, yeah, it looked really good for Sonic.
Yeah, he was definitely better out of the opening. He was up a pawn. Last we checked, we thought he was the favorite.
Yeah, it was this really, like, basically e5, pushing in the center before bringing the rooks over really cost Sonic because a nice tactic by Linda, picking up the pawn, and that's such a crucial pawn to lose. And then from here, I guess that knight just wreaked havoc as Linda was just hopping all over the chessboard, pretty much taking everything in sight. And then when Sonic tried to exchange that knight, like, the piece has terrorized the position. Finally, you play knight c7, and then boom, rook d7, winning a piece. And what a nice finish there. So Linda goes 2-0 and collects a very important 3 points from that matchup.
Wow. And yeah, Linda has been consistently showing her skill in endgames so far, even if that was a tactic to finish it off.
All right, I'm looking back at the Sparg0 and Voyboy game because I've just seen that move h5. I love it. This is a really clever move. And you know what? h4, h5 as a plan. Look, Voyboy is generating a lot of counterplay. I really like the plan that he's gone for of b4, b3, but it seems like it kind of reaches a conclusion. Like at some point, there's nothing more you can do. Maybe the king hides in front, pawn takes on g6, and then maybe the rook comes down. That starts to get pretty scary. So Voyboy actually has the better position, but I think it's tougher to navigate. If he does navigate it better, amazing, because he will have really earned this win.
And he's just trying to crank open White's king queenside position here. And the computer looks at b4 and he's trying to say no to the trade and keep it as blocked up as possible. Although that's a pretty challenging move to find.
b4 is pretty crazy. If anything, b3 seems to make sense because you're blocking the bishop as well. The idea of b4 is definitely to control the c5 square as well, but knight c5, there's always bishop check. So I barely understand why we need to play b4. It seems like b3 is more natural.
That makes sense. As long as he keeps his pawn on the b file and keeps the position closed, that seems like a win. If he somehow randomly plays b4, that would be pretty crazy. But I think it's cool that he went for the h4, h5 plan and even sacrificed his pawn on a2 to go for it.
That's right. Exactly. Like there's definitely a lot of good intuition that I'm seeing from Sparg0 there. Also, Voyboy, he's not panicking. He's left all these pieces intact. He's not worried about the king. It's one thing that's unique to Voyboy from Group A is just being comfortable or willing to have your king in the middle of the board and just exist there.
Yep, but he will have to be careful because now white has a hole on b2. So if his queen can somehow hop onto c3, b2, we'll see somewhat of a repetition of what happened with Voyboy versus SonicFox. Maybe that was another reason why b4 was important.
Yeah, stops queen a5, definitely. Here, knight b5 can be played. Basically, any knight move, because it also watches the c3 square, does look good.
And I think Sparg0 will find it because this queen c3 threat is so scary. Your brain power is going fully towards stopping that threat. I'm just curious how he's going to defend it. He could also be passive and play a move like knight e2, which, it's still safe and defensive.
Yeah, one of the issues with a passive move like knight e2 is that, you feel like taking your foot off the gas. Even if it's a worse move, I feel like c4 kind of gets the message across that you just want to be aggressive, only going forward. So maybe we'll see c4 for that reason, because it hits the bishop and allows you then to continue whatever plan you had over there.
Nah, that's true. Oh, okay, no. I thought we saw a move from him. Knight b5. As long as it's protecting it, it's good. I see someone saying if Voyboy wins this and beats Andrea, he will be top 3. He's not going to beat Andrea. Don't say that. That's not very polite of you. Just kidding.
Yeah, it is true that, Andrea, if she doesn't win the match against Masi, that she's at risk, probably not of falling out of top 3, but maybe out of second.
Yeah, I think so far she has been proving to be up there in the top 3, at least number 2. We still don't know. The Masi game, she's in a worse position, but anything could happen. It's still early. Although this pin looks a little bit uncomfortable. So her knight is under attack twice and her bishop is under attack. So she's going to need to move her bishop back to defend her knight. She's also in more time pressure than Masi, Master of Time, which keeps being the trend of today.
Yeah, let's have a look at that position over there. One of the developments is that the a7 pawn has disappeared. So Masi has found time to win that a7 pawn and just keep everything so solid, right? Bishop on d4, everything seems to protect everything. Meanwhile, there is a lot of pressure on the e pawn now. Knight c5, knight d2, f3, so many moves to consider.
Okay, rook e8. What do you think her chances are of saving this game?
I want to say very low. I say it for a few reasons. First of all, the time is, it's getting to be a problem for Andrea, but also the position. I don't see a lot of active ideas. I don't see a lot of counterplay. What I see is like the knight is kind of pinned every which way. The pawn is pinned. It looks like the likely outcome of the next couple moves is maybe a whole bunch of trades, and white is up in that endgame, like ahead pawns in that endgame. So that looks concerning.
Yep. It's looking tough here, but I'm glad that we made our bet for the finale and not for this match. And again, for a good cause, charity wins no matter what.
Would have been too much up front. We want to make sure we have some intrigue the entire event, and no matter what, if Andrea wins, believe me, I'll still be happy at the very end, because it'll be going to Lide no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, maybe we come back to this a little bit later. Maybe there'll be a little bit more hope then. Maybe not. But going back to Sparg0's game, that one has been getting interesting. So he took the pawn on g6, Voyboy recaptured, and now he's sacking a bishop. Whoa, that
Ooh.
is a questionable sack.
Okay,
Black's
it's
queen is going to be able to
questionable.
escape.
It's questionable for a few reasons, but I have to commend the idea. I mean, if the pawn recaptures, just to put the idea on the board, rook takes d5 is the threat. And that will X-ray attack the queen, meaning knight captures d6, even though it loses the knight, is going to win the queen. So this would be a very, very good idea. And I can understand why bishop g6 was played, assuming that you just kind of have to take it back. But, as you kind of get better at chess, you realize when you sack, your opponent does not have to reply. And look at Voyboy, took the time and said, wait a minute, now that bishop's not there, let me take the knight and guard my bishop in the middle. So the sack was well-intentioned, but forgetting that knight on b5 needed support.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that was actually a really nice intermediate move. And I see SonicFox in the chat saying, I'm sorry, I'm so bad at chess. Literally everybody in this stream, everybody playing has said that before. So welcome to the club. Everybody is bad at chess, unfortunately.
I was gonna say, Sonic, don't worry about it. There's one person playing today who's said that multiple times during the event. So believe me, you're not alone. And chess is one of those weird things. It just feels like some days it's like unrecognizable. It's like, wait a minute, am I the same player I was yesterday, last week? Like I'm 1900 for a reason. I'm 2200 for a reason. I'm 1200 for a reason. But you just can't seem to make it work on a given day. So it definitely happens no matter what your rating is.
Exactly. And coming back to the game here, I think Sparg0 is realizing what happened because he's sitting, he's thinking, he's getting close to a minute on the clock. He is going to he has some interesting ideas. Rook h5 is cool. I was also looking at rook takes d5 and bishop e4.
Yep. I like that. Rook it, like this is what I mean about Sparg0. Very resourceful, coming up with ideas. Things didn't go his way with bishop g6. First of all, to even come up with bishop g6, you have to be looking for those tactical ideas. I always like to see players looking for it. Just shows that they're not just trying to play an average safe move. He's really doing his best to calculate. And rook h5, he's following up. It's still tricky. A minute to 2.5 minutes, anything can happen with the king in the middle.
Yeah, no, I respect it. He is really a fighter, which makes sense because he is the professional Smash Bros fighter.
That's
Sonic
right.
also a professional at fighting games. Got a lot of esports pros in this. Knight f6. Okay, so Voyboy is defending the bishop on d5. He's also developing his pieces and making a little bit of more space for his king.
I'm thinking about rook h8 if I'm trying to find a tricky move. But the funny thing is, rook takes, queen takes, and then you go to take the rook in the corner and realize, oops, the bishop is defending it the entire time. So I don't know what move to recommend at this point. c4, super tempting, but you're very close to getting mated down there.
That's true. The other thing knight f6 did is block the queen off from defending against b2 or c3.
Yeah, and there's two huge threats here. First of all, checkmate in 2. Second of all, a full hanging rook. I don't know that Sparg0 is going to survive more than 2 moves here. c4 is a great try, but the game is over. And there it is.
Here it is, checkmate. So this
Very
game
nicely done.
is going to lead them to the tiebreak. Voyboy versus Sparg0. And until then, we're going to go check back in on Andrea versus Masi. Can Andrea
now if I can get my so I'm threatening this.
Save this?
You can't play this.
Yeah, she's done such a good job with the position. I'm looking at these pawns near white's king, and it's so much worse.
Oh, Masioka disconnected. So I think it's his camera and hopefully not his entire internet, because if Andrea wins by the Wi-Fi gambit, well, it is what it is, I guess. I shouldn't have turned off his internet. Just kidding.
That doesn't work. My next move. You're gonna come here. here. Queen's gonna come to e8. I could pin this, but that might.
I'm checking in.
Okay, that's
oh
not
my
gonna
god,
work.
not just
I
his
could take this
camera.
pawn
He's
next.
gone.
Where you go,
What
I
does that
take. Why
mean?
can I take? I think I can.
But he's moving.
Okay, he defended. Let's just attack.
Wait a minute. You're saying this is not Masioka?
What's
This
happening
is a
here?
different person? Is this Sparg0?
I am trying to figure out what's happening.
He really did stop time.
I guess he did. Okay, well, we lost his camera, but his chest is still there. Andrea is doing a pretty good job recovering, though.
So he let us know what moves he wanted us to make for him before he left.
The
And
conspiracy
we have a
is only
Chess.com
thickening.
staffer playing it out.
Oh,
Rook
he
is
just
coming
connected back.
here.
Okay.
Next, if you move this rook, king goes up.
No. He is playing. I think it was just his camera that disconnected, which
pushed
is okay.
past
So we'll
very
stay on
trade
Andrea's.
Check, run.
Aman, is my sister maybe recovering? Because if I look, it seems like she's up a pawn all of a
He's not gonna
sudden.
move because he doesn't want to simplify.
Oh,
Queen's probably
completely.
gonna move. Queen, where did the queen go? Queen
Completely.
has no squares here.
My $500 is giving me a run for my money, literally.
He's probably gonna go back now to defend
I'm
this.
really impressed.
Then I just push.
At
We got
recovery,
this! We're coming
because
back!
the position looked really bad earlier. So this is well
I
earned.
mean, why not trade queens? I have a passed pawn, for God's sake. But
I just don't know why she's still talking so much, because she has a minute on the clock.
Okay, this is going to be a big test.
rook behind the pawn.
Oh.
Rook b6 is important. Masi understands that. The king needs to walk all the way over here. This is a tough endgame, genuinely.
I think I just lost.
What do you mean lost?
Jesus.
You're up a pawn,
What?
Andrea.
No.
I don't know what's happening over there.
Alex, you
can't
got to
bring my
get her
king
more
over.
confident here.
I'm
what is
trying.
she talking about?
I know. Also, headphone users, be careful just in case.
Yes, I can. Why am I panicking?
There you go. That's the spirit.
So rook f6, rook f8.
Yeah, I
So
don't like
probably
that
what
she
we're going to
touched the rook.
see, rook just sliding like
I thought
maybe
I was
all the way
losing this
back.
endgame.
Oh, no. The rook needs to go back somewhere, and then the white king needs to try
I'm
to get
so
in.
bad at rook endgames.
But Andrea
So
can
I
prevent
tried
it.
to do them in my chamber, but they were
Theoretically,
just
this
so
is a
boring.
draw,
I couldn't
right?
do them.
I would say objectively this is a win. I'm seeing
I'm
the
just gonna
engine
push
hovering
this
around
guy.
0. I'm not sure
I
I
thought
even
for some
believe
reason I was
that.
trapped because I thought I was losing like my f pawn and I started
This
panicking.
looks pretty
It's
winning.
really hot in here. I mean, anywhere you move this, I push. So let's start calculating. Bang, bang. I mean, it's pretty simple now. I just walk my king up.
She needs to deal with the white king invading the position. If she does, she'll be fine.
Oh,
I feel like
so
I should
here
try
she needs
cutting
to
off
do
his
something.
king, but
Uh-oh. So were you thinking f6 was important instead of king d6?
I did like f6. I think that it's still fine,
after my
but I also
pawns.
think that she's made it more difficult.
I mean, that's not going to work. I push, you do this. I just will defend.
Oh,
I
what
don't
about
think
the
she's
other
realizing.
pawn?
I don't think she's realizing king h6 is annoying. She's
Oh,
still
now
okay
she's-
though. Still winning,
Yeah.
must be, but tougher, much tougher.
Yep. Well, it'll make it interesting. Hey, this is the first time we've seen Masi down on time.
100%. Well, he's also not down on time.
I push, and then I bring
Well,
my king
you
up.
know, relative to his usual time
Yeah,
yielding
understood.
powers.
Understood. No, Andrea unfortunately did not show the technique that was needed there.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Well, you do this, I do this, you do this, I check.
Oh
I
boy.
guess I have to bring my king to the pawns. Because that's too slow.
Probably a draw, but
Wait, what am I doing?
Andrea needs to be careful.
Yeah, because now
Very.
white is gonna get a pass pawn too. I don't know. I'm getting nervous.
Yeah.
Dear
The
God,
real
what have I
issue
done?
is that a f6 move didn't happen. That
real.
would have prevented the invasion of white's king, which caused all these problems.
Yep. And now she's getting under 15 seconds.
Hmm.
Okay.
It seems like only white can win now. Time pressure also.
Come on, Andrea,
This is
don't
very
flag. Just
nervous.
make a move.
Gotta pick a side.
6 seconds. 5. Oh, please don't flag. All right.
No, she made a move.
You know, even a draw is good for morale.
I think this is a draw now, but
Yeah.
I suppose it's possible to still lose it. Like, obviously, white's going to like push this pawn up, but it feels like, yeah, okay. A draw is also all that Masioka needs to win this match, right? So in typical form, not going to overpress.
Nope, that makes sense. And you know what? It's a long PogChamps, Amon. We never know who's going to win in the finale.
That's right. In the finale, which matters.
Yes.
Was my king too slow? I panicked here, I bet. Oh my gosh, I didn't have time to calculate.
Oh, but this is already crazy.
No, I think I was losing. I think I was losing anyways. I don't think I had any chances to win.
All right, well, let's jump to the live action. Voyboy and Sparg0 are in a tiebreaker. And the reason that you're seeing maybe different ratings than you're used to is because we have shifted the time control. We're now playing 3 minutes. So I think that would explain why Sparg0 has just dropped for 400 points. But let's jump into this game because this is really critical, mainly for, let's say, Sparg0's chances in general, and specifically Voyboy competing for that top 3 spot. I would say you got to win this match.
Right. And if he does win, he only gets 2 points or 1 point towards his overall score.
Exactly. Whoever wins this is only claiming 2 points.
Right, instead of the full 3, which is still good. Yeah, you win in tiebreak, you get 2 points. So that's why Masioka is leading so far ahead, because he's never had to go to tiebreak. All right, back to the game.
Yep.
Interesting. We have a double question mark move from Voyboy. I imagine I see a lot of these when I'm playing my online games. It feels better that I don't have to see them as I play. And the reason for that, oh, wow, yeah, you could just push D3. And I know there's a blue arrow, but we all saw it anyway, right, chat?
Yeah, actually, the chat was actually just typing that message, matter of fact. I think there's a bit of a delay. It will probably show up any second now. A lot of them were suggesting D3.
Yeah.
Let me put that
D3.
on the board. Now, after the bishop takes, I think of a couple different things. Both knight and bishop takes look good, but I think the general idea is queen to h4, and you're hitting f2, you're hitting h3. The knight is also hitting this bishop as well as the pawn. Really good things happening.
Yep, but I don't think that's what happened in the game. If I'm looking at the live board correct. Okay, queen f6, putting pressure on the knight. We had a ton of trades, and we are caught up to the current position where it could still be anyone's game. Black is a little bit behind in castling his king, but white is behind in developing his queenside pieces. And the pawn structure is pretty similar outside of that. Although the queen and rook being put together on the e-file, I was going to say that they're not really pointing towards anything, but I like queen b5.
Well, the problem is actually c6. You had to return. If you took on b7, you lose the game probably after queen takes f2. If not lose the game, something pretty close to it. But it seems like maybe Voyboy was planning to return to e2 anyway.
Yeah, although taking on c6 would have been nice to ruin Sparg0's pawn structure, but...
I agree. Yep, I agree with that completely, but you can't really blame Voyboy for following that classic principle of like, well, I'm down a pawn, so I don't want to trade.
Yeah, although knight c3 does offer up a trade here, and a trade that is going to give him 2 isolated pawns if Sparg0 decides to take it. But at the same time, his bishop on d4 probably feels really good, pointing towards the white king. You don't want to trade off your active pieces.
Yeah, we might be getting maybe a little bit technical here, but I'll say knight c3 is a bit more tolerable for me because when you're down material, one of the questions you asked me earlier was, how would I maybe try to make a comeback in one of Andrea's positions? You want to create imbalances. So I would be okay with the bishop taking the knight because then I would have my bishop against black's knight. In this case, Voyboy played bishop g5 and then took. Look, it's not great, but at least you're kind of playing bishop against knight, trying to make it work. So I think he's trying, even though he knows he's in a bad spot.
Amon's word of the day is certainly imbalances. If you guys have been listening and you take away at least one thing is if you're trying to come back from a worse position, or not from a worse position, if you're trying to win a sort of drawish position, try to keep some imbalances on the board so you have a better chance. All right. Looking at this, though, it's also imbalanced on the clock. Sparg0 under a minute, but he's playing really well. The mobile has helped his game a lot.
Truly. Yeah, this is a different... And I know so many players that have said, honestly, I barely log in on the desktop. Like, I'm just a mobile player. I only have time to play on mobile. That's where all my games happen. So I don't know if that's the case for Sparg0. Like, maybe he just kind of plays on the app, and then this is feeling more familiar to him.
Yeah. No Botez Gambits here. This is maybe the first PogChamps I've commentated without, a full piece blunder other than Andrea's knight blunder, I guess, which happens.
So what you're saying is that all the people from PogChamps have not been blundering pieces, but then your sister, as an inductee to the event, she's got the most notable piece blunder?
It does run in the family, in her defense.
Just clarifying that, yeah.
Just clarifying, yeah. And okay, so Sparg0 is now up 2 pawns, but down a minute and a half. Who do you think is the favorite here? Being up on time or up on the board?
Well, in this situation, I would probably honestly say the time. It's like really tough to make that call because I think Sparg0 can win this. He's been playing really well even under time pressure, but I just feel that Voyboy is playing right now with pace that is sort of reflective of like, I understand that I can win on the clock. That's what it feels like.
I like that Voyboy's trying to keep his pieces on the board. Now maybe he doesn't have to trade off the rooks just to keep it complicated, and that's exactly what he does. Rook b1, nice. Yep. He's attacking c6.
A nice threat there. Sometimes if you're not sure what to do, like even playing a move like king h2 can be useful. Just getting back to safety. There was a pawn that could have been taken. Maybe playing too quick. If you're missing a free pawn with 2 minutes 27 seconds on your clock, newsflash, you're probably playing too quickly.
Yeah. b4. He keeps pushing his passers forward. Queen b5 is going to get kicked out pretty quickly as Sparg0 plays.
Yep. Now b3, c4. You can just push every single pawn here.
Not to mention that e4 is just hanging.
Correct. Yeah, remember 5 seconds every move. Sparg0 has been playing like pretty much immediately, like almost as quick or quicker than Voyboy. I think Voyboy is making a mistake not using a little bit of his time, and it's kind of coming back to bite him here because the way he's playing, it's as if they both have 30 seconds. There's no value to the extra 2 minutes that he has.
Well, I've had this debate with a student before, and my student would say that he doesn't want to let his opponents think on his time and that he thinks it puts them more under pressure. And even though I didn't agree with him, I know that some people think that.
Absolutely. It's a constant battle of like, who's actually better in speed chess? If Voyboy thinks he's a better player, if they both have 20 seconds, he should be moving immediately, for sure. So I guess that's him saying that he thinks he's a bit better in time scrambles.
And so far, Sparg0 has been making progress. His pawns are getting closer and closer, but there we go. Voyboy has a threat. He's threatening queen takes f7.
Ooh, the rook, that's easy to miss. So easy. I bet he misses it. Yeah,
wow.
He does. It looks like a defensive move, but man, is it so much more than that.
And he took it instantly.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. One more threat to deal with. Checkmate.
There's the final. Wow. What a comeback from Sparg0.
Oh yeah,
Nicely
that
done.
was impressive. That was really well done. Sparg0, not only did he win his first match, but he also won his first couple games. Like, this has been a real impressive matchup from Sparg0, who claims 2 points from that. And while it may not bring him into the top half of the bracket, it is a important result going forward in this competition.
Yep, and looking over here at the cross table, it is really close in the middle of the pack. We have one more matchup left. Masi for sure going to the championship, but for everybody else, it's still up in the air. So we'll be back soon with the next games. Or at least I think we'll be back soon. But before we're back
soon.
We actually have some really exciting news for you guys. Drum roll, please. You could get your tickets for the live finals in London. The live finals of the Speed Chess Championship. It's going to be February 7th to 8th. Command ticks if you're interested in going. Sounds really exciting. I wish I could go. Maybe Chess.com will invite me and I'll see you guys there. Who knows? But until then, we'll be back in a few minutes for these final matches to see who makes it in the championship and who goes off to the cancellation bracket.
No, I think Andrea, because she has so much tournament experience and she's been doing it for a long time, and she streams on it as well. So I would think.
I mean, the first thing that came to mind was my family's dining room table and me just playing with my mom. We would play every now and then, and my real love for it I think sparked a few years ago, but my fondest memories are just playing with my mom. Yeah, so the first that came to mind, like I said a few years ago, my love for the game kind of kindled when I was playing my teammate at the time, Stephen Kwan. We were in a AA together, and it was a spring training where we were playing like, madman. Like, before we got to the field, we played. When we got back home from the field, we played. TJ Antone is somebody who I respect. He plays for the Reds. Great player. I think he's really good. Those are the two that come to mind. It's funny, I got other teammates that think they're good, but nah, I don't even want to expose them. I don't want to expose them. Hey, but they love to talk trash. That's the funny part. They talk trash. It'd be the London. Bro, I know the London like this. Like, I got all of them. All variations of the London, bro. It should be my name. Going into this tournament, I feel like, especially for certain lines, right? Like, you're gonna have to be kind of risky and hoping that somebody will fall into the line with you type of thing. I feel like I'm gonna be the person falling into somebody else's line a lot. We'll see how that goes. But to answer your question, the way I play, I'm probably like at a 6 at best. Yeah, I'm pretty fundamental.
Play lots of blitz, but what I learned last time when I played 3 children, they told me, so I changed my Chess.com username to supersecret12345, hoping that no one will find my games and study for me, because I don't play very many openings and I know everyone can probably study for me the easiest, even though I'm one of the highest rated. So I changed my username, and after I drew a 13-year-old, he proceeded to tell me that you just search Andrea Botez Chess.com and it takes you to my super secret anonymous account. So I will be making an alt account, so I will have plenty of surprises up my sleeves, so none of you can prep for me and I can prep for all of you.
I mean, it's hard to say because, I mean, it's embarrassing to admit this, but I was like 1500 like a month ago. I was like 1560, and now I went on a losing streak, and I've been struggling ever since then. So if I can get back to that level, maybe I could probably do good. But right now, I don't know what to say. So right now, overrated, but I can be better, and I'm gonna try to be as good as I can.
And we're back. I hope you guys missed us in those 4 minutes or so. We are going into the last match of today. Amon, how are you feeling?
Great. It's been a long day, but I have to say, I feel like time's kind of flown by. There's been so many games. We've got more and more tie breaks, I feel like, as the rounds have gone on. Maybe the matchups have been getting closer, or maybe the stakes have just been getting higher as, you know, with only one more round for Group A, we're trying to find out who's going to be on the top of the bracket going into the championship bracket and who's on the bottom going into the consolation bracket.
And looking to these upcoming matches, we have Linda Diaz versus Sparg0. Sparg0 is the lowest rated in this bracket, but he just had an upset against Voyboy. Then we have SonicFox versus Masi, and they're actually pretty similar in rating, but Masi has been running away with it so far. And then we have Andrea Botez versus Voyboy. Andrea was just in the kitchen, and she was seeming a little bit upset about her last round, so I guess Voyboy's also feeling upset about his last round. So we'll see what happens there. The games have started.
Yeah, in terms of the standings, definitely, you know, Masi is comfortable, right? He's definitely secured that top spot. And from what I understand about the format here, that also secures him a bye in the quarterfinals. So I think that whoever's in second and third, they will have to still play that match. But the benefit of coming first is you have to play less matches overall. You kind of skip ahead to the semifinals. So that's a pretty nice benefit that I believe Masi has wrapped up already.
Yeah. Well, here we have the bird's eye view of all of the games so far. I'm trying to look and see which one we think is the furthest along. I'm guessing it's either Andrea's or SonicFox's game. Why don't we start off with SonicFox and Masi?
We see this move h4, and I can tell that Sonic I can tell that they have kind of done some work, because h4 is an idea we've seen a few times, right? From this opening, the same-ish, going for that kingside attack. Now, in this spot, I will say it's probably not the right idea. Not the right idea to play h4, h5, but I can tell that because it's happening, it's probably something that they've studied and they're playing an idea that they've prepared. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and we have seen this similar position, and what we mentioned before is that it is tricky for white to be able to castle kingside now because the h4 pawn is a weakness. He can, of course, still do it because it's not under attack right away, but he's going back for the g4 plan that we saw before as well, and it did work out with him against, I think he was playing, Voyboy.
Yep, you're exactly right. And now h5 can be played, which is probably the intent of all this. You can also castle. I'm just wondering what the continuation is going to be. It's definitely, let's say, objectively not good, but I do think h5 is probably the correct thing to do.
It is scary to play against, even if it's not technically correct. So either SonicFox is going to get a nice attack and it's going to pan out for him, or Masi is going to be able to fend it off, and then he's just going to have the better strategic position long term.
Knight f3, pretty big move because this is a threat regardless of whether it's check. It's a threat for 3 different reasons. So you have to probably just prevent it altogether, like rook f1, rook h3, queen.
But isn't the pawn on c4 also hanging?
Oh yeah, there's big time problems in this position. Trouble everywhere. Queen e2 maybe takes care of everything, but
yeah, it looks so weird. Yeah.
Here. Agreed.
So he either has to take the knight or play queen e2. It's already gotten quite awkward, and the more pieces get traded off, the less chances SonicFox's attack will pan out. Wow, yep, Andrea's drawing a lot of arrows.
Is she? Maybe we should take a look at that position and maybe just her POV to start off.
Yes, cool idea would be to get this in before trading, but bang, bang, bang. Okay. Oh, that looks rough for. Okay, because this won't happen yet, but this first maybe. I mean, I'm pretty happy with that move. He's gonna develop, but he can't castle now, so
that seems to be the trend.
Yet.
Right. It really does. I wonder how intentional that is.
Should we talk to him about the castling, maybe?
Yeah, it would be a good.
Now I'm threatening to take. No, I'm not. Wait. Push. If you take, then I can do this. Oh no. Yeah, this is a lot of tactics. Okay, there's some crazy tactics here. I don't have the capacity to calculate it after 4.5 hours, but push, take, push, take.
That's
trade,
another good
take,
point. Players are starting to get tired.
Push. But then you come here, which attacks my bishop. But I could also just play normally. I could just take back my pawn. Then I have a threat. Nah. Okay. I could attack this weakness. And now he's under a lot of pressure. I think this move is pretty nice. Because now if you run here, I would just take. Well. Ooh,
sometimes
sexy
you
move.
Can play
I could do this.
Bishop c4 here, but I'm actually wondering.
If you push, I'll put my knight in.
Knight e5 is a problem. So what Andrea was just talking about was the really crafty bishop c4. So I'll just put that on the board, and I'll walk into this because everyone likes to see checkmates, don't they, chat? So that's a pretty one. But what I wasn't sure about was the move knight e5. And, you just have to make sure that this actually works here because, yes, you could take this, but there's a bishop hanging and also a knight hanging. So I'm not actually 100% sure what's happening here.
Yeah, no, this looks really tricky. It's those sneaky intermediate moves.
Let's see what got played. Nothing yet. So still thinking after b4. The other move, which Andrea highlighted, was the obvious knight d5. The knight's hit. Hey, where can I move my piece? Center of the board's the first place I always look. So knight d5 is a pretty good looking move.
Yeah. And I think something that might be happening too is certain people play better versus higher rateds and worse versus lower rateds. And I wonder with Voyboy, since he's been so good at everything since he's been a kid, like maybe it's easier to underestimate lower rated opponents but go really hard against someone like Andrea.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair point you're making, that kind of plays a little bit to the level of his opponent, maybe regardless of who that opponent is. So lower rated sort of plays down a little bit more, and higher rated rises to the challenge.
That being said, his king position has been similar in a lot of the black side of the pieces we've seen so far, but he does love attacking. He loves just pushing those queenside pawns, and he's shown to be really lethal with it.
Yep. I'm going to take us, while she's in a think here, I just want to jump back actually to the SonicFox Masioka game before we jump to Linda and Sparg0, just because I noticed a move that we might see on the board, and it's played. So I'm glad we jumped here. That's just a really pretty move. Yeah, he doesn't miss, exactly.
That's beautiful. Wow, he's made a lot of double X-clamp moves today. I hope he isn't actually stopping time to think forever.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he wouldn't even need it. It's more than the time. It's like the understanding of a lot of these moves as well. Really, really high level. So quite impressed by the level that Masioka has shown today.
Yeah, my $500 are looking weaker and weaker as the games go on, but that's okay. Yeah, no, this is really a beautiful position here. Sonic in the tank. Trying to figure out where to go from here. Let's check in on Linda and Sparg0.
Let's do it. The only game we haven't checked in on yet, big time advantage for Sparg0 is the first thing that I'm noticing. And the position, I think, fairly stable. But yeah, after Queen B6, I'm just seeing that Black's king is not castled, so I'm expecting that to happen. And I'm also noticing that Linda needs to develop this knight. It looks like way too much time has passed. And wow, bishop to C1. That is a move, all right. Now, I want to go back and maybe give a little credit here to Linda, because it might look like a completely shocking move to people. But for example, if you assume that the B pawn needs defense, maybe you play B3. I think she was looking at bishop D4, and that is a fork and maybe losing a pawn. So I can understand why that didn't appeal. You either have to sack the pawn, trade the queens, or bishop C1. And you know what? I don't hate it. I don't hate bishop C1. I know it looks like a strange move, but Alex, I feel that this is one that might be shocking to like the average viewer, but I feel like it's actually a pretty decent move.
I understand the logic. I was just worried what happened after bishop D4, because you're attacking E5 and B2, but you know, Sparg0 castled, she pushed C3. We also have Sparg0 back on the camera, so he doesn't have his mobile superpowers anymore.
Oh no, it's all over. Oh man.
Let's go, world's best Smash player. That's the energy, Rekko.
Let's see. Yeah, this is a situation where at this point, Linda, you gotta get your pieces out. So there's no delay. Develop that knight, then the bishop. Let's immediately get the pieces developed, because Sparg0, I don't know, it feels like he's buffed up right now. The last couple matches from Sparg0 have me really concerned for the other people who are going to face him maybe in the consolation bracket.
And if anything, at least that confidence boost has to help him. He has twice almost Linda's time here. His position is looking better. Linda's development is going to be awkward. Knight at A3 just really messes up your pawn structure. Knight to D2, it's all right. I guess you could go your knight B3 after, but it's just a really long journey. Or knight F3, that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely some work to do. And you know what? We haven't had Sparg0 back with us. So let's jump into Sparg0's stream and listen to his thoughts here. Something we haven't been able to do. And when I say listen to his thoughts, I mean listen to the music.
Wait, is this still the anime music, or did he finally change it?
No, I think we're still in the genre.
I know, because I see the weeb emote in chat. Oops, I mean the yeah one, sorry.
Yep, I see it there.
Oh, he's been listening to K-pop. Oh, my bad. I think we might be actually hearing his thoughts. This is what's going on back there. Yeah, exactly.
king move by Linda. Maybe we can jump to her perspective. But it seems like everyone's just kind of locked in, right?
I think she's talking a little bit, and she has her thinking mustache on, which I heard helps.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
What if you got a tattoo on your finger and you would just hold it up like that as you're playing people in chess for distraction?
Everyone has their thinking pose. What's yours, Alex? Do you have like a trademark thinking pose?
I believe it's called resting bitch face. Not something I voluntarily wanted.
No, I have like this, which is kind of annoying for him.
For
What
chess
about you,
purposes,
Amon?
of course.
Yeah, of course. Only for chess.
I don't think I have anything that's like too remarkable. The answer is, of course, yes. I definitely have my classic thinking positions, but I wouldn't say they're like terribly unusual or anything. One thing that's of course very classic. I feel like, you know, back in the day, everyone had the double hands on their head as if you were like, you know, you were really like stretching your forehead, like trying to dive into the depths of your cranium. But, you know, I've never had to think as hard as that for a while. So that's been out of my rotation.
Maybe it's time to get you back into classical chess, but
I don't think that's going to tempt me. Not my best look, I think.
Yeah, we'll work on it. Okay, so Sparg0 here, he's attacking e5. Oh, hang on. There's something happening with Andrea. Oh, wow.
Let's have a look at what Andrea is cooking up over there, because we've been eyeballing a certain square for a long time, and now Andrea has finally made his sacrifice, which is a double exclamation mark. Maybe let's jump in and hear her thoughts as she navigates this brilliancy.
My brain is still hurting.
Okay, well, that sums it up, folks.
Seems accurate.
I'm thinking. Also, if I look to the side, just know it's just my camera. I have no chat.
You got to make that clarification now in PogChamps.
I'm getting kind of sleepy.
I mean, she made that double exclam move, you know?
Getting a little bit sleepy.
Which she doesn't seem too excited about, weirdly enough.
Start hitting.
Yeah, it's a pretty good move. She's just kind of casually, I would be a little more hyped.
Okay. I think we're going to take check because why not? He's probably going to fight. It's kind of brutal. Take. You probably don't want to come here because then I'll check you. So you might want to run here, but then I take check. And if you run here, then I just take. It's kind of bad. Oof. Oh, you lose your queen, actually. Oh, no, you don't. It's defend. Way too. Bang, bang.
The mind behind the brilliancy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, I think
it was, you know, mystery is good.
I start making music with my head after.
Okay, she's going through something, that's for sure, but...
She's making music with her head, okay. Confirmed.
But it does seem to have a positive impact on her chess ability here. Oh, wow. Voyboy is also in time pressure here, on top of just defending for his life.
Yeah, and you know what? As resourceful as Voyboy is, I do think, like, I'll just go out and say it, probably a very useful piece of advice. If he happens to hear it or tune in, you know, maybe for future matches, castle that king, because this would not happen with a castled king. There's a reason that, you know, we say get castled. Look at Andrea's king on C1. Never in danger, and same can't be said for Voyboys here. So definitely I think that would really help out as a quick tip.
Yeah, and we have our first decisive result. Masi took down SonicFox, and they have gone on to play their second game now.
Right?
Yep, taking a look there at the bird's eye view where we can see all of the positions.
Yeah, let's take a look. What do we have here? Because this one is definitely trending in Andrea's favor. Also the time as well. Linda and Sparg0 are still navigating that first position. They actually have not made many moves. They've just made them quite slowly. So we're approaching time pressure, but they barely made any moves. They're almost just getting out of the opening still.
Yeah, although I see that Linda has pushed both of her pawns towards Sparg0's king. She's trying to break through there. So maybe we take a look and see if there's anything juicy.
Yeah, we see the bishop still not developed, but understandably, probably b4 or b3 is going to happen, and then the bishop can finally move. Right now, bishop d2 drops the b pawn, bishop e3 also inadvertently drops the b pawn. So if you want to develop, you really need to move that. And actually, rook d8, you were talking about some juicy ideas. How do we get things going? I think we're finally ready to develop. Bishop d2, rook e1, and I'm loving the idea of f5, but I just want to make sure I'm preparing it so I don't lose my pawn here.
Yeah, I mean, rook d8 is really helping Linda out because her bishop isn't tied to the b pawn anymore, so she should take advantage of that while she can.
Yep, and bishop e3 might be tempting, but I have to be honest, I kind of like bishop d2 better because I like keeping the pawn protected on f4, and the bishop on c5 is kind of blocking black from playing c5 and d4.
I think Linda's singing again. Maybe if we have our camera, we could check in.
Yep, that's a good call. Good snipe.
How do I know he loves me? What is that even from? How do I know he's mine?
Not where I expected it to go.
Just so he can match your eyes. Da-da-da-da-da-da, the sky is gray. Da-da-da-da-da-da, that's how you know.
Linda is a singer, so she does have a nice voice.
That's how you know he's your
Yeah, just to confirm, this isn't like a random talent.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be extremely impressive. But it is equally impressive that it's like
pawn, but
chess. She's playing at what, a 1950 level, and then also has this this other talent as well. It's really nice to see.
I think
GM in singing, yes. Aman, you want to drop a few bars there too? Didn't we the rap battle?
I think
yeah, less of a singer, more of a rapper, Alex. And as you may remember from my chess boxing, actually, I now hire that out to Omid, one of the best rappers from Alberta in his district. So yeah, he's definitely the guy to watch. But I had a series that I've released on social media, Wednesday Bars. Every Wednesday, I'd release 4 or 5 bars of rap. That was a real thing that happened.
Wait, I need to see this. Are you still doing it?
No, this was a thing of old. I can't even remember how long ago this was. Must have been 5 years plus. Every Wednesday though, I'd release Wednesday bars. It was not just written or anything. This was a Instagram post.
Well, maybe if we hit the $50,000 donation goal, we could bring back one more of those Wednesday bars.
Well, bring back, I don't know. I don't know where they are. So, because I would love to just play them and just live through the absolute embarrassment. I actually don't have them, but we might be able to recreate. I don't have the originals. I don't have the originals.
Well, there we go. Amon contributed if we hit the $50,000 goals. And now back to the game where we see Linda just won an exchange here with a little forkaruski.
Yeah, it was not quite a fork, but we'll accept
pin.
that. We'll accept
that
word. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Queen c5 here. It was actually the discussion, I think, that just put Linda at ease to find these nice tactics, and the game's actually completely turned around just while we were chatting there. So advantage Linda, but a minute on the clock for both of these players with everything to play for. You know how tricky knights are, Alex. I wouldn't say that this is a walk in the park now for white at all.
I agree. And just to quickly answer, what is the donation for? You could do command Lide Haiti. It is basically a program that helps girls in Haiti with education, with reading, with chess. It was started after the 2010 earthquake, and it was also co-founded by Rainn Wilson, who's played in a lot of these previous PogChamps. Okay,
Absolutely, yeah.
B4.
That'll be
Nice.
throughout the entire event. So all week, there'll be time to contribute and make a donation. I know Alex is looking forward to making her contribution as well.
One of us will be contributing depending on who does better overall, Andrea or Masi. So far Amon's bet is looking good, but never say never.
That's right. It's a long competition, right? This is just the group stage. Another reminder, I guess, a lot of people, they always ask in the chat, right? They're tuning in for their favorite creator. They're not seeing them. There is a whole other group B to this event that we haven't seen today and we won't see today, but we will see tomorrow. We can even bring up the cross table to let you know who they are. These are some of the players here. I see Daryl Morey in the top left there. We got Sardosh, Tyler One, Same Reina, Will Benson. For the Reds, we got Virtual as well. So it's action packed. This is only Group A. There's lots more to come.
Yep, and I see we have another decisive victory. Andrea has defeated Voyboy in the first match. They're getting started on their second one, and it looks like Linda is about to take down Sparg0. So the first round has been decisive so far. So Linda, Andrea, and Masi, they're all in the top 3 so far. They're trying to make it to the championship bracket. I think it's Sonic and Voyboy who are really trying to fight against each other to stay in the championship.
Yeah, maybe we could just briefly bring up the standings before this round, just to paint the picture here, because there's some crucial matchups. We have Sonic actually has lost, and so has Voyboy. So taking a look at the cross table right now, the difficult thing is that for Sonic, they're already down a game, right? That's the problem. And getting up to that 7 points is not going to happen. So I think with Voyboy and Sonic, because they both lost one game, there's no way to claim that full 3 points anymore. So I guess we can say we know our top 3, right?
Yep. Nope. That makes sense. I guess, yeah, even if Voyboy were to somehow defeat Andrea, he'd only have 6 points, so she would still make it to the final 3. But the 4th place does get a bye in the quarterfinal of the consolation bracket. So Voyboy and Sonic are competing for that. They get to save energy. They have a guaranteed win. So it's still a big deal if one of them can even just make it to tiebreak and get that extra 1 point.
Yeah, now what's got me curious is what would be the tiebreaker for them both at 4 points, Like, let's just say they both lose their matches currently. They both be at 4. So then I'm wondering, okay, well, who would get the potential bye? Be interesting.
Yeah, I think we're going to look into that. To me, it would make sense if the direct heads up counted, but I don't know. I'm not an arbiter. In fact, I don't even work here. I don't know who let me on the stream.
Yeah, it's not your responsibility. It doesn't need to be.
Okay, direct counter is actually the tie break. So yes, that means that Voyboy would get the bye.
Right, because Voyboy did beat Sonic when they played.
Voyboy so far is looking better in his second matchup against Andrea. It's still really early on. Sonic, however, does not look like he's going to be able to put a fight against Masi here. Maybe we take a quick look there.
Yep. Taking a look at Masi with the white pieces. Queen d7 has just been played. These pawns are really scary as they make their way up the board. And Queen is also threatening maybe to take here. The other really uncomfortable thing is this pin. It means the knight can't move. It's just tying down all the pieces. Knight to e5, for example. You just drop that queen. So hopefully we don't see any mistakes like that.
Yep. And why does the computer think it's completely winning? Is it just because the black queen is going to be forever pinned to that knight and black is stuck defending? I guess you also are just pushing the pawn. But you know what? Never just listen to the computer. If your brain can't solve it, then maybe your opponent can't either.
Yeah, I do think rook d8 makes a great deal of sense. Probably queen will take on c7. If you don't challenge the queen here, then I can see why e6 is pretty close to, well, just kind of a really big problem. So that I can understand, which is why Sonic taking some time on this move. It's important to find rook d8, I think.
Someone said it seems like Masi is going to win this whole thing. Well, that's the thing about entertaining events. It seems like things might go one way, but you never know when they're going to turn. I see
That's
another
right. And
comment.
There's
Yep.
still Group B, right? Like it's so easy to just look at one group and see a dominant player, say, "Oh, okay, that's a front runner." But Group B is going to bring a whole slew of different players, and you know how they match up against Masioka might be completely different than everyone here. So still a long competition ahead.
True, and Sardosh has been playing around 2,000 to 2,100 rapid. He will be
Yep.
playing tomorrow, so you guys will see a showing of how strong he is. SonicFox did find the best move here, rook d8. Masioka continues to just gobble up pawns and is still attacking two pieces at the same time, three pieces at the same time.
Exactly right. I want to jump to Sparg0 and Linda Diaz if we can. And the reason is that this opening has a lot to discuss even early on here. So I'm going to jump back a couple of moves. Now, in this opening, f3 was played. This is something that usually coaches will advise against pawn to f3 just because it opens up this diagonal, it opens up this diagonal, and if your king is in the center or if it's castled, you know, these are kind of the crucial diagonals that you need closed. So you don't always love to move this pawn. Takes, queen h4, and now the computer is looking for g3, but I understand why it wasn't played because queen takes e4 would be a check, and it's pinned still. So you can't take that queen. And then guess what? That rook is hanging in the corner. So it's quite difficult to understand why this doesn't work. And the answer after king f2 is bishop b5 check, winning the queen in the corner. So I feel like this game could have exploded into just any of these variations. g3 was not played. Very difficult calculations. King e2 instead. And Linda has the advantage early on in this one.
The king is going to have a hard time trying to recover here, but it's actually not impossible. After queen takes e4, the king can go to f2, and the bishop can come out to d3, attack the queen. And there's actually, I guess, one check left on h4. But then you have g3, you're starting to move your rook out. It's not over yet.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm actually looking at bishop d3 and just all the tempo, and if black castles kingside, all the pieces will be aimed in that direction, so there could be some good attacking chances there.
And it's interesting because even with the king on f2, and not trying to be an engine Andy, but the engine prefers white's pieces here.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Crazy to think about. Linda is probably thinking she's done nothing wrong, like king can't castle, must be crushing. And then, of course, the engine's over there laughing like, yeah, obviously white's better.
It'd be really funny if this was an opening trap. You could bait your opponent into this false sense of confidence and then just whip out 20 moves of theory here.
h3. I really understand this move. It's just if you played bishop d3, knight g4, it doesn't look fun for the king. But the reality in that position, and I'll just go ahead and show it, is that your king does not have to move backwards here. It can go forwards and threaten that knight, which would have made a difference. But very tough to have the confidence to move your king up the board towards danger.
Wow. Usually it is not correct to not castle your king, but This game is just an exception to the rule. It shows you how your king can be useful even in the opening. But don't try to do this at home, kids. It's dangerous.
Exactly.
Queen h4 check. Now he can just play g3 or... No, g3 just loses. He has to tuck his king back into g1, which is a little awkward because then his rook is still stuck on h1 and it never got out.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why this h3 move wasn't as good as just the direct bishop d3. Nevertheless, for how good I'd expect the position to be, it really isn't. I think that Linda can be very happy with what she's done so far. A tremendous opening and a nice little trap there with queen h4 check. But there's still a lot to play for. I think the main problem for Sparg0 is the clock, right? Under 5 minutes, time getting low.
Let's take a look at some of the other games in the meantime.
I was looking at Voyboy and Andrea. We haven't checked in yet, and it looks like there's an attack sort of brewing in that one. And Masi continues to have the upper hand against SonicFox.
Yeah, he has managed to create a pass pawn. Queen f7 is looking like a threat, and Sonic is getting close to a minute. But since Andrea and Voyboy have time, why don't we look into Sonic and Masioka's game?
Yep. Let's have a look. Looks like we could be very, very close to the end of this one. The knight is actually hanging on d5, but it's hanging because on the previous turn, queen f7 check was a threat. That explains why Sonic moved the king in the corner, did not want to deal with that check. However, I mean, you could probably do any number of queen d7, queen f7. Any of these moves probably work.
Feels good to be up so much material that you can't go wrong. But I like that Masioka is still taking it seriously. That's the kind of mentality you need to be doing long-term in all of your games, even if it seems unnecessary at times.
That's right. Yeah, I think queen f7, queen d7 are the only moves I'd consider just because they make a threat. Both of them also guard the knight. Queen f7 a little bit more indirectly because the next move will be e7. But yeah, queen d7 is really, really solid here.
And I guess with queen d7, he has to look a bit, is rook d8 a threat? So he plays queen f7. Here he was calculating. His knight is free, but so is the rook on e8.
Yep. Yeah, knight d8 can be considered. It hits the queen. It hits the pawn. It guards the rook in a funny way. So probably knight d8. It's really tough to come up with another move.
Yeah, this is a hard position to defend. It'd be really cool if SonicFox sees it. What other options does he have? I guess he can move his rook away.
Yep. Yeah, you can play like rook g8, but the reality is I'm just playing e7, e8, and I don't see how you stop that.
Yeah, 15 seconds for SonicFox. Hopefully he doesn't flag. He sees it. Knight d8. Nice.
Yeah, this is a really nice move. And now knight takes f7. He's really out of a lot of danger. I'm wondering if Masioka is coming up with a really crafty knight takes here, takes, and then takes on f7. Oh no, he wins on time.
I think it's so cool that Masi played that instantly because it means he calculated the entire thing before he even moved it.
Yep. Yeah, definitely a truly dominant performance. Masioka wins that match 2-0, and looks like even analyzing and discussing the game afterwards, which you just love to see. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. True love for the game from both of these players, because Sonic has been in good spirits the entire day.
Yeah, no, it is. It's really wholesome. Masioka with a perfect score in Group A. Yeah, let's check in on how Voyboy and Andrea are doing.
Yeah, let's take a look here. So definitely, first thing I'm seeing, material. Definitely in Andrea's favor. So this is looking good For Andrea, if you move this bishop, even to, go to d4, maybe to grab this pawn, the game ends in one move. So be very careful not to allow queen h6. But other than that, just more pieces into the fire for Voyboy. We're probably going to see h5, king h2, bishop h3, these types of moves. And for Andrea, I think it's operation, trade queens, trade pieces, trade everything.
Yeah, although when you look at the eval, it's like, oh, it's obvious White's attack isn't doing anything. But when you're actually the one defending it, you only have 3 minutes left on your clock. It doesn't feel so comfortable. You can even just tell by Andrea's body language. She's still being very careful here.
Agreed. Yeah, and she should. As you rightly pointed out, it's easy to sit here and be like, oh, the engine likes black, easy, guess it's an easy win. But I think we all have to admit, when you're in that position, defending is difficult. It's not a nice feeling. So I think Andrea has her work cut out for her here.
She continues with knight e5, so she's bringing her knight towards the center. She's helping defend her king side a little bit. She's putting pressure on d3. She's potentially queuing up a nice queen trade on g4. I like this move because it's so multifaceted.
Love it. Yeah, and there's not really a good way to defend this g4 square. I don't see how you can prevent queen to g4. Now, it does allow queen e7, but I like that clearly Andrea doesn't care about that. So take a pawn. There's a lot happening here. This queen is coming in. The pawn is hanging on d3. Knight f5. What an attempt.
That's cute. Because if g
queen, you can't
takes...
come here because I take.
Then,
this kicks the queen out.
Because if black takes the knight, then you have queen h5.
Otherwise, if I take, he's going to mate me. He's very tricky.
We didn't feel like commentating, so we'll just let Andrea take over.
He's got a tactic, but it's okay. I will be fine.
Nice response.
He's doing really well.
This is a good move.
Fighting. Bang, bang, bang is fine. Bang. He could take now, but now I will.
So I think.
No, I don't think actually.
Rook b7 actually traps the queen. If I'm just kind of count how many squares are actually available for that queen. I think strangely, this actually just wins the queen here.
Come on, Andrea. You got this.
Yeah,
that would be a beautiful way to end this. Oh, she's arrowed it. She's looking at it.
You just win there. So let's see. It is on the board. Rook b7, a beautiful spot. And look at this knight, this bishop. They're all covering an important square. The queen as well. That white queen has no options. And this is looking really good for Andrea now.
Yeah, I think she's going to take it 2-0. Poor Voyboy. It's tough to end your last rounds in losses, even if you played well the entire time, because it's the taste left in your mouth at the end. But honestly, I think Voyboy has a really solid chance in the consolation bracket regardless, and he's still going to get a bye in the first round.
Agreed. Yeah, that looks pretty likely. Remember, is it Voyboy and it was Sonic, right? So I guess the only thing that can happen is in that other match, just going to take a look, Sparg0 against Linda, but Sparg0 has lost one of the games already, so the best could be a comeback of maybe 2 points, grabbing 2 points from the match, which would also bring Sparg0 to 4. So I wonder what would happen in that case if Sparg0 wins in a tiebreak. I think somehow everyone has 4 points. I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, my camera died out of excitement as you were announced. Oh, it's gone again.
Yeah, this is such exciting I tell you, the games are really exciting right now. And stick back with Andrea's position here.
Yeah, I think my camera overheated, but it'll be back soon.
Wait, why
it's okay.
Is that Andrea's fault? Take. He wants to take my.
We're bringing up a Botez nonetheless.
You know what, sir? Ah, shit. Why is he playing well? Damn it. God, he's so tricky. Give me a break. I'm retired and old.
Voyboy is very tricky. I respect it.
But after I take
This is a
what?
really good move.
Your queen escapes. Fuck, I really have to fight this position. Okay. So if I take your queen, you take your queen. Well, I would just move this. And then you will take check. I mean, it's kind of terrifying. Take, 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 take. God. I don't even have it in me to calculate this. Okay, why don't I just take this? Yeah, let's just take that. This is,
Wait, wow. He saved his queen.
Yeah, like it was just really messy. I'm sure it would have been fine, but
made the
I
right
don't
call
have it
as
in me
well.
to do
In my
that.
opinion, I think that was a really
I
good
just
choice
fight
not
this
to go into that.
And then try to trade queens. Force the queen trade.
Where are these horsies coming through? Is it a Twitch thing? Because I don't remember us installing them.
Everything's defended now. So I
Have
can
you seen these
actually
before?
Breathe for a moment.
I
breathe.
can say
No,
I've
just
seen
kidding, I
them.
wanna
I've
flag
certainly
if I
not
do
seen them
that.
on my stream. I'll tell you that.
Try to trade the queen.
You don't have the horses popping up on your
I
screen?
don't have the horses popping up. Nope.
Got it, got it.
This is dangerous.
Sorry, I got distracted by the horses jumping on the screen. But you were saying Andrea's decision was correct.
Yeah,
It was
I think
too
to
tricky.
not win that queen, because it's so tempting to take a queen when it's available, but so much material would have been lost in the process, just wouldn't have been worth it. And
I
look
have to
what
stay
she's
sharp
got now.
because, God,
She's
he's
got a
fighting.
full extra rook.
Yeah, sometimes even if it was working, you're under a minute. Just going for the clean, less risky play is the right move.
Yep.
Okay, now I can do this. But this
Actually,
is
she
dangerous.
is. I mean, she's up a full rook. I don't think there's any way she's going to flag this. So maybe we check Linda and,
Now I
and
can try to trade
Sparg0 because
queens. I
their
have
game is
36
pretty even
seconds.
still.
Let's do it. I'm jumping
I
over.
do flag these positions.
About a minute apiece in this one as well. Linda only needs a draw to survive. And wow, this is kind of what we were anticipating. Linda has no development and kind of went all in on Sparg0's king. It's almost like some sort of early aggression was dealt with nicely by Sparg0. And now, look at this last move. I think knight takes f5, right? Was played.
Wow.
Knight takes f5. What on earth is happening? This is full aggression.
No, Sparg0 really had an incredible recovery. Wow, I've upgraded to a commentator even better than myself, clearly. Feels good, man.
Yes. Okay, now we can really discuss the deep intricacies of these variations. I was, holding
In
back,
fact,
obviously.
I already knew you were going to ask that question.
Wait a minute. What happens in this game? Tell me. What's the result? Surely you know.
You're not going to believe it, but Linda is actually going to take it, even though she made a big blunder.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Well, there you go, chat. It's been spoiled.
Wow, has it maybe actually been spoiled?
Queen G. What do you mean, has it?
You're right.
Of course it
I already
has.
know.
Yeah, what? Doubting yourself now.
No, this is commentator's curse to a new level. No, but it is really hard. Sparg0 has just a few seconds left on the clock, even though he's played such an incredible game.
That time, 5 seconds, is so difficult. Bring the pieces in. Rook e1.
Any moves.
Bishop c4 check. Activate everything. I still think bishop c4. Okay, I see the idea, right? c4 with a, fake threat. Hopefully, both players realize that knight is actually guarding, and that's a great move as well.
Again, I'm continuing to be impressed with Sparg0 under time pressure. And also, I feel like he needed a little bit of warming up, and then he just started playing even better than at the start.
Yeah, seriously. And this was a big recovery. That opening looked amazing for Linda. I don't even know how Sparg0 did survive it. It's quite impressive. f4. Wow, Linda was ready for rook g3. Totally expected it. And yes, She remembers that night is on E8.
Yeah, no, this has been an incredibly fought game, and I'd say it's not over yet, but Linda is up a rook, and Sparg0 has 5 seconds, but never give up. Do you believe in resigning him on? I mean, at your level, probably, but what about for newer players?
No, I don't. Yeah, of course, for me, that will occur, but I think you play it out. I think there's been some chances of stalemates, but honestly, the technique and the level in this PogChamps has been super high, and Linda, 2 O's to end this round. What a great finish for Linda, who kind of makes a great comeback there to end up exactly in 3rd place. And look at the cross table for Group A, Alex.
All right, well, we're taking a look here. We have Masi easily in the lead. He's going to be getting the bye in the first round of the championship bracket, where he'll be joined by Andrea and Linda, who have an equal amount of points. Moving into the consolation bracket, we have Voyboy. He will be the one getting the bye in the first round. SonicFox, who's tied in ratings but lost the direct match against Voyboy. And Sparg0, who, despite being at least 300 points lower rated than everybody in this section, showed just a really incredible play. Tomorrow, we're going to have Group B, and we'll see who they get joined by. We have a lot of your guys' favorites tomorrow. Tyler won, Virtual, a lot of people. I think my camera's back now, but you know what? I'm so happy to be Sparg0. Your
You
new
lost the
co-host.
privilege.
Yeah, it's fair enough. But we are going to be back with a quick interview soon. We're going to be joined by Masi. But before we do, we have some exciting news. It is Cyber Monday. Don't miss out on the Chess.com Black Friday sale. Your first premium membership is 50% off for a limited time only. That's half the price for unlimited game review, puzzles, lessons, insights, and more. If you're ready to hunker down this season and level up your chess, use command Black Friday in chat or visit chess.com/membership now. It's Tuesday. Yeah, well, congrats. You get a little bit of an extension. We'll be back soon with an interview with Masi.
I think Laughing would be really good at chess. I think Void, if he really studied, would be really good at chess as well. There's a few people. I mean, there's some people in the FGC just try to play chess over fighting games too. So. Don't expect too much. I still think I suck at chess a lot, despite my high rating. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to get stronger. So I'm still gonna give it my all. But I wouldn't get your hopes up too high. We could try to win the consolation bracket, but that's I think as far as we might be going. But I'm still determined. I think I'm overrated. I was super surprised they threw me in the same pool as Andrea and Linda. I mean, those are some really sweaty chess players. So I was like, why am I in this pool with these people? These are literal killers. It's like I'm a fish in a shark tank. I'm like, oh my goodness. Literally either any Queen's Gambit opening or any French defense opening where I immediately blunder my piece within the first 5 moves. That's definitely the SonicFox opening. It's when somebody has actual prep against. It's like when somebody has actual prep against the French or a Queen's Gambit, and it makes me blunder a piece or a losing position within the first like 5-6 moves. That's the SonicFox Gambit. Okay, so. I would say I'm like a 7 out of 10. I'm willing to take really big risks. Like I'm willing to push my king to the center of the board if I have to. I'm willing to not castle if I don't need to. Like I'm willing to take some risks in chess if it gets me if it nets me a big reward. I'm a firm believer as a professional fighting game player that if I'm gonna play, I should always play to win. I know there's certain positions where you should try to draw them, and I of course like if I have no choice, I will. But like if there is a chance to win, I will take it.
Well, that's why I said Sardoche. I'm not paying attention to really what other people are doing. I'm really trying to like focus on what I'm doing and what I can control. But I've heard that he plays a lot of chess. So I think it would be between him and Andrea as well. And also I hear Tyler 1 is like really likes to win. And that is an important trait for a rapid player.
Let's go.
It's a free-to-play game, VR chat. Don't need a headset or anything. You can play in desktop mode. But we have a massive community. You actually might, if you look at the interview a little bit, actually on the Chess.com, Twitch, you might have seen me. I was in VR.
Oh, I haven't seen. I honestly have not even.
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
So what I'll do is actually I actually have the VOD from when I was literally being coached with Nemo in VR. Like, I got Nemo to join me. She was dressed up as this like Burger King cat. It's literally like a hamburger has a face that has cat ears. I can't really explain it. It's so cute though. Just watching her talk.
That. That's so her. Yeah, wait, can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, put it in the chat room real quick because this is a recent VOD, literally like a few days ago.
I'm living for this.
It was actually so funny.
Hey guys, I don't want to cut you off. I just want to recap quickly the results, make sure everyone sees. It's available on the events page as well. So obviously Masi won the group, so he's going to get a bye in the quarterfinals, and we'll see him in the semis. Voyboy, you actually came in 4th, so you're going to get a bye in the consolation bracket quarterfinals. So we'll see you in those semis as well. So neither of you guys are playing on Thursday. Everyone else, will send you a schedule shortly, but everyone else should be back on Thursday for quarterfinals.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And your opponents are TBD based on tomorrow's results.
Cool.
Sounds
Anyways,
good.
I'll let you guys continue chatting. I do need to steal Masi for an interview.
Oh,
but you guys are free
Go
to hang out.
Masi! Woo!
So
champion.
Linda, you were asking. I
Yeah,
put
Masi.
the VOD in the chat room. You can literally see like immediately me showing Nemo a PGN inside of VR chat that we can upload on the Chess.com to
Oh my
look
gosh.
at.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna say bye to my chat really quick on Twitch, but I'm gonna watch this after, and then let's keep in touch because I want to hear all about this. I want to watch your other streams.
You should join. You should join the community. It's really like they're the ones that prepped me for Andrea actually.
So sick.
I just think there's just casual 2100s hanging out in VR chat. Like, how are they?
Little green leak in this video, like that little green onion looking thing. Like that's someone who prepped me the line again.
That's so funny. Well, they did a great job. I want to say bye to my stream, but thanks everyone for the games. It was an honor to play with all of you, and I'll see you guys Thursday. Bye, Voyboy. We'll see you later.
Bye. See you guys later.
Take care.
Bye.
Wow, let's watch the stream. Guys. Okay, cool. There was a chat in the chess table that said, OMG, your scrunchie is so cute. Thank you. You probably didn't see my response. Oh, hey guys, it's me. I was tuning in so I could see what Masi was saying. He was so nice. I said, I'm going to destroy you. And then he went like this. I don't think he heard me. And he's too nice to trash talk. But he is still my greatest enemy. But it was really cool to hear that someone that legendary was watching. But I think everyone now has seen how strong he is. And just for some lore, Linda messaged, she said she had seminal and couldn't prep. I had sudden hearing loss and couldn't prep, but I started my prep 2 days ago. And I prepped for everyone, but the only one I couldn't find games for was Masi. And on top of that, his openings are so good and he's so sharp, but now I'm so motivated. And for the chess chat, I hope you guys enjoyed Alex's commentary with Amon. I'm hoping that next time maybe you guys could convince her to
Andrea.
bring me some snackies. That would have been nice. I'm going to talk to both chats. What was your guys' favorite moment of PogChamps today? Also, was I the only person who was live? That's crazy. I guess that would make sense why they were on. Today is Monday. It's
thank
Monday?
you.
It's
Oh,
Tuesday.
are we on camera
Prep
too,
just
or are
played
we
that
just
played
voice?
London and win. Hey, if you didn't notice, the wide openings were flawless. So
God.
actually,
Yeah, that's like the most chess I played for like 20, 30 years probably. My God. Oh, okay. Yeah, question. Oh, is this a...
And we are joined by Masi, undefeated in Group A. Incredible showing. Huge congratulations.
Thank you. It's very exhausting and nerve-wracking, I would tell you. I don't think I've played that much in my lifetime. So.
And when did you start playing chess? What's your secret?
My secret is only in high school, I was part of the chess club, and I was in a chess team. So we did play competitively for about 3 years, but then I dropped it all in college. And then I picked it up again during COVID, and watching the Botez sisters and also the Hikaru's Twitch streams, and that kind of like brought me back in and said, oh, that's kind of fun. So off and on, but a long blank, like competitive chess, I guess. So.
Oh, I'd love to hear that. And we also couldn't help but notice, Masi, that you were playing so quick. You had sometimes 10 minutes on your clock in the middle of the game. So is that just you're trying to trust yourself, or had you actually been pretty well prepared in most of the positions that you got in?
Well, I played bullet a lot. So I'm a huge bullet player, so I'm so used to that. And in the opening, unless I'm like stumped, I just try to go for, and get through it fast. And then when I need to take time, I'll take time. But 10 minutes is a long time for me, to be honest with you. I'm so used to like the blitz.
I hear you.
Bullet. Oh my God.
And my sister was trying to prepare for you, but she couldn't find any of your games online. Have you been preparing, or is this coming out of retirement, 20 years later and just whipping everybody?
No. I mean, I do play online. Preparing. Yeah, I did some preparation. And I prepared against London, but clearly it was no good. Like the opening was horrible for me against Andrea. So much for the preparation. But other than that, it's all just standard openings of what I used to play.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that game against Andrea. You said you prepared against the London. Andrea plays a specific London, the Jobava London. Had you prepared for that one? Because we couldn't tell. You seemed like playing pretty quick in general.
I have not. I just knew I kept on getting busted, just doing the D5, C5 setup. So like throwing an A6, early on was recommended. So I did that, and then just bishop F5, and then lo and behold, I'm like, oh my god, I'm being choked. And it was like funny to see Andreas like so excited. So, oh yes, I know this. This is like I'm gonna steamroll you with my G4 H4. I'm like, oh my god. And there's a like backward G pawn, and I'm like, oh. But that was a fun game actually. It was really fun. There was a lot of cool ideas. I got to play some fun prophylactic moves. Like
you had a beautiful brilliancy in that game, right? You sacrificed your queen.
Queen H3, right? Yeah.
Yep, and rook takes F3. That was beautiful. You had a lot of those actually that we noticed today. So very well played.
Yeah, and going into the championship bracket, is there anybody you fear the most?
Oh, I do fear Andrea. I think she's really good. So she's been doing this for a long time. Yeah, she's going to prep against me. Well, I'll have to figure out what I can do. But because like even the second game, I think I was busted. I think my F3 was a blunder. Because I was up. It took a lot of time like calculating that bishop takes A7. Is that safe after the pawn push? And so I was able to get away with that. But then I gave it all away at the end. So and she had me. And I was able to boil it down to rook, and 3 pawns against 4 pawns, I think. But fortunately, I found like at least in this level, the end games. If you're good at the end games, you can kind of get away with a little bit. So that's what I kind of banked on, because like all my other things were like it was dead draw, and then it's just like some end game knowledge and technique. It's like oh there you go. Oh, same color bishops. Get the pawns off that dark squares because I have a light square bishop. Oh, opposition, get opposition. Oh, there you go. So like a dead drawn game, became a win just because of, and that just comes with like, I think like some technique. I think so.
Yeah, you're remembering the basics. I'm going to take a question from one of our chatters here, Jonathan Hiley 2375. Have you encountered many other actors or celebrities that also play chess? And if so, have you maintained a relationship with anyone that you play chess with?
I mean, Rainn Wilson. He's an amazing chess player. Too bad he's not in this PogChamps. But and then a couple writers. In Hollywood as well. I actually also played back in Hawaii 5-0. I played with Scott Kahn a lot. Scott Kahn really liked chess, and he's really good. And I was just
going to say, how did those games go?
It was really good. Like during break time, we would just play, and he just wanted to play, and we kept on playing, and like he just kept on getting better and better, and it was pretty cool. So I would highly recommend reaching out to him for the next SuperPog Champs.
Noted.
Well, Masi, thank you so much for joining us for the interview, and congratulations again. We will see you back on Friday for the for the championship.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support.
Congrats again, Masi, and yeah, Alex. What a great day of chess, and just seeing everyone in action. Even the underdog Sparg0. Great to see. Some wins there right near the end, but we clearly got to see who rose to the top of that table, who fell to the bottom, and this is Group B, which is what we're looking ahead to tomorrow.
Yeah, we are seeing quite a few strong players in here. We have Daryl Morey, and he is the Boston Celtics, Houston Rockets brain of operations. Right now, he's the current president of the Philadelphia 76ers. He's been playing chess for a really long time, and he's taking lessons from Robert Hess. He's around 1400 ELO. We also have Sardosh, who won PogChamps previously. He's the highest rated. He's between 2000 to 2100. We got Tyler One, who everybody knows and is excited to see. He has been grinding chess in a way I've never seen before. I know he got over 2,000 rapid at some point. Samai Raina, famous Indian comedian. Aman, you want to tell us about Will Benson? You seem excited about him.
I am. I mean, I'm into sports. So Cincinnati Reds, Will Benson, he's an outfielder. He plays professional baseball, but I also remember hosting an event that Chess.com put on, which was the Baseball X Chess event. So he's also played with some of those former teammates, Joey Votto, Stephen Kwan, and even started streaming on Twitch this year. So he's doing some chess lessons right now with Nemo and Danny Wrench. So sounds like someone who'll be well prepared. Curious to see what he has to offer the PogChamps world.
And we also have Virtual, who is best known for competing in Trackmania. He was the best speed run streamer in 2023 at the Streamer Awards. He is also getting coached by Anna Kramling, who happens to be his girlfriend as well. So she definitely has the incentive to make sure he's doing a good job, especially if, he might end up into a Grandmaster chess family.
That's right. Yeah, no pressure, but pressure.
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, Aman, it has been a pleasure doing commentary with you. I'm looking forward to doing it again at the finals, where we'll see who donates $500 to this incredible cause.
That's right. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's good to remember that Lee Day Haiti will be talking about throughout the entire broadcast until the end of the week. So lots of time to be thoughtful about making a contribution. And we were just blessed with some really exciting chess today. Honestly, I thought I wouldn't enjoy it as much because we'd be missing all the blunders that I love to see. But I have to say, it is also nice in a different way to see everyone who was once lower rated improve so much. That's rewarding in its own way.
If they can do it, you can do it too, chat. I know chat's already super GMs, but I hope this is a nice message to any of you guys who have been on your own in chess improvement journey. Don't forget to come back tomorrow for Group B. See you guys.